Chapter 16. 1802. The day after my disgrace renewal of my duties Bonaparte's, affected regard for me offer of an assistantem de Meneval my second rupture, with Bonaparte the Duc de Ravagos, account of it letter from M. de Barbe Marboirial causes of my separation, from the first consul postscript, to the letter of M. de Barbe, Marbois the Black Cabinet inspection of letters, dining the consulate I retire, to St. Cloud communications from M. de Meneval, week's conflict, between friendship and pride my formal dismissal. Petty revenge my request to visit England monosyllabic answer wrong suspicion burial of my paper's communication from Duroc my letter, to the first consul the truth acknowledged. I shall now return to the circumstances which followed my first disgrace, of which I have already spoken. The day after that, on which I had resumed my functions, I went as usual to awaken the first consul at 7 in the morning. He treated me just the same as if nothing had happened between us, and on my part one behaved to him just as usual, though I really regretted being obliged to resume labors which I found too oppressive for me. When Bonaparte came down into his cabinet, he spoke to me of his plans with his usual confidence, and I saw, from the number of letters lying in the basket, that during the few days my functions had been suspended Bonaparte had not overcome his disinclination to peruse this kind of correspondence. At the period of this first rupture and reconciliation, the question of the consulate for life was yet unsettled. It was not decided until the 2d of August, and the circumstances to which I am about to refer happened at the end of February. I was now restored to my former footing of intimacy with the first consul, at least for a time. But I soon perceived that, after the scene which M. de Talleyrand had witnessed, my duties in the Tuileries were merely provisional, and might be shortened or prolonged according to circumstances. I saw at the very first moment that Bonaparte had sacrificed his wounded pride to the necessity, for such I may, without any vanity, call it, of employing my services. The forced preference he granted to me arose from the fact of his being unable to find anyone able to supply my place, for Duroc, as I have already said, showed a disinclination to the business. I did not remain long in the dark respecting the new situation in which I stood. I was evidently still under quarantine, but the period of my quitting the port was undetermined. A short time after our reconciliation, the first consul said to me, in a cajoling tone of which I was not the dupe, "My dear Bourrienne, you cannot do everything. Business increases and will continue to increase. You know what Corvisart says. You have a family, therefore it is right you should take care of your health. You must not kill yourself with work, therefore someone must be got to assist you. Joseph tells me that he can recommend a secretary, one of whom he speaks very highly. He shall be under your direction. He can make out your copies and do all that can consistently be required of him. This, I think, will be a great relief to you. I ask for nothing better," replied I, "than to have the assistance of someone who, after becoming acquainted with the business, may some time or other succeed me." Joseph sent M. de Meneval, a young man who, to a good education, added the recommendations of industry and prudence. I had every reason to be satisfied with him. It was now that Napoleon employed all those devices and caresses which always succeeded so well with him, and which yet again gained the day, to put an end to the inconvenience caused to him by my retirement, and to retain me. Here I call every one who knew me as witnesses that nothing could equal my grief and despair to find myself obliged to again begin my troublesome work. My health had suffered much from it. Corvisart was a clever counselor, but it was only during the night that I could carry out his advice. To resume my duties was to renounce all hope of rest and even of health. There is considerable truth in this statement about the effect on his health. His successor, Meneval, without the same amount of work, broke down and had to receive assistance, Meneval, tome IP. I soon perceived the first consul's anxiety to make M. de Meneval acquainted with the routine of business, and accustomed to his manner. Bonaparte had never pardoned me for having presumed to quit him after he had attained so high a degree of power. He was only waiting for an opportunity to punish me, and he seized upon an unfortunate circumstance as an excuse for that separation which I had previously wished to bring about. I will explain this circumstance, which ought to have obtained for me the consolation and assistance of the first consul rather than the forfeiture of his favor. My rupture with him has been the subject of various misstatements, all of which I shall not take the trouble to correct. I will merely notice what I have read in the Memoirs of the Duc de Rovigo, in which it is stated that I was accused of peculation. M. de Rovigo thus expresses himself. Ever since the first consul was invested with the supreme power, his life had been a continued scene of personal exertion. He had for his private secretary M. de Bourrienne, a friend and companion of his youth, whom he now made the sharer of all his labors. He frequently sent for him in the dead of the night, and particularly insisted upon his attending him every morning at 7. Bourrienne was punctual in his attendance with the public papers, which he had previously glanced over. The first consul almost invariably read their contents himself. He then dispatched some business, and sat down to table just as the clock struck 9. His breakfast, which lasted 6 minutes, was no sooner over than he returned to his cabinet, only left it for dinner, and resumed his close occupation immediately after, until 10 at night, which was his usual hour for retiring to rest. Bourrienne was gifted with a most wonderful memory. He could speak and write many languages, and would make his pen follow as fast as words were uttered. He possessed many other advantages. He was well acquainted with the administrative departments, was versed in the law of nations, and possessed a zeal and activity which rendered his services quite indispensable to the first consul. I have known the several grounds upon which the unlimited confidence placed in him by his chief rested, but am unable to speak with equal assurance of the errors which occasioned his losing that confidence. Bourrienne had many enemies. Some were owing to his personal character, a greater number to the situation which he held. Others were jealous of the credit he enjoyed with the head of the government. Others, again, discontented at his not making that credit subservient to their personal advantage. Some even imputed to him the want of success that had attended their claims. It was impossible to bring any charge against him on the score of deficiency of talent or of indiscreet conduct. His personal habits were watched. It was ascertained that he engaged in financial speculations. An imputation could easily be founded on this circumstance. Peculation was accordingly laid to his charge. This was touching the most tender ground, for the first consul held nothing in greater abhorrence than unlawful gains. A solitary voice, however, would have failed in an attempt to defame the character of a man for whom he had so long felt esteem and affection. Other voices, therefore, were brought to bear against him. Whether the accusations were well-founded or otherwise, it is beyond a doubt that all means were resorted to for bringing them to the knowledge of the first consul. The most effectual course that suggested itself was the opening a correspondence either with the accused party direct, or with those with whom it was felt indispensable to bring him into contact. This correspondence was carried on in a mysterious manner, and related to the financial operations that had formed the grounds of a charge against him. Thus it is that, on more than one occasion, the very channels intended for conveying truth to the knowledge of a sovereign have been made available to the purpose of communicating false intelligence to him. To give an instance, under the reign of Louis Roman XV, and even under the Regency, the post office was organized into a system of minute inspection, which did not indeed extend to every letter, but was exercised over all such as afforded grounds for suspicion. They were opened, and when it was not deemed safe to suppress them, copies were taken, and they were returned to their proper channel without the least delay. Any individual denouncing another may, by the help of such an establishment, give great weight to his denunciation. It is sufficient for his purpose that he should throw into the post office any letter so worded as to confirm the impression which it is his object to convey. The worthiest man may thus be committed by a letter which he has never read, or the purport of which is wholly unintelligible to him. I am speaking from personal experience. It once happened that a letter addressed to myself, relating to an alleged fact which had never occurred, was opened. A copy of the letter so opened was also forwarded to me, as it concerned the duties which I had to perform at that time, but I was already in possession of the original, transmitted through the ordinary channel. Summoned to reply to the questions to which such productions had given rise, I took that opportunity of pointing out the danger that would accrue from placing a blind reliance upon intelligence derived from so hazardous a source. Accordingly, little importance was afterwards attached to this means of information, But the system was in operation at the period when M. de Bourrienne was disgraced. His enemies took care to avail themselves of it. They blackened his character with M. de Marbois, who added to their accusations all the weight of his unblemished character. The opinion entertained by this rigid public functionary, and many other circumstances, induced the first consul to part with his secretary, tome IP 418. Peculation is the crime of those who make a fraudulent use of the public money. But as it was not in my power to meddle with the public money, no part of which passed through my hands, I am at loss to conceive how I can be charged with peculation. The Duc de Rovigo is not the author, but merely the echo of this calumny. But the accusation to which his memoirs gave currency afforded M. de Marbois an opportunity of adding one more to the many proofs he has given of his love of justice. I had seen nothing of the memoirs of the Duc de Rovigo except their announcement in the journals, when a letter from M. de Marbois was transmitted to me from my family. It was as follows. Sir, my attention has been called to the enclosed article in a recent publication. The assertion it contains is not true, and I conceive it to be a duty both to you and myself to declare that I then was, and still am, ignorant of the causes of the separation in question. I am, etc., signed Marbois. I need say no more in my justification. This unsolicited testimony of M. de Marbois is a sufficient contradiction to the charge of peculation which has been raised against me in the absence of correct information respecting the real causes of my rupture with the first consul. M. le Duc de Rovigo also observes that my enemies were numerous. My concealed adversaries were indeed all those who were interested that the sovereign should not have about him, as his confidential companion, a man devoted to his glory and not to his vanity. In expressing his dissatisfaction with one of his ministers, Bonaparte had said, in the presence of several individuals, among whom was M. Merit, "If I could find a second Bourrienne, I would get rid of you all." This was sufficient to raise against me the hatred of all who envied the confidence of which I was in possession. The failure of a firm in Paris in which I had invested a considerable sum of money afforded an opportunity for envy and malignity to irritate the first consul against me. Bonaparte, who had not yet forgiven me for wishing to leave him, at length determined to sacrifice my services to a new fit of ill humor. A mercantile house, then one of the most respectable in Patna, had among its speculations undertaken some army contracts. With the knowledge of Berthier, with whom, indeed, the house had treated, I had invested some money in this business. Unfortunately, the principals were, unknown to me, engaged in dangerous speculations in the funds, which in a short time so involved them as to occasion their failure for a heavy amount. This caused a rumor that a slight fall of the funds, which took place at that period, was occasioned by the bankruptcy, and the first consul, who never could understand the nature of the funds, gave credit to the report. He was made to believe that the business of the stock exchange was ruined. It was insinuated that I was accused of taking advantage of my situation to produce variations in the funds, though I was so unfortunate as to lose not only my investment in the bankrupt house, but also a sum of money for which I had become bound, by way of surety, to assist the house in increasing its business. I incurred the violent displeasure of the first consul, who declared to me that he no longer required my services. I might, perhaps, have cooled his irritation by reminding him that he could not blame me for purchasing an interest in a contract, since he himself had stipulated for a gratuity of 1,500,000 francs for his brother Joseph out of the contract for victualling the navy. But I saw that for some time past M. de Meneval had begun to supersede me, and the first consul only wanted such an opportunity as this for coming to a rupture with me. Such is a true statement of the circumstances which led to my separation from Bonaparte. I defy anyone to adduce a single fact in support of the charge of peculation or any transaction of the kind. I fear no investigation of my conduct. When in the service of Bonaparte, I caused many appointments to be made, and many names to be erased from the emigrant list before the Senatus Consult of the 6th Floreal, year X. But I never counted upon gratitude, experience having taught me that it was an empty word. The Duc de Rovigo attributed my disgrace to certain intercepted letters which injured me in the eyes of the first consul. I did not know this at the time, and though I was pretty well aware of the machinations of Bonaparte's adulators, almost all of whom were my enemies, yet I did not contemplate such an act of baseness. But a spontaneous letter from M. de Barbe-Marbois at length opened my eyes and left little doubt on the subject. The following is the postscript to that noble peer's letter. I recollect that one Wednesday the First Consul, while presiding at a council of ministers at St. Cloud, opened a note, and without informing us what it contained, hastily left the board, apparently much agitated. In a few minutes he returned and told us that your functions had ceased. Whether the sudden displeasure of the First Consul was excited by a false representation of my concern in the transaction which proved so unfortunate to me, or whether Bonaparte merely made that a pretense for carrying into execution a resolution which I am convinced had been previously adopted, I shall not stop to determine. But the Duc de Rovigo, having mentioned the violation of the secrecy of letters in my case, I shall take the opportunity of stating some particulars on that subject. Before I wrote these memoirs, the existence in the post office of the cabinet, which had obtained the epithet of black, had been denounced in the Chamber of Deputies, and the answer was that it no longer existed, which of course amounted to an admission that it had existed. I may therefore, without indiscretion, state what I know respecting it. The Black Cabinet was established in the reign of Louis Roman XV, merely for the purpose of prying into the scandalous gossip of the court and the capital. The existence of this cabinet soon became generally known to everyone. The numerous postmasters who succeeded each other, especially in latter times, the still more numerous post office clerks, and that portion of the public who are ever on the watch for what is held up as scandalous, soon banished all the secrecy of the affair, and none but fools were taken in by it. All who did not wish to be committed by their correspondence chose better channels of communication than the post. But those who wanted to ruin an enemy or benefit a friend long continued to avail themselves of the Black Cabinet, which, at first intended merely to amuse a monarch's idle hours, soon became a medium of intrigue, dangerous from the abuse that might be made of it. Every morning, for 3 years, I used to peruse the portfolio containing the bulletins of the Black Cabinet, and I frankly confess that I never could discover any real cause for the public indignation against it, except inasmuch as it proved the channel of vile intrigue. Out of 30,000 letters, which daily left Paris to be distributed through France and all parts of the world, 10 or 12, at most, were copied, and often only a few lines of them. Bonaparte at first proposed to send complete copies of intercepted letters to the ministers whom their contents might concern. But a few observations from me induced him to direct that only the important passages should be extracted and sent. I made these extracts and transmitted them to their destinations, accompanied by the following words. The First Consul directs me to inform you that he has just received the following information, etc., whence the information came was left to be guessed at. The First Consul daily received through this channel about a dozen pretended letters, the writers of which described their enemies as opponents of the government, or their friends as models of obedience and fidelity to the constituted authorities. But the secret purpose of this vile correspondence was soon discovered, and Bonaparte gave orders that no more of it should be copied. I, however, suffered from it at the time of my disgrace, and was well nigh falling a victim to it at a subsequent period. The letter mentioned by M. de Marbois, and which was the occasion of this digression on the violation of private correspondence, derived importance from the circumstance that Wednesday, the 20th of October, when Bonaparte received it, was the day on which I left the consular palace. I retired to a house which Bonaparte had advised me to purchase at St. Cloud, and for the fitting up and furnishing of which he had promised to pay. We shall see how he kept this promise. I immediately sent to direct Landois, the messenger of Bonaparte's cabinet, to place all letters sent to me in the First Consul's portfolio, because many intended for him came under cover for me. In consequence of this message, I received the following letter from M. de Meneval. My dear Bourrienne, I cannot believe that the First Consul would wish that your letters should be presented to him. I presume you allude only to those which may concern him, and which come addressed under cover to you. The First Consul has written to citizens Fauvelet and Malien directing them to address their packets to him. I cannot allow Landois to obey the order you sent. The first consul yesterday evening evinced great regret. He repeatedly said, "How miserable I am! I have known that man since he was 7 years old. I cannot but believe that he will reconsider his unfortunate decision. I have intimated to him that the burden of the business is too much for me, and that he must be extremely at a loss for the services of one to whom he was so much accustomed, and whose situation, I am confident, nobody else can satisfactorily fill." He went to bed very low-spirited. I am, etc. signed Meneville, Vendemiaire and X, 21st October 1802. Next day I received another letter from M. Meneville as follows. "I send you your letters. The first consul prefers that you should break them open and send here those which are intended for him. I enclose some German papers, which he begs you to translate. Madame Bonaparte is much interested in your behalf, and I can assure you that no one more heartily desires than the first consul himself to see you again at your old post, for which it would be difficult to find a successor equal to you, either as regards fidelity or fitness. I do not relinquish the hope of seeing you here again." A whole week passed away in conflicts between the first consul's friendship and pride. The least desire he manifested to recall me was opposed by his flatterers. On the 5th day of our separation, he directed me to come to him. He received me with the greatest kindness, and after having good-humoredly told me that I often expressed myself with too much freedom, a fault I was never solicitous to correct, he added, "I regret your absence much. You were very useful to me. You are neither too noble nor too plebeian, neither too aristocratic nor too Jacobinical. You are discreet and laborious. You understand me better than anyone else, and between ourselves be it said, we ought to consider this a sort of court. Look at Duroc, Bessieres' merit. However, I am very much inclined to take you back, but by so doing I should confirm the report that I cannot do without you. Madame Bonaparte informed me that she had heard persons to whom Bonaparte expressed a desire to recall me observe, 'What would you do? People will say you cannot do without him. You have got rid of him now, therefore think no more about him.' And as for the English newspapers, he gave them more importance than they really deserved. You will no longer be troubled with them." This will bring to mind a scene which occurred at Malmaison on the receipt of some intelligence in the London Gazette. I am convinced that if Bonaparte had been left to himself, he would have recalled me, and this conviction is warranted by the interval which elapsed between his determination to part with me and the formal announcement of my dismissal. Our rupture took place on the 20th of October, and on the 8th of November, following the first consul, sent me the following letter. "Citizen Bourrienne, Minister of State, I am satisfied with the services which you have rendered me during the time you have been with me, but henceforth they are no longer necessary. I wish you to relinquish, from this time, the functions and title of my private secretary. I shall seize an early opportunity of providing for you in a way suited to your activity and talents and conducive to the public service. Signed, Bonaparte." If any proof of the first consul's malignity were wanting, it would be furnished by the following fact. A few days after the receipt of the letter, which announced my dismissal, I received a note from Duroc. But, to afford an idea of the petty revenge of him who caused it to be written, it will be necessary first to relate a few preceding circumstances. When, with the view of preserving a little freedom, I declined the offer of apartments which Madame Bonaparte had prepared at Malmaison for myself and my family, I purchased a small house at Rouen. The first consul had given orders for the furnishing of this house, as well as one which I possessed in Paris. From the manner in which the orders were given, I had not the slightest doubt, but that Bonaparte intended to make me a present of the furniture. However, when I left his service, he applied to have it returned. As at first I paid no attention to his demand, as far as it concerned the furniture at Rouen, he directed Duroc to write the following letter to me. "The first consul, my dear Bourrienne, has just ordered me to send him this evening the keys of your residence in Paris, from which the furniture is not to be removed. He also directs me to put into a warehouse whatever furniture you may have at Rouen or elsewhere, which you have obtained from government. I beg of you to send me an answer so as to assist me in the execution of these orders. You promised me to have everything settled before the first consul's return. I must excuse myself in the best way I can. Signed, Duroc, Brumaire, and X. 15th November 1802. Believing myself to be master of my own actions, I had formed the design of visiting England, whither I was called by some private business. However, I was fully aware of the peculiarity of my situation, and I was resolved to take no step that should in any way justify a reproach. On the 11th of January, I therefore wrote to Duroc. My affairs require my presence in England for some time. I beg of you, my dear Duroc, to mention my intended journey to the First Consul, as I do not wish to do anything inconsistent with his views. I would rather sacrifice my own interest than displease him. I rely on your friendship for an early answer to this, for uncertainty would be fatal to me in many respects. The answer, which speedily arrived, was as follows. My dear Bourrienne, I have presented to the First Consul the letter I just received from you. He read it and said, "No." That is the only answer I can give you. Signed, Duroc. This monosyllable was expressive. It proved to me that Bonaparte was conscious how ill he had treated me, and, suspecting that I was actuated by the desire of vengeance, he was afraid of my going to England, lest I should there take advantage of that liberty of the press which he had so effectually put down in France. He probably imagined that my object was to publish statements which would more effectually have enlightened the public respecting his government and designs than all the scandalous anecdotes, atrocious calumnies, and ridiculous fabrications of Pelletier, the editor of the Ambigue. But Bonaparte was much deceived in this supposition, and if there can remain any doubt on that subject, it will be removed on referring to the date of these memoirs and observing the time at which I consented to publish them. I was not deceived as to the reasons of Bonaparte's unceremonious refusal of my application, and as I well knew his inquisitorial character, I thought it prudent to conceal my notes. I acted differently from Camoens. He contended with the sea to preserve his manuscripts. I made the earth the depository of mine. I carefully enclosed my most valuable notes and papers in a tin box, which I buried underground. A yellow tinge, the commencement of decay, has in some places almost obliterated the writing. It will be seen in the sequel that my precaution was not useless, and that I was right in anticipating the persecution of Bonaparte, provoked by the malice of my enemies. On the 20th of April, Duroc sent me the following note. I beg, my dear Bourrienne, that you will come to St. Cloud this morning. I have something to tell you on the part of the First Consul. Signed, Duroc. This note caused me much anxiety. I could not doubt but that my enemies had invented some new calumny, but I must say that I did not expect such baseness as I experienced. As soon as Duroc had made me acquainted with the business which the First Consul had directed him to communicate, I wrote on the spot the subjoined letter to Bonaparte. At General Duroc's desire, I have this moment waited upon him, and he informs me that you have received notice that a deficit of 100,000 francs has been discovered in the treasury of the Navy, which you require me to refund this day at noon. Citizen First Consul, I know not what this means. I am utterly ignorant of the matter. I solemnly declare to you that this charge is a most infamous calumny. It is one more to be added to the number of those malicious charges which have been invented for the purpose of destroying any influence I might possess with you. I am in General Duroc's apartment, where I await your orders. Duroc carried my note to the First Consul as soon as it was written. He speedily returned. All's right, said he. He has directed me to say it was entirely a mistake, that he is now convinced he was deceived, that he is sorry for the business and hopes no more will be said about it. The base flatterers who surrounded Bonaparte wished him to renew his Egyptian extortions upon me. But they should have recollected that the fusillade employed in Egypt for the purpose of raising money was no longer the fashion in France, and that the days were gone by when it was the custom to grease the wheels of the revolutionary car. Chapter 22. 1804. The events of 1804 death of the Duc d'Enghien Napoleon's arguments at St. Helena comparison of dates possibility, of my having saved the Duc d'Enghien's life advice, given to the Duc d'Enghien Sir Charles Stuart delay of the Austrian cabinet Pichegru, and the mysterious being M. mashes the historians of St. Helena, Bonaparte's threats against the emigrants, and M. Cobensel's singular adventure of Davoust's secretary the quartermaster, the brigand of La Vendée. In order to form a just idea of the events which succeeded each other so rapidly at the commencement of 1804, it is necessary to consider them both separately and connectedly. It must be borne in mind that all Bonaparte's machinations tended to one object, the foundation of the French Empire in his favor. And it is also essential to consider how the situation of the emigrants, in reference to the First Consul, had changed since the declaration of war. As long as Bonaparte continued at peace, the cause of the Bourbons had no support in foreign cabinets, and the emigrants had no alternative but to yield to circumstances. But on the breaking out of a new war, all was changed. The cause of the Bourbons became that of the powers at war with France, and as many causes concurred to unite the emigrants abroad with those who had returned but half satisfied, there was reason to fear something from their revolt, in combination with the powers arrayed against Bonaparte. Such was the state of things with regard to the emigrants when the leaders and accomplices of George's conspiracy were arrested at the very beginning of 1804. The assassination of the Duc d'Enghien. Louis-Antoine Henry de Bourbon, Duc d'Enghien, 1772–1804, son of the Duc de Bourbon and grandson of the Prince de Condé, served against France in the army of Condé. When this force was disbanded, he stayed at Ettenheim on account of a love affair with the Princess Charlotte de Rohan-Rochefort. Arrested in the territory of Baden, he was taken to Vincennes, and after trial by court-martial shot in the Moat, 21st May 1804. With him practically ended the house of Bourbon-Condé, as his grandfather died in 1818, leaving only the Duc de Bourbon and the Princess Louise Adelaide, Abbess de Remiremont, who died in 1824. Took place on the 21st of March. On the 30th of April appeared the proposition of the tribunate to found a government in France under the authority of one individual. On the 18th of May came the Senatus Consult, naming Napoleon Bonaparte emperor, and lastly, on the 10th of June, the sentence of condemnation on Georges and his accomplices. Thus the shedding of the blood of a Bourbon and the placing of the crown of France on the head of a soldier of fortune were two acts interpolated in the sanguinary drama of George's conspiracy. It must be remembered, too, that during the period of these events we were at war with England, and on the point of seeing Austria and the Colossus of the North form a coalition against the new emperor. I will now state all I know relative to the death of the Duc d'Enghien, that unfortunate prince who was at Ettenheim, in consequence of a love affair, had no communication whatever with those who were concocting a plot in the interior. Machiavelli says that when the author of a crime cannot be discovered, we should seek for those to whose advantage it turns. In the present case, Machiavelli's advice will find an easy application, since the Duke's death could be advantageous only to Bonaparte, who considered it indispensable to his accession to the crown of France. The motives may be explained, but can they be justified? How could it ever be said that the Duc d'Enghien perished as a presumed accomplice in the conspiracy of Georges? Morat was arrested on the 15th of February 1804, at which time the existence of the conspiracy was known. Pichegru and Georges were also arrested in February, and the Duc d'Enghien not till the 15th of March. Now, if the prince had really been concerned in the plot, if even he had a knowledge of it, would he have remained at Ettenheim for nearly a month after the arrest of his presumed accomplices, intelligence of which he might have obtained in the space of 3 days? Certainly not. So ignorant was he of that conspiracy that when informed at Ettenheim of the affair he doubted it, declaring that if it were true his father and grandfather would have made him acquainted with it. Would so long an interval have been suffered to elapse before he was arrested? Alas, cruel experience has shown that that step would have been taken in a few hours. The sentence of death against Georges and his accomplices was not pronounced till the 10th of June 1804, and the Duc d'Enghien was shot on the 21st of March, before the trials were even commenced. How is this precipitation to be explained? If, as Napoleon has declared, the young Bourbon was an accomplice in the crime, why was he not arrested at the time the others were? Why was he not tried along with them, on the ground of his being an actual accomplice, or of being compromised by communications with them, or, in short, because his answers might have thrown light on that mysterious affair? How was it that the name of the illustrious accused was not once mentioned in the course of that awful trial? It can scarcely be conceived that Napoleon could say at St. Helena, either they contrived to implicate the unfortunate prince in their project, and so pronounced his doom, or, by omitting to inform him of what was going on, allowed him imprudently to slumber on the brink of a precipice. For he was only a stone's cast from the frontier when they were about to strike the great blow in the name and for the interest of his family. This reasoning is not merely absurd, it is atrocious. If the Duke was implicated by the confession of his accomplices, he should have been arrested and tried along with them. Justice required this. If he was not so implicated, where is the proof of his guilt? Because some individuals, without his knowledge, plotted to commit a crime in the name of his family, he was to be shot. Because he was 130 leagues from the scene of the plot and had no connection with it, he was to die. Such arguments cannot fail to inspire horror. It is absolutely impossible any reasonable person can regard the Duc d'Enghien as an accomplice of Cadorel, and Napoleon basely imposed on his contemporaries and posterity by inventing such falsehoods and investing them with the authority of his name. Had I been then in the First Consul's intimacy, I may aver, with as much confidence as pride, that the blood of the Duc d'Enghien would not have imprinted an indelible stain on the glory of Bonaparte. In this terrible matter, I could have done what no one but me could even attempt, and this on account of my position, which no one else has since held with Bonaparte. I quite admit that he would have preferred others to me, and that he would have had more friendship for them than for me, supposing friendship to be compatible with the character of Bonaparte, but I knew him better than anyone else. Besides, among those who surrounded him, I alone could have permitted myself some return to our former familiarity on account of our intimacy of childhood. Certainly, in a matter which permanently touched the glory of Bonaparte, I should not have been restrained by the fear of some transitory fit of anger, and the reader has seen that I did not dread disgrace. Why should I have dreaded it? I had neither portfolio, nor office, nor salary, for, as I have said, I was only with Bonaparte as a friend, and we had, as it were, a common purse. I feel a conviction that it would have been very possible for me to have dissuaded Bonaparte from his fatal design, inasmuch as I positively know that his object, after the termination of the peace, was merely to frighten the emigrants, in order to drive them from Ettenheim, where great numbers, like the Duc d'Enghien, had sought refuge. His anger was particularly directed against a Baroness de Rieth and a Baroness d'Ettingen, who had loudly vituperated him, and distributed numerous libels on the left bank of the Rhine. At that period Bonaparte had as little design against the Duc d'Enghien's life as against that of any other emigrant. He was more inclined to fright than to harm him, and certainly his first intention was not to arrest the prince, but, as I have said, to frighten the emigrants and to drive them to a distance. I must, however, admit that when Bonaparte spoke to Rapp and Duroc of the emigrants on the other side of the Rhine, he expressed himself with much irritability. So much so, indeed, that M. de Talleyrand, dreading its effects for the Duc d'Enghien, warned that prince, through the medium of a lady to whom he was attached, of his danger, and advised him to proceed to a greater distance from the frontier. On receiving this notice, the prince resolved to rejoin his grandfather, which he could not do but by passing through the Austrian territory. Should any doubt exist as to these facts, it may be added that Sir Charles Stuart wrote to M. de Cobenzl to solicit a passport for the Duc d'Enghien, and it was solely owing to the delay of the Austrian cabinet that time was afforded for the First Consul to order the arrest of the unfortunate prince as soon as he had formed the horrible resolution of shedding the blood of a Bourbon. This resolution could have originated only with himself, for who would have dared to suggest it to him? The fact is, Bonaparte knew not what he did. His fever of ambition amounted to delirium, and he knew not how he was losing himself in public opinion because he did not know that opinion, to gain which he would have made every sacrifice. When Cambaceres, who, with a slight reservation, had voted the death of Louis Roman XVI, warmly opposed in the council the Duc d'Enghien's arrest, the First Consul observed to him, "Methinks, sir, you have grown very chary of Bourbon blood." Meanwhile, the Duc d'Enghien was at Ettenheim, indulging in hope rather than plotting conspiracies. It is well known that an individual made an offer to the Prince de Condé to assassinate the First Consul, but the prince indignantly rejected the proposition and nobly refused to recover the rights of the Bourbons at the price of such a crime. The individual above mentioned was afterwards discovered to be an agent of the Paris police, who had been commissioned to draw the princes into a plot which would have ruined them, for public feeling revolts at assassination under any circumstances. It has been alleged that Louis Roman XVIII's refusal to treat with Bonaparte led to the fatal catastrophe of the Duc d'Enghien's death. The first correspondence between Louis Roman XVIII and the first consul, which has been given in these memoirs, clearly proves the contrary. It is certainly probable that Louis Roman XVIII's refusal to renounce his rights should have irritated Bonaparte. But it was rather late to take his revenge 2 years after, and that too on a prince totally ignorant of those overtures. It is needless to comment on such absurdities. It is equally unnecessary to speak of the mysterious being who often appeared at meetings in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, and who was afterwards discovered to be Pichegru. A further light is thrown on this melancholy catastrophe by a conversation Napoleon had, a few days after his elevation to the imperial throne, with M. Massias, the French minister at the court of the Grand Duke of Baden. This conversation took place at Aix-la-Chapelle. After some remarks on the intrigues of the emigrants, Bonaparte observed, "You ought at least to have prevented the plots which the Duc d'Enghien was hatching at Ettenheim. Sire, I am too old to learn to tell a falsehood. Believe me, on this subject your Majesty's ear has been abused. Do you not think, then, that had the conspiracy of Georges and Pichegru proved successful, the prince would have passed the Rhine and have come post to Paris?" M. Massias, from whom I had these particulars, added, "At this last question of the emperor, I hung down my head and was silent, for I saw he did not wish to hear the truth. Now let us consider, with that attention which the importance of the subject demands, what has been said by the historians of St. Helena. Napoleon said to his companions in exile that the Duc d'Enghien's death must be attributed either to an excess of zeal for him, Napoleon, to private views, or to mysterious intrigues. He had been blindly urged on. He was, if he might say so, taken by surprise. The measure was precipitated, and the result predetermined." This he might have said, but if he did so express himself, how are we to reconcile such a declaration with the statement of O'Meara? How give credit to assertions so very opposite? Napoleon said to M. de las Casas, "One day when alone, I recollect it well, I was taking my coffee, half seated on the table at which I had just dined, when suddenly information was brought to me that a new conspiracy had been discovered. I was warmly urged to put an end to these enormities. They represented to me that it was time at last to give a lesson to those who had been day after day conspiring against my life, that this end could only be attained by shedding the blood of one of them, and that the Duc d'Enghien, who might now be convicted of forming part of this new conspiracy, and taken in the very act, should be that one. It was added that he had been seen at Strasbourg, that it was even believed that he had been in Paris, and that the plan was that he should enter France by the east at the moment of the explosion, whilst the Duc de Berry was disembarking in the west. I should tell you," observed the emperor, "that I did not even know precisely who the Duc d'Enghien was, the revolution having taken place when I was yet a very young man, and I having never been at court, and that I was quite in the dark as to where he was at that moment. Having been informed on those points, I exclaimed that if such were the case the Duke ought to be arrested, and that orders should be given to that effect. Everything had been foreseen and prepared. The different orders were already drawn up, nothing remained to be done but to sign them, and the fate of the young prince was thus decided." Napoleon next asserts that in the Duke's arrest and condemnation all the usual forms were strictly observed. But he has also declared that the death of that unfortunate prince will be an eternal reproach to those who, carried away by a criminal zeal, waited not for their sovereign's orders to execute the sentence of the court-martial. He would, perhaps, have allowed the prince to live, but yet he said, "It is true I wish to make an example which should deter." It has been said that the Duc d'Enghien addressed a letter to Napoleon, which was not delivered till after the execution. This is false and absurd. How could that prince write to Bonaparte to offer him his services and to solicit the command of an army? His interrogatory makes no mention of this letter, and is in direct opposition to the sentiments which that letter would attribute to him. The truth is, no such letter ever existed. The individual who was with the prince declared he never wrote it. It will never be believed that anyone would have presumed to withhold from Bonaparte a letter, on which depended the fate of so august a victim. In his declarations to his companions in exile, Napoleon endeavored either to free himself of this crime or to justify it. His fear or his susceptibility was such that in discoursing with strangers he merely said that had he known of the prince's letter, which was not delivered to him God knows why, until after he had breathed his last, he would have pardoned him. But at a subsequent date he traced, with his own hand, his last thoughts, which he supposed would be consecrated in the minds of his contemporaries and of posterity. Napoleon, touching on the subject which he felt would be one of the most important attached to his memory, said that if the thing were to do again, he would act as he then did. How does this declaration tally with his avowal that if he had received the prince's letter he should have lived? This is irreconcilable. But if we compare all that Napoleon said at St. Helena, and which has been transmitted to us by his faithful followers, if we consider his contradictions when speaking of the Duc d'Enghien's death to strangers, to his friends, to the public, or to posterity, the question ceases to be doubtful. Bonaparte wished to strike a blow which would terrify his enemies. Fancying that the Duc de Berry was ready to land in France, he dispatched his aide-de-camp Savary, in disguise, attended by gendarmes, to watch the Duke's landing at Biville, near Dieppe. This turned out a fruitless mission. The Duke was warned in time not to attempt the useless and dangerous enterprise, and Bonaparte, enraged to see one prey escape him, pounced upon another. It is well known that Bonaparte often, and in the presence even of persons whom he conceived to have maintained relations with the partisans of the Bourbons at Paris, expressed himself thus: "I will put an end to these conspiracies. If any of the emigrants conspire, they shall be shot. I have been told that Cobenzl harbors some of them. I do not believe this, but if it be true, Cobenzl shall be arrested and shot along with them. I will let the Bourbons know I am not to be trifled with." The above statement of facts accounts for the suppositions respecting the probable influence of the Jacobins in this affair. It has been said, not without some appearance of reason, that to get the Jacobins to help him to ascend the throne Bonaparte consented to sacrifice a victim of the blood royal, as the only pledge capable of ensuring them against the return of the proscribed family. Be this as it may, there are no possible means of relieving Bonaparte from his share of guilt in the death of the Duc d'Enghien. To the above facts, which came within my own knowledge, I may add the following curious story, which was related to me by an individual who himself heard it from the secretary of General Davoust. Davoust was commanding a division in the camp of Boulogne, and his secretary, when proceeding thither to join him, met in the diligence a man who seemed to be absorbed in affliction. This man, during the whole journey, never once broke silence, but by some deep sighs, which he had not power to repress. General Davoust's secretary observed him with curiosity and interest, but did not venture to intrude upon his grief by any conversation. The concourse of travelers from Paris to the camp was, however, at that time very great, and the inn at which the diligence stopped in the evening was so crowded that it was impossible to assign a chamber to each traveler. Two, therefore, were put into one room, and it so happened that the secretary was lodged with his mysterious traveling companion. When they were alone, he addressed him in a torso of interest which banished all appearance of intrusion. He inquired whether the cause of his grief was of a nature to admit of any alleviation, and offered to render him any assistance in his power. "Sir," replied the stranger, "I am much obliged for the sympathy you express for me. I want nothing. There is no possible consolation for me. My affliction can end only with my life. You shall judge for yourself, for the interest you seem to take in my misfortune fully justifies my confidence. I was quartermaster in the select gendarmerie and formed part of a detachment which was ordered to Vincennes. I passed the night there under arms, and at daybreak was ordered down to the moat with 6 men. An execution was to take place. The prisoner was brought out, and I gave the word to fire. The man fell, and after the execution I learned that we had shot the Duc d'Enghien. Judge of my horror. I knew the prisoner only by the name of the brigand of La Vendée. I could no longer remain in the service. I obtained my discharge, and am about to retire to my family. Would that I had done so sooner. The above has been related to me and other persons by Davoust's secretary, whom I shall not name. Chapter 23. 1810. Bernadotte's departure from Hamburg. The Duke of Holstein-Augustenburg. Arrival of the Crown Prince in Sweden. Misunderstandings between him and Napoleon. Letter from Bernadotte to the Emperor. Plot for kidnapping the Prince Royal of Sweden. Invasion of Swedish Pomerania. Forced alliance of Sweden with England and Russia. Napoleon's overtures to Sweden. Bernadotte's letters of explanation to the Emperor the Princess Royal of Sweden, my recall to Paris union of the Hanse Towns, with France dissatisfaction of Russia. Extraordinary demand made upon me by Bonaparte fidelity of my old friends Duroc and rap visit to Malmaison, and conversation with Josephine. While Bernadotte was preparing to fill the high station to which he had been called by the wishes of the people of Sweden, Napoleon was involved in his misunderstanding with the Pope. It was about this time that, irritated at what he called the captive Pope's unreasonable obstinacy, Bonaparte conceived, and somewhat openly expressed, his notion of making France a Protestant country and changing the religion of 30 million of people by an imperial decree. One or two of the good sayings of the witty, accomplished, and chivalrous Comte Louis de Narbonne have already been given in the course of these volumes. The following is another of them. I tell you what I will do. Narbonne, I tell you how I will vent my spite on this old fool of a pope, and the dotards who may succeed him, said Napoleon one day at the Tuileries. I will make a schism as great as that of Luther. I will make France a Protestant country. Oh, sire, replied the Count, I see difficulties in the way of this project. In the south, in the Vendée, in nearly all the west, the French are bigoted Catholics, and even what little religion remains among us in our cities and great towns is of the Roman Church. Never mind, Narbonne, never mind. I shall at least carry a large portion of the French people with me. I will make a division. Sire, replied Narbonne, I am afraid that there is not enough religion in all France to stand division. Editor of 1836 edition. And in the affairs of Portugal, which were far from proceeding according to his wishes. Bernadotte had scarcely quitted Hamburg for Sweden when the Duke of Holstein-Augustenburg arrived. The Duke was the brother of the last Prince Royal of Sweden, whom Bernadotte was called to succeed, and he came to escort his sister from Altona to Denmark. His journey had been retarded for some days on account of the presence of the Prince of Pontgorvo in Hamburg. The preference granted to Bernadotte had mortified his ambition, and he was unwilling to come in contact with his fortunate rival. The Duke was favored by the Emperor of Russia. As soon as he arrived in Sweden, Bernadotte directed his aide-de-camp, General Lentil de Saint Alphonse, to inform me of his safe passage. Shortly after, I received a letter from Bernadotte himself, recommending one of his aides-de-camp, M. Villette, who was the bearer of it. This letter contained the same sentiments of friendship as those I used to receive from General Bernadotte, and formed a contrast with the correspondence of King Jerome, who, when he wrote to me, assumed the regal character, and prayed that God would have me in his holy keeping. However, the following is the Prince Royal's letter. My dear Bourrienne, I have directed M. Villette to see you on his way through Hamburg, and to bear my friendly remembrances to you. Lentil has addressed his letter to you, which I suppose you have already received. Adieu, care for me always, and believe in the unalterable attachment of yours. Signed, Charles John. P.S. I beg you will present my compliments to Madame and all your family. Embrace my little cousin for me. The little cousin, so called by Bernadotte, was one of my daughters, then a child, whom Bernadotte used to be very fond of while he was at Hamburg. Departing from the order of date, I will anticipate the future, and relate all I know respecting the real causes of the misunderstanding which arose between Bernadotte and Napoleon. Bonaparte viewed the choice of the Swedes with great displeasure, because he was well aware that Bernadotte had too much integrity and honor to serve him in the north as a political puppet, set in motion by means of springs which he might pull at Paris or at his headquarters. His dissatisfaction upon this point occasioned an interesting correspondence, part of which, consisting of letters from Bernadotte to the Emperor, is in my possession. The Emperor had allowed Bernadotte to retain in his service, for a year at least, the French officers who were his aides-de-camp, but that permission was soon revoked, and the Prince Royal of Sweden wrote to Napoleon a letter of remonstrance. Napoleon's dissatisfaction with the Prince Royal now changed to decided resentment. He repented having acceded to his departure from France, and he made no secret of his sentiments, for he said before his courtiers that he would like to send Bernadotte to Vincennes to finish his study of the Swedish language. Bernadotte was informed of this, but he could not believe that the Emperor had ever entertained such a design. However, a conspiracy was formed in Sweden against Bernadotte, whom a party of foreign brigands were hired to kidnap in the neighborhood of Raga, but the plot was discovered, and the conspirators were compelled to embark without their prey. The emperor having at the same time seized upon Swedish Pomerania, the Prince Royal wrote him a second letter in these terms. From the papers which have just arrived I learn that a division of the army, under the command of the Prince of Eckmühl, invaded Swedish Pomerania on the night of the 26th of January, that the division continued to advance, entered the capital of the duchy, and took possession of the island of Rügen. The king expects that your majesty will explain the reasons which have induced you to act in a manner so contrary to the faith of existing treaties. My old connection with your majesty warrants me in requesting you to declare your motives without delay, in order that I may give my advice to the king as to the conduct which Sweden ought hereafter to adopt. This gratuitous outrage against Sweden is felt deeply by the nation, and still more, sire, by me, to whom is entrusted the honor of defending it. Though I have contributed to the triumphs of France, though I have always desired to see her respected and happy, yet I can never think of sacrificing the interests, honor, and independence of the country which has adopted me. Your Majesty, who has so ready a perception of what is just, must admit the propriety of my resolution. Though I am not jealous of the glory and power which surrounds you, I cannot submit to the dishonor of being regarded as a vassal. Your Majesty governs the greatest part of Europe, but your dominion does not extend to the nation which I have been called to govern. My ambition is limited to the defense of Sweden. The effect produced upon the people by the invasion of which I complain may lead to consequences which it is impossible to foresee. And although I am not a Coriolanus, and do not command the Volsci, I have a sufficiently good opinion of the Swedes to assure you that they dare undertake anything to avenge insults which they have not provoked, and to preserve rights to which they are as much attached as to their lives. I was in Paris when the Emperor received Bernadotte's letter on the occupation of Swedish Pomerania. When Bonaparte read it, I was informed that he flew into a violent rage, and even exclaimed, "You shall submit to your degradation, or die sword in hand." But his rage was impotent. The unexpected occupation of Swedish Pomerania obliged the King of Sweden to come to a decided rupture with France, and to seek other allies, for Sweden was not strong enough in herself to maintain neutrality in the midst of the general conflagration of Europe after the disastrous campaign of Moscow. The Prince Royal, therefore, declared to Russia and England that in consequence of the unjust invasion of Pomerania, Sweden was at war with France, and he dispatched Comte de Lohengelm, the king's aide-de-camp, with a letter explanatory of his views. Napoleon sent many notes to Stockholm, where M. Olquer, his ambassador, according to his instructions, had maintained a haughty and even insulting tone towards Sweden. Napoleon's overtures, after the manifestations of his anger, and after the attempt to carry off the Prince Royal, which could be attributed only to him, were considered by the Prince Royal merely as a snare. But in the hope of reconciling the duties he owed to both his old and his new country, he addressed to the Emperor a moderate letter. This letter throws great light on the conduct of the Emperor with respect to Bernadotte, for Napoleon was not the man whom anyone whatever would have ventured to remind of facts, the accuracy of which was in the least degree questionable. Such, then, were the relations between Napoleon and the Prince Royal of Sweden. When I shall bring to light some curious secrets, which have hitherto been veiled beneath the mysteries of the Restoration, it will be seen by what means Napoleon, before his fall, again sought to wreak his vengeance upon Bernadotte. The 4th of December, I had the honor to see the Princess Royal of Sweden. Madame Bernadotte, afterwards Queen of Sweden, was a Mademoiselle Clary, and younger sister to the wife of Joseph Bonaparte, who arrived that day at Hamburg. She merely passed through the city on her way to Stockholm to join her husband, but she remained but a short time in Sweden, 2 months, I believe, at most, not being able to reconcile herself to the ancient Scandinavia. As to the Prince Royal, he soon became inured to the climate, having been for many years employed in the north. After this, my stay at Hamburg was not of long duration. Bonaparte's passion for territorial aggrandizement knew no bounds, and the turn of the Hanse towns now arrived. By taking possession of these towns and territories, he merely accomplished a design formed long previously. I, however, was recalled with many compliments, and under the specious pretext that the Emperor wished to hear my opinions respecting the country in which I had been residing. At the beginning of December, I received a letter from M. de Champagny stating that the emperor wished to see me in order to consult with me upon different things relating to Hamburg. In this note, I was told that the information I had obtained respecting Hamburg and the north of Germany might be useful to the public interest, which must be the most gratifying reward of my labors. The reception which awaited me will presently be seen. The conclusion of the letter spoke in very flattering terms of the manner in which I had discharged my duties. I received it on the 8th of December, and next day I set out for Paris. When I arrived at Mayence, I was enabled to form a correct idea of the fine compliments which had been paid me, and of the emperor's anxiety to have my opinion respecting the Hanse towns. In Mayence, I met the courier who was proceeding to announce the union of the Hanse towns with the French Empire. I confess that, notwithstanding the experience I had acquired of Bonaparte's duplicity, or rather, of the infinite multiplicity of his artifices, he completely took me by surprise on that occasion. On my arrival in Paris, I did not see the emperor, but the first moniteur I read contained the formula of a senatus consult, which united the Hanse towns, Lauenburg, etc., to the French Empire by the right of the strongest. This new and important augmentation of territory could not fail to give uneasiness to Russia. Alexander manifested his dissatisfaction by prohibiting the importation of our agricultural produce and manufactures into Russia. Finally, as the continental system had destroyed all trade by the ports of the Baltic, Russia showed herself more favorable to the English, and gradually reciprocal complaints of bad faith led to that war, whose unfortunate issue was styled by M. Talleyrand, the beginning of the end. I have now to make the reader acquainted with an extraordinary demand made upon me by the emperor through the medium of M. de Champagny. In one of my first interviews with that minister after my return to Paris, he thus addressed me: "The emperor has entrusted me with a commission to you, which I am obliged to execute. When you see Bourrienne," said the emperor, "tell him I wish him to pay 6 million into your chest to defray the expense of building the new office for foreign affairs." I was so astonished at this unfeeling and inconsiderate demand that I was utterly unable to make airy reply. This, then, was my recompense for having obtained money and supplies during my residence at Hamburg to the extent of nearly 100 million, by which his treasury and army had profited in moments of difficulty. M. de Champagny added that the emperor did not wish to receive me. He asked what answer he should bear to his majesty. I still remained silent, and the minister again urged me to give an answer. "Well then," said I, "tell him he may go to the devil." The minister naturally wished to obtain some variation from this laconic answer, but I would give no other, and I afterwards learned from Duroc that M. de Champagny was compelled to communicate it to Napoleon. "Well," asked the latter, "have you seen Bourrienne?" "Yes, sire." "Did you tell him I wished him to pay 6 million into your chest?" "Yes, sire." "And what did he say?" "Sire, I dare not inform your majesty." "What did he say?" "I insist upon knowing." "Since you insist on my telling you, sire, M. de Bourrienne said your majesty might go to the devil." Ah, did he really say so?" The emperor then retired to the recess of a window, where he remained alone for 7 or 8 minutes, biting his nails, in the fashion of Berthier, and doubtless giving free scope to his projects of vengeance. He then turned to the minister, and spoke to him of quite another subject. Bonaparte had so nursed himself in the idea of making me pay the 6 million that every time he passed the office for foreign affairs, he said to those who accompanied Hint, "Bourrienne must pay for that after all." This demand of money from Bourrienne is explained in Aurores, tome Roman II, p. 228, by the son of Davoust. Bourrienne had been suspected by Napoleon of making large sums at Hamburg by allowing breaches of the continental system. In one letter to Davoust, Napoleon speaks of an immense fortune, and in another, that Bourrienne is reported to have gained 7 or 8 millions at Hamburg in giving licenses or making arbitrary seizures. Though I was not admitted to the honor of sharing the splendor of the imperial court, yet I had the satisfaction of finding that, in spite of my disgrace, those of my old friends who were worth anything evinced the same regard for me as heretofore. I often saw Duroc, who snatched some moments from his more serious occupations to come and chat with me respecting all that had occurred since my secession from Bonaparte's cabinet. I shall not attempt to give a verbatim account of my conversations with Duroc, as I have only my memory to guide me, but I believe I shall not depart from the truth in describing them as follows. On his return from the last Austrian campaign, Napoleon, as I have already stated, proceeded to Fontainebleau, where he was joined by Josephine. Then, for the first time, the communication which had always existed between the apartments of the husband and wife was closed. Josephine was fully alive to the fatal prognostics which were to be deduced from this conjugal separation. Duroc informed me that she sent for him, and on entering her chamber, he found her bathed in tears. "I am lost," she exclaimed in a tone of voice, the remembrance of which seemed sensibly to affect Duroc even while relating the circumstance to me. "I am utterly lost. All is over now. You, Duroc, I know, have always been my friend, and so has Rapp. It is not you who have persuaded him to part from me. This is the work of my enemies Savary and Junot, but they are more his enemies than mine. And my poor Eugene, how will he be distressed when he learns I am repudiated by an ungrateful man? Yes, Duroc, I may truly call him ungrateful, my God, what will become of us?" Josephine sobbed bitterly while she thus addressed Duroc. Before I was acquainted with the singular demand which M. de Champagny was instructed to make to me, I requested Duroc to inquire of the Emperor his reason for not wishing to see me. The Grand Marshal faithfully executed my commission, but he received only the following answer: "Do you think I have nothing better to do than to give Bourrienne an audience? That would indeed furnish gossip for Paris and Hamburg. He has always sided with the emigrants. He would be talking to me of past times. He was for Josephine. My wife, Duroc, is near her confinement. I shall have a son, I am sure. Bourrienne is not a man of the day. I have made giant strides since he left France. In short, I do not want to see him. He is a grumbler by nature, and you know, my dear Duroc, I do not like men of that sort." I had not been above a week in Paris when Duroc related this speech to me. Rapp was not in France at the time, to my great regret. Much against his inclination, he had been appointed to some duties connected with the imperial marriage ceremonies, but shortly after, having given offense to Napoleon by some observation relating to the Faubourg Saint-Germain, he had received orders to repair to Danzig, of which place he had already been governor. The Emperor's refusal to see me made my situation in Paris extremely delicate, and I was at first in doubt whether I might seek an interview with Josephine. Duroc, however, having assured me that Napoleon would have no objection to it, I wrote requesting permission to wait upon her. I received an answer the same day, and on the morrow I repaired to Malmaison. I was ushered into the tent drawing-room, where I found Josephine and Hortense. When I entered, Josephine stretched out her hand to me, saying, "Ah, my friend." These words she pronounced with deep emotion, and tears prevented her from continuing. She threw herself on the ottoman on the left of the fireplace and beckoned me to sit down beside her. Hortense stood by the fireplace, endeavoring to conceal her tears. Josephine took my hand, which she pressed in both her own, and after a struggle to overcome her feelings, she said, "My dear Bourrienne, I have drained my cup of misery. He has cast me off, forsaken me. He conferred upon me the vain title of Empress only to render my fall the more marked. Ah, we judged him rightly. I knew the destiny that awaited me, for what would he not sacrifice to his ambition?" As she finished these words, one of Queen Hortense's ladies entered with a message to her. Hortense stayed a few moments, apparently to recover from the emotion under which she was laboring, and then withdrew, so that I was left alone with Josephine. She seemed to wish for the relief of disclosing her sorrows, which I was curious to hear from her own lips. Women have such a striking way of telling their distresses. Josephine confirmed what Duroc had told me respecting the 2 apartments at Fontainebleau. Then, coming to the period when Bonaparte had declared to her the necessity of a separation, she said, "My dear Bourrienne, during all the years you were with us, you know I made you the confidant of my thoughts and kept you acquainted with my sad forebodings. They are now cruelly fulfilled. I acted the part of a good wife to the very last. I have suffered all, and I am resigned. What fortitude did it require latterly to endure my situation, when, though no longer his wife, I was obliged to seem so in the eyes of the world? With what eyes do courtiers look upon a repudiated wife? I was in a state of vague uncertainty worse than death, until the fatal day when he at length avowed to me what I had long before read in his looks. On the 30th of November, 1809, we were dining together as usual. I had not uttered a word during that sad dinner, and he had broken silence only to ask one of the servants what o'clock it was. As soon as Bonaparte had taken his coffee, he dismissed all the attendants, and I remained alone with him. I saw in the expression of his countenance what was passing in his mind, and I knew that my hour was come. He stepped up to me. He was trembling, and I shuddered. He took my hand, pressed it to his heart, and after gazing at me for a few moments in silence, he uttered these fatal words. "Josephine, my dear Josephine, you know how I have loved you. To you alone, I owe the only moments of happiness I have tasted in this world. But Josephine, my destiny is not to be controlled by my will. My dearest affections must yield to the interests of France." "Say no more," I exclaimed. "I understand you. I expected this, but the blow is not the less mortal." "I could not say another word," continued Josephine. "I know not what happened after I seemed to lose my reason. I became insensible, and when I recovered, I found myself in my chamber. Your friend Corvisart and my poor daughter were with me. Bonaparte came to see me in the evening, and oh, Bourrienne, how can I describe to you what I felt at the sight of him? Even the interest he evinced for me seemed an additional cruelty. Alas, I had good reason to fear ever becoming an empress. I knew not what consolation to offer to Josephine, and knowing as I did the natural lightness of her character, I should have been surprised to find her grief so acute after the lapse of a year, had I not been aware that there are certain chords which, when struck, do not speedily cease to vibrate in the heart of a woman. I sincerely pitied Josephine, and among all the things I said to assuage her sorrow, the consolation to which she appeared most sensible was the reprobation which public opinion had pronounced on Bonaparte's divorce, and on this subject I said nothing but the truth, for Josephine was generally beloved. I reminded her of a prediction I had made under happier circumstances, viz., on the day that she came to visit us in our little house at Rouen. "My dear friend," said she, "I have not forgotten it, and I have often thought of all you then said. For my part, I knew he was lost from the day he made himself emperor. Adieu, Bourrienne, come and see me soon again, come often, for we have a great deal to talk about. You know how happy I always am to see you." Such was, to the best of my recollection, what passed at my first interview with Josephine after my return from Hamburg. Chapter 24. 1811. Arrest of La Salle. My visit to him, his confinement at Vincennes, subsequent history of La Salle's second journey to France, detonating powder plot hatched against me by the Prince of Eckmühl, friendly offices of the Duc de Ravigo, bugbears of the police Savary, Minister of Police. I had been in Paris about 2 months when a young man of the name of La Salle was arrested on the suspicion of having come from Saxony to attempt the life of the emperor. La Salle informed the Duc de Ravigo, then Minister of the Police, that he wished to see me, assigning as a reason for this the reputation I had left behind me in Germany. The emperor, I presume, had no objection to the interview, for I received an invitation to visit the prisoner. I accordingly repaired to the branch office of the Minister of the Police, in the Rue des Saint-Pères, where I was introduced to a young man between 17 and 18 years of age. My conversation with the young man, whose uncle was, I believe, minister to the King of Saxony, interested me greatly in his behalf. I determined, if possible, to save La Salle, and I succeeded. I proceeded immediately to the Duc de Ravigo, and I convinced him that under the circumstances of the case, it was important to make it be believed that the young man was insane. I observed that if he were brought before a court, he would repeat all that he had stated to me, and probably enter into disclosures which might instigate fresh attempts at assassination. Perhaps an avenger of La Salle might rise up amongst the students of Leipzig, at which university he had spent his youth. These reasons, together with others, had the success I hoped for. The emperor afterwards acknowledged the prudent course which had been adopted respecting La Salle. When speaking at St. Helena of the conspiracies against his life, he said, "I carefully concealed all that I could." In conformity with my advice, La Salle was sent to Vincennes, where he remained until the end of March 1814. He was then removed to the castle of Saumur, from which he was liberated at the beginning of April. I had heard nothing of him for 3 years, when one day, shortly after the Restoration, whilst sitting at breakfast with my family at my house in the Rue Hauteville, I heard an extraordinary noise in the antechamber, and before I had time to ascertain its cause, I found myself in the arms of a young man who embraced me with extraordinary ardor. It was La Salle. He was in a transport of gratitude and joy at his liberation, and at the accomplishment of the events which he had wished to accelerate by assassination. La Salle returned to Saxony, and I saw no more of him. But while I was in Hamburg in 1815, whither I was sent by Louis Roman 18. I learned that, on the 5th of June, a violent explosion was heard in the Chamber of Representatives at Paris, which was at first supposed to be a clap of thunder, but was soon ascertained to have been occasioned by a young Samson having fallen with a packet of detonating powder in his pocket. On receiving this intelligence, I imagined, I know not why, that this young Saxon was La Salle, and that he had probably intended to blow up Napoleon and even the legislative body. But I have since ascertained that I was under a mistake as to his intentions. My knowledge of La Salle's candor induces me to believe the truth of his declarations to the police. And if there be any inaccuracies in the report of these declarations, I do not hesitate to attribute them to the police itself, of which Fauvelet was the head at the period in question. It is the latter part of the report which induced me to observe above that if there were any inaccuracies in the statement, they were more likely to proceed from Fauvelet's police than the false representations of young La Salle. It is difficult to give credit without proof to such accusations. However, I decide nothing, but I consider it my duty to express doubts of the truth of these charges brought against the two Prussian ministers, of whom the Prince of Wittgenstein, a man of undoubted honor, has always spoken to me in the best of terms. There is nothing to prove that La Salle returned to France the second time with the same intentions as before. This project, however, is a mystery to me, and his detonating powder gives rise to many conjectures. I had scarcely left Hamburg when the Prince of Eckmühl, Marshal de Vaust, was appointed Governor-General of that place on the union of the Hanse towns with the Empire. From that period, I was constantly occupied in contending against the persecutions and denunciations which he racked his imagination to invent. I cannot help attributing to those persecutions the Emperor's coolness towards me on my arrival in Paris. But as de Vaust's calumnies were devoid of proof, he resorted to a scheme by which a certain appearance of probability might supply the place of truth. When I arrived in Paris, at the commencement of 1811, I was informed by an excellent friend I had left at Hamburg, M. Bouvier, an emigrant, and one of the hostages of Louis Roman 16, that in a few days I would receive a letter which would commit me, and likewise M. de Talleyrand and General Rapp. I had never had any connection on matters of business with either of these individuals, for whom I entertained the most sincere attachment. They, like myself, were not in the good graces of Marshal de Vaust, who could not pardon the one for his incontestable superiority of talent, and the other for his blunt honesty. On the receipt of M. Bouvier's letter, I carried it to the Duc de Rovigo, whose situation made him perfectly aware of the intrigues which had been carried on against me since I had left Hamburg by one whose ambition aspired to the viceroyalty of Poland. On that, as on many other similar occasions, the Duc de Rovigo advocated my cause with Napoleon. We agreed that it would be best to await the arrival of the letter which M. Bouvier had announced. 3 weeks elapsed, and the letter did not appear. The Duc de Rovigo, therefore, told me that I must have been misinformed. However, I was certain that M. Bouvier would not have sent me the information on slight grounds, and I therefore supposed that the project had only been delayed. I was not wrong in my conjecture, for at length the letter arrived. To what a depth of infamy men can descend! The letter was from a man whom I had known at Hamburg, whom I had obliged, whom I had employed as a spy. His epistle was a miracle of impudence. After relating some extraordinary transactions which he said had taken place between us, and which all bore the stamp of falsehood, he requested me to send him by return of post the sum of 60,000 francs on account of what I had promised him for some business he executed in England, by the direction of M. de Talleyrand, General Rapp, and myself. Such miserable wretches are often caught in the snares they spread for others. This was the case in the present instance, for the fellow had committed the blunder of fixing upon the year 1802 as the period of this pretended business in England, that is to say, 2 years before my appointment as Minister Plenipotentiary to the Hanse towns. This anachronism was not the only one I discovered in the letter. I took a copy of the letter and immediately carried the original to the Duc de Rovigo, as had been agreed between us. When I waited on the minister, he was just preparing to go to the Emperor. He took with him the letter which I brought, and also the letter which announced its arrival. As the Duc de Rovigo entered the audience chamber, Napoleon advanced to meet him and apostrophized him thus: "Well, I have learned fine things of your Bourrienne, whom you are always defending." The fact was, the emperor had already received a copy of the letter, which had been opened at the Hamburg post office. The Duc de Ravago told the emperor that he had long known what His Majesty had communicated to him. He then entered into a full explanation of the intrigue, of which it was wished to render me the victim, and proved to him the more easily the falsehood of my accusers by reminding him that in 1802 I was not in Hamburg, but was still in his service at home. It may be supposed that I was too much interested in knowing what had passed at the Tuileries not to return to the Duc de Ravago the same day. I learned from him the particulars which I have already related. He added that he had observed to the emperor that there was no connection between Rapp and M. Talleyrand which could warrant the suspicion of their being concerned in the affair in question. "When Napoleon saw the matter in its true light," said Savary, "when I proved to him the palpable existence of the odious machination, he could not find terms to express his indignation. 'What baseness, what horrible villainy!' he exclaimed, and gave me orders to arrest and bring to Paris the infamous writer of the letter, and you may rely upon it his orders shall be promptly obeyed." Savary, as he had said, instantly dispatched orders for the arrest of the writer, whom he directed to be sent to France. On his arrival, he was interrogated respecting the letter. He declared that he had written it at the instigation and under the dictation of Marshal Davoust, for doing which he received a small sum of money as a reward. He also confessed that when the letter was put into the post, the Prince of Eckmühl ordered the director of the post to open it, take a copy, then seal it again, and send it to its address, that is to say, to me, and the copy to the emperor. The writer of the letter was banished to Marseille or to the island of Hyères, but the individual who dictated it continued a marshal, a prince, and a governor-general, and still looked forward to the viceroyalty of Poland. Such was the discriminating justice of the empire, and Davoust continued his endeavors to revenge himself by other calumnies for my not having considered him a man of talent. I must do the Duc de Ravago the justice to say that, though his fidelity to Napoleon was, as it always had been, boundless, yet whilst he executed the emperor's orders he endeavored to make him acquainted with the truth, as was proved by his conduct in the case I have just mentioned. He was much distressed by the sort of terror which his appointment had excited in the public, and he acknowledged to me that he intended to restore confidence by a more mild system than that of his predecessor. I had observed formerly that Savary did not coincide in the opinion I had always entertained of Fauchet. But when once the Duc de Ravago endeavored to penetrate the labyrinth of police, counter-police, inspections, and hierarchies of espionage, he found they were all bugbears which Fauchet had created to alarm the emperor, as gardeners put up scarecrows among the fruit trees to frighten away the sparrows. Thus, thanks to the artifices of Fauchet, the eagle was frightened as easily as the sparrows, until the period when the emperor, convinced that Fauchet was maintaining a correspondence with England through the agency of Ouvrard, dismissed him. I saw with pleasure that Savary, the Minister of Police, wished to simplify the working of his administration, and to gradually diminish whatever was annoying in it, but, whatever might be his intentions, he was not always free to act. I acknowledge that when I read his memoirs, I saw with great impatience that in many matters he had voluntarily assumed responsibilities for acts which a word from him might have attributed to their real author. However this may be, what much pleased me in Savary was the wish he showed to learn the real truth in order to tell it to Napoleon. He received from the emperor more than one severe rebuff. This came from the fact that since the immense aggrandizement of the empire, the ostensible ministers, instead of rising in credit, had seen their functions diminish by degrees. Thus proposals for appointments to the higher grades of the army came from the cabinet of Berthier, and not from that of the Minister of War. Everything which concerned any part of the government of the interior or of the exterior, except for the administration of war and perhaps for that of finance, had its center in the cabinet of M. Merit, certainly an honest man, but whose facility in saying all is right so much helped to make all wrong. The home trade, manufactures, and particularly several of the Parisian firms were in a state of distress the more hurtful as it contrasted so singularly with the splendor of the imperial court since the marriage of Napoleon with Maria Louisa. In this state of affairs, a chorus of complaints reached the ears of the Duc de Ravago every day. I must say that Savary was never kinder to me than since my disgrace. He nourished my hope of getting Napoleon to overcome the prejudices against me with which the spirit of vengeance had inspired him, and I know for certain that Savary returned to the charge more than once to manage this. The emperor listened without anger, did not blame him for the closeness of our intimacy, and even said to him some obliging but insignificant words about me. This gave time for new machinations against me, and to fill him with fresh doubts when he had almost overcome his former ideas. Chapter 25. M. Chernyshев Dissimulation of Napoleon and Alexander Josephine's, foresight respecting the affairs of Spain my visits, to Malmaison grief of Josephine tears, and the toilet vast extent of the empire list of persons, condemned to death and banishment, in Piedmont observation of Alfieri, respecting the Spaniard's success in Spain check of Massena in Portugal money, lavished by the English Bertrand sent to Illyria. And Marmont to Portugal situation of the French army assembling of the Cortes Europe, sacrificed to the continental system conversation with Murat, in the Champs Élysées new titles, and old names Napoleon's dislike of literary menodes, etc. On the marriage of Napoleon Chateaubriand and Lemurier death of Chenier Chateaubriand, elected his successor, his discourse read by Napoleon Bonaparte compared to Nero's suppression of the Mercier M. de Chateaubriand ordered to leave Paris. Lemercier and Esmenard, presented to the Emperor birth of the King of Rome France in 1811. Since my return to France I had heard much of the intrigues of M. Chernyshef, an aide-de-camp of the Emperor of Russia, who, under the pretext of being frequently sent to compliment Napoleon on the part of the Emperor Alexander, performed, in fact, the office of a spy. The conduct of Napoleon with regard to M. Chernyshef at that period struck me as singular, especially after the intelligence which before my departure from Hamburg I had transmitted to him respecting the dissatisfaction of Russia and her hostile inclinations. It is therefore clear to me that Bonaparte was well aware of the real object of M. Chernyshef's mission, and that if he appeared to give credit to the increasing professions of his friendship, it was only because he still wished, as he formerly did, that Russia might so far commit herself as to afford him a fair pretext for the commencement of hostilities in the north. M. Chernyshef first arrived in Paris shortly after the interview at Erfurt, and after that period was almost constantly on the road between Paris and St. Petersburg. It has been computed that in the space of less than 4 years he traveled more than 10,000 leagues. For a long time, his frequent journeyings excited no surmises, but while I was in Paris Savary began to entertain suspicions, the correctness of which it was not difficult to ascertain, so formidable was still the system of espionage, notwithstanding the precaution taken by Fauvelet to conceal from his successor the names of his most efficient spies. It was known that M. Chernyshef was looking out for a professor of mathematics, doubtless to disguise the real motives for his stay in Paris by veiling them under the desire of studying the sciences. The confidant of Alexander had applied to a professor connected with a public office, and from that time all the steps of M. Chernyshef were known to the police. It was discovered that he was less anxious to question his instructor respecting the equations of a degree or the value of unknown quantities than to gain all the information he could about the different branches of the administration, and particularly the Department of War. It happened that the professor knew some individuals employed in the public offices who furnished him with intelligence, which he in turn communicated to M. Chernyshef, but not without making a report of it to the police. According to custom, instead of putting an end to this intrigue, at once it was suffered fully to develop itself. Napoleon was informed of what was going on, and in this instance gave a new proof of his being an adept in the art of dissimulation. For, instead of testifying any displeasure against M. Chernyshef, he continued to receive him with the same marks of favor which he had shown to him during his former missions to Paris. Being, nevertheless, desirous to get rid of him, without evincing a suspicion that his clandestine proceedings had been discovered, he entrusted him with a friendly letter to his brother of Russia. But Alexander was in such haste to reply to the flattering missive of his brother of France that M. Chernyshef was hurried back to Paris, having scarcely been suffered to enter the gates of St. Petersburg. I believe I am correct in the idea that Napoleon was not really displeased at the intrigues of M. Chernyshev, from the supposition that they afforded an indication of the hostile intentions of Russia towards France. For, whatever he might say on this subject to his confidants, what reliance can we place on the man who formed the camp of Boulogne without the most distant intention of attempting a descent upon England, and who had deceived the whole world respecting that important affair without taking anyone into his own confidence? During the period of my stay in Paris, the war with Spain and Portugal occupied much of the public attention, and it proved in the end an enterprise upon which the intuition of Josephine had not deceived her. In general, she intermeddled little with political affairs. In the first place, because her doing so would have given offense to Napoleon, and next, because her natural frivolity led her to give a preference to lighter pursuits. But I may safely affirm that she was endowed with an instinct so perfect as seldom to be deceived respecting the good or evil tendency of any measure which Napoleon engaged in. And I remember she told me that, when informed of the intention of the emperor to bestow the throne of Spain on Joseph, she was seized with a feeling of indescribable alarm. It would be difficult to define that instinctive feeling which leads us to foresee the future. But it is a fact that Josephine was endowed with this faculty in a more perfect degree than any other person I have ever known, and to her it was a fatal gift, for she suffered at the same time under the weight of present and of future misfortunes. I often visited her at Malmaison, as Duroc assured me that the emperor had no objection to my doing so. Yet he must have been fully aware that when Josephine and I were in confidential conversation, he would not always be mentioned in terms of unqualified eulogy. And in truth, his first friend and his first wife might well be excused for sometimes commingling their complaints. Though more than a 12-month had elapsed since the divorce, grief still preyed on the heart of Josephine. "You cannot conceive, my friend," she often said to me, "all the torments that I have suffered since that fatal day. I cannot imagine how I survived it. You cannot figure to yourself the pain I endure on seeing descriptions of his fates everywhere. And the first time he came to visit me after his marriage, what a meeting was that! How many tears I shed! The days on which he comes are to me days of misery, for he spares me not. How cruel to speak of his expected heir! Bourrienne, you cannot conceive how heart-rending all this is to me. Better, far better to be exiled 1,000 leagues from hence. However," added Josephine, "a few friends still remain faithful in my changed fortune, and that is now the only thing which affords me even temporary consolation." The truth is that she was extremely unhappy, and the most acceptable consolation her friends could offer her was to weep with her. Yet such was still Josephine's passion for dress, that after having wept for a quarter of an hour, she would dry her tears to give audience to milliners and jewelers. The sight of a new hat would call forth all Josephine's feminine love of finery. One day I remember that, taking advantage of the momentary serenity occasioned by an ample display of sparkling gewgaws, I congratulated her upon the happy influence they exercised over her spirits, when she said, "My dear friend, I ought indeed to be indifferent to all this, but it is a habit." Josephine might have added that it was also an occupation, for it would be no exaggeration to say that if the time she wasted in tears and at her toilet had been subtracted from her life, its duration would have been considerably shortened. The vast extent of the French Empire now presented a spectacle which resembled rather the dominion of the Romans and the conquests of Charlemagne than the usual form and political changes of modern Europe. In fact, for nearly 2 centuries, until the period of the Revolution, and particularly until the elevation of Napoleon, no remarkable changes had taken place in the boundaries of European states, if we except the partition of Poland, when 2 of the copartitioners committed the error of turning the tide of Russia towards the west. Under Napoleon, everything was overturned with astonishing rapidity. Customs, manners, laws were superseded. The so-called French armies of the time, drawn from all parts of the empire and from the dependent states, represented the extraordinary fusion attempted by Napoleon. Thus, at the Battle of Aucana there were at least troops of the following states, viz., Warsaw, Holland, Baden, Nassau, Hesse-Darmstadt, Frankfurt, besides the Spaniards in Joseph's service. A Spanish division went to Denmark, the regiment from Eisenberg was sent to Naples, while the Neapolitans crossed to Spain. Even the little valet had to furnish a battalion. Blacks from San Domingo served in Naples, while 60 nations, like so many chained dogs, advanced into Russia. Such troops could not have the spirit of a homogeneous army. Already in 1808, Metternich had written from Paris to his court, "It is no longer the nation that fights. The present war, Spain, is Napoleon's war. It is not even that of his army." But Napoleon himself was aware of the danger of the empire from its own extent. In the silence of his cabinet, his secretary Meneval sometimes heard him murmur, "Elarque est trop longtemps tendu." By new customs, new manners, and new laws, imposed by force, and forming a heterogeneous whole, which could not fail to dissolve, as soon as the influence of the power which had created it should cease to operate. Such was the state of Italy that I have been informed by an individual worthy of credit, that if the army of Prince Eugene, instead of being victorious, had been beaten on the Piave, a deeply organized revolution would have broken out in Piedmont, and even in the Kingdom of Italy, where, nevertheless, the majority of the people fully appreciated the excellent qualities of Eugene. I have been also credibly informed that lists were in readiness designating those of the French who were to be put to death, as well as those by whom the severe orders of the imperial government had been mitigated, and who were only to be banished. In fact, revolt was as natural to the Italians as submission to the Germans, and as the fury of despair to the Spanish nation. On this subject, I may cite an observation contained in one of the works of Alfieri, published 15 years before the Spanish War. Taking a cursory view of the different European nations, he regarded the Spaniards as the only people possessed of sufficient energy to struggle against foreign usurpation. Had I still been near the person of Napoleon, I would most assuredly have resorted to an innocent artifice, which I had several times employed, and placed the work of Alfieri on his table open at the page I wished him to read. Alfieri's opinion of the Spanish people was in the end fully verified, and I confess I cannot think without shuddering of the torrents of blood which inundated the peninsula. And for what? To make Joseph Bonaparte a king. The commencement of 1811 was sufficiently favorable to the French arms in Spain, but towards the beginning of March the aspect of affairs changed. The Duke of Belluno, notwithstanding the valor of his troops, was unsuccessful at Chiclana, and from that day the French army could not make head against the combined forces of England and Portugal. Even Massena, notwithstanding the title of Prince of Esslingen or Essling, which he had won under the walls of Vienna, was no longer the favorite child of victory as he had been at Zurich. Having mentioned Massena, I may observe that he did not favor the change of the French government on the foundation of the empire. Massena loved two things, glory and money, but as to what is termed honors, he only valued those which resulted from the command of an army, and his recollections all bound him to the Republic, because the Republic recalled to his mind the most brilliant and glorious events of his military career. He was, besides, among the number of the marshals who wished to see a limit put to the ambition of Bonaparte, and he had assuredly done enough, since the commencement of the wars of the Republic, to be permitted to enjoy some repose, which his health at that period required. What could he achieve against the English in Portugal? The combined forces of England and Portugal daily augmented, while ours diminished. No efforts were spared by England to gain a superiority in the great struggle in which she was engaged. As her money was lavished profusely, her troops paid well wherever they went, and were abundantly supplied with ammunition and provisions. The French army was compelled, though far from possessing such ample means, to purchase at the same high rate in order to keep the natives from joining the English party. But even this did not prevent numerous partial insurrections in different places, which rendered all communication with France extremely difficult. Armed bands continually carried off our dispersed soldiers, and the presence of the British troops, supported by the money they spent in the country, excited the inhabitants against us. For it is impossible to suppose that, unsupported by the English, Portugal could have held out a single moment against France. But battles, bad weather, and even want had so reduced the French force that it was absolutely necessary our troops should repose when their enterprises could lead to no results. In this state of things, Massena was recalled, because his health was so materially injured as to render it impossible for him to exert sufficient activity to restore the army to a respectable footing. Under these circumstances, Bonaparte sent Bertrand into Illyria to take the place of Marmont, who was ordered in his turn to relieve Massena and take command of the French army in Portugal. Marmont, on assuming the command, found the troops in a deplorable state. The difficulty of procuring provisions was extreme, and the means he was compelled to employ for that purpose greatly heightened the evil. At the same time, insubordination and want of discipline prevailed to such an alarming degree that it would be as difficult as painful to depict the situation of our army at this period. Marmont, by his steady conduct, fortunately succeeded in correcting the disorders which prevailed, and very soon found himself at the head of a well-organized army, amounting to 30,000 infantry, with 40 pieces of artillery, but he had only a very small body of cavalry, and those ill-mounted. Affairs in Spain at the commencement of 1811 exhibited an aspect not very different from those of Portugal. At first we were uniformly successful, but our advantages were so dearly purchased that the ultimate issue of this struggle might easily have been foreseen, because when a people fight for their homes and their liberties, the invading army must gradually diminish, while at the same time the armed population, emboldened by success, increases in a still more marked progression. Insurrection was now regarded by the Spaniards as a holy and sacred duty, to which the recent meetings of the Cortes in the Isle of Leon had given, as it were, a legitimate character, since Spain found again, in the remembrance of her ancient privileges, at least the shadow of a government center around which the defenders of the soil of the peninsula could rally. Lord Wellington gave Massena a beating at Fuentes d'Honor on 3 May 1811. It was soon after this battle that Napoleon sent Marmont to succeed Massena. Advancing on the southern frontier of Portugal, the skillful Soult contrived to take Badajoz from a wavering Spanish garrison. About this time, however, General Graham, with his British corps, sallied out of Cadiz and beat the French on the heights of Barossa, which lie in front of Cadiz, which city the French were then besieging. Encouraged by the successes of our regular armies, the Spanish guerrillas became more and more numerous and daring. By the end of 1811, Joseph Bonaparte found so many thorns in his usurped crown that he implored his brother to put it on some other head. Napoleon would not then listen to his prayer. In the course of 1811, a plan was laid for liberating Ferdinand from his prison in France and placing him at the head of affairs in Spain, but was detected by the emissaries of Bonaparte's police. Ferdinand's sister, the ex-queen of Etruria, had also planned an escape to England. Her agents were betrayed, tried by a military commission, and shot. The princess herself was condemned to close confinement in a Roman convent editor of 1836 edition. The continental system was the cause, if not of the eventual fall, at least of the rapid fall of Napoleon. This cannot be doubted if we consider for a moment the brilliant situation of the empire in 1811 and the effect simultaneously produced throughout Europe by that system, which undermined the most powerful throne which ever existed. It was the continental system that Napoleon upheld in Spain, for he had persuaded himself that this system, rigorously enforced, would strike a death blow to the commerce of England. And Duroc besides informed me of a circumstance which is of great weight in this question. Napoleon one day said to him, "I am no longer anxious that Joseph should be king of Spain, and he himself is indifferent about it. I would give the crown to the first comer who would shut his ports against the English." Murat had come to Paris on the occasion of the Empress' accouchement, and I saw him several times during his stay, for we had always been on the best terms, and I must do him the justice to say that he never assumed the king but to his courtiers, and those who had known him only as a monarch. 8 or 10 days after the birth of the King of Rome, as I was one morning walking in the Champs-Élysées, I met Murat. He was alone and dressed in a long blue overcoat. We were exactly opposite the gardens of his sister-in-law, the Princess Borghese. "Well, Bourrienne," said Murat, after we had exchanged the usual courtesies, "well, what are you about now?" I informed him how I had been treated by Napoleon, who, that I might not be in Hamburg when the decree of union arrived there, had recalled me to Paris under a show of confidence. I think I still see the handsome and expressive countenance of Joachim when, having addressed him by the titles of Sire and Your Majesty, he said to me, "Pshaw, Bourrienne, are we not old comrades? The Emperor has treated you unjustly, and to whom has he not been unjust? His displeasure is preferable to his favor, which costs so dear. He says that he made us kings, but did we not make him an emperor? To you, my friend, whom I have known long and intimately, I can make my profession of faith. My sword, my blood, my life belong to the emperor. When he calls me to the field to combat his enemies and the enemies of France, I am no longer a king. I resume the rank of a marshal of the empire, but let him require no more. At Naples, I will be king of Naples, and I will not sacrifice to his false calculations the life, the well-being, and the interests of my subjects. Let him not imagine that he can treat me as he has treated Louis. For I am ready to defend, even against him, if it must be so, the rights of the people over whom he has appointed me to rule. Am I then an advance-guard king? These last words appeared to me peculiarly appropriate in the mouth of Murat, who had always served in the advance guard of our armies, and I thought expressed in a very happy manner the similarity of his situation as a king and a soldier. I walked with Murat about half an hour. In the course of our conversation, he informed me that his greatest cause of complaint against the emperor was his having first put him forward and then abandoned him. Before I arrived in Naples, continued he, it was intimated to me that there was a design of assassinating me. What did I do? I entered that city alone, in full daylight, in an open carriage, for I would rather have been assassinated at once than have lived in the constant fear of being so. I afterwards made a descent on the Isle of Capri, which succeeded. I attempted one against Sicily, and am certain it would have also been successful had the emperor fulfilled his promise of sending the Toulon fleet to second my operations. But he issued contrary orders, he enacted Mazarin, and unshed me to play the part of the adventurous Duke of Guise. But I see through his designs. Now that he has a son, on whom he has bestowed the title of King of Rome, he merely wishes the crown of Naples to be considered as a deposit in my hands. He regards Naples as a future annexation to the Kingdom of Rome, to which I foresee it is his design to unite the whole of Italy. But let him not urge me too far, for I will oppose him, and conquer or perish in the attempt, sword in hand. I had the discretion not to inform Murat how correctly he had divined the plans of the emperor and his projects as to Italy, but in regard to the continental system, which, perhaps, the reader will be inclined to call my great stalking horse, I spoke of it as I had done to the Prince of Sweden, and I perceived that he was fully disposed to follow my advice, as experience has sufficiently proved. It was in fact the continental system which separated the interests of Murat from those of the emperor, and which compelled the new king of Naples to form alliances amongst the princes at war with France. Different opinions have been entertained on this subject. Mine is that the marshal of the empire was wrong, but the king of Naples right. The princes and dukes of the empire must pardon me for so often designating them by their republican names. The marshals set less value on their titles of nobility than the dukes and counts selected from among the civilians. Of all the sons of the Republic, Rignault de Saint-Jean d'Enghien was the most gratified at being a count, whilst, among the fathers of the Revolution, no one could regard with greater disdain than Fauchet his title of Duke of Otranto. He congratulated himself upon its possession only once, and that was after the fall of the empire. I have expressed my dislike of Fauchet, and the reason of that feeling was that I could not endure his system of making the police a government within a government. He had left Paris before my return thither, but I had frequent occasion to speak of that famous personage to Savary, whom, for the reason above assigned, I do not always term Duc de Rovigo. Savary knew better than anyone the fallacious measures of Fauchet's administration, since he was his successor. Fauchet, under pretense of encouraging men of letters, though well aware that the emperor was hostile to them, intended only to bring them into contempt by making them write verses at command. It was easily seen that Napoleon nourished a profound dislike of literary men, though we must not conclude that he wished the public to be aware of that dislike. Those, besides, who devoted their pens to blazon his glory and his power were sure to be received by him with distinction. On the other hand, as Charlemagne and Louis Roman XIV owed a portion of the splendor of their reigns to the luster reflected on them by literature, he wished to appear to patronize authors, provided that they never discussed questions relating to philosophy, the independence of mankind, and civil and political rights. With regard to men of science, it was wholly different. Those he held in real estimation. but men of letters, properly so called, were considered by him merely as a sprig in his imperial crown. The marriage of the emperor with an archduchess of Austria had set all the court poets to work. And in this contest of praise and flattery, it must be confessed that the false gods were vanquished by the true God, for, in spite of their fulsome verses, not one of the disciples of Apollo could exceed the extravagance of the bishops in their pastoral letters. At a time when so many were striving to force themselves into notice, there still existed a feeling of esteem in the public mind for men of superior talent who remained independent amidst the general corruption. Such was M. Lemercier. Such was M. de Chateaubriand. I was in Paris in the spring of 1811, at the period of Chenier's death, when the numerous friends whom Chateaubriand possessed in the second class of the Institute looked to him as the successor of Chenier. This was more than a mere literary question, not only on account of the high literary reputation M. de Chateaubriand already possessed, but of the recollection of his noble conduct at the period of Duc d'Enghien's death, which was yet fresh in the memory of everyone. And besides, no person could be ignorant of the immeasurable difference of opinion between Chenier and M. de Chateaubriand. M. de Chateaubriand obtained a great majority of votes and was elected a member of the Institute. This opened a wide field for conjecture in Paris. Everyone was anxious to see how the author of the Génie du Christianisme, the faithful defender of the Bourbons, would bend his eloquence to pronounce the eulogium of a regicide. The time for the admission of the new member of the Institute arrived, but in his discourse, copies of which were circulated in Paris, he had ventured to allude to the death of Louis Roman XVI, and to raise his voice against the regicides. This did not displease Napoleon, but M. de Chateaubriand also made a profession of faith in favor of liberty, which, he said, found refuge amongst men of letters when banished from the politic body. This was great boldness for the time, for though Bonaparte was secretly gratified at seeing the judges of Louis Roman XVI scourged by an heroic pen, yet those men held the highest situations under the government. Cambaceres filled the second place in the empire, although at a great distance from the first. Merlin de Douai was also in power, and it is known how much liberty was stifled and hidden beneath the dazzling illusion of what is termed glory. A commission was named to examine the discourse of Chateaubriand. M'Suard, de Segur, de Fontaines, and 2 or 3 other members of the same class of the Institute, whose names I cannot recollect, were of opinion that the discourse should be read, but it was opposed by the majority. When Napoleon was informed of what had passed, he demanded a sight of the address, which was presented to him by M. Daru. After having perused it, he exclaimed, "Had this discourse been delivered, I would have shut the gates of the Institute and thrown M. de Chateaubriand into a dungeon for life." The storm long raged. At length means of conciliation were tried. The emperor required M. de Chateaubriand to prepare another discourse, which the latter refused to do, in spite of every menace. Madame Gay applied to Madame Rignault de Saint-Jean d'Enghien, who interested her husband in favor of the author of the Génie du Christianisme. M. de Montalivet and Savary also acted on this occasion in the most praiseworthy manner, and succeeded in appeasing the first transports of the emperor's rage. But the name of Chateaubriand constantly called to mind the circumstances which had occasioned him to give in his resignation, and, besides, Napoleon had another complaint against him. He had published in the Mercure an article on a work of M. Alexander de Laborde. In that article, which was eagerly read in Paris, and which caused the suppression of the Mercure, occurred the famous phrase which has been since so often repeated, "In vain a Nero triumphs, Tacitus is already born in his empire." This quotation leads me to repeat an observation, which, I believe, I have already made, viz., that it is a manifest misconception to compare Bonaparte to Nero. Napoleon's ambition might blind his vision to political crimes, but in private life, no man could evince less disposition to cruelty or bloodshed. A proof that he bore little resemblance to Nero is that his anger against the author of the article in question vented itself in mere words. "What," exclaimed he, "does Chateaubriand think I am a fool, and that I do not know what he means? If he goes on this way, I will have him sabred on the steps of the Tuileries." This language is quite characteristic of Bonaparte, but it was uttered in the first ebullition of his wrath. Napoleon merely threatened, but Nero would have made good his threat. And in such a case, there is surely some difference between words and deeds. The discourse of M. de Chateaubriand revived Napoleon's former enmity against him. He received an order to quit Paris. M. Daru returned to him the manuscript of his discourse, which had been read by Bonaparte, who cancelled some passages with a pencil. We can be sure that the phrase about liberty was not one of those spared by the imperial pencil. However that may be, written copies were circulated with text altered and abbreviated, and I have even been told that a printed edition appeared, but I have never seen any copies. And as I do not find the discourse in the works of M. de Chateaubriand, I have reason to believe that the author has not yet wished to publish it. Such were the principal circumstances attending the nomination of Chateaubriand to the Institute. I shall not relate some others which occurred on a previous occasion, viz., on the election of an old and worthy visitor at Malmaison, M. Lemercier, and which will serve to show one of those strange inconsistencies so frequent in the character of Napoleon. After the foundation of the Empire, M. Lemercier ceased to present himself at the Tuileries, St. Cloud, or at Malmaison, though he was often seen in the salons of Madame Bonaparte, while she yet hoped not to become a queen. 2 places were vacant at once in the second class of the Institute, which still contained a party favorable to liberty. This party, finding it impossible to influence the nomination of both members, contented itself with naming one, it being the mutual condition, in return for favoring the government candidate, that the government party should not oppose the choice of the Liberals. The Liberal party selected M. Lemercier, but as they knew his former connection with Bonaparte had been broken off, they wished first to ascertain that he would do nothing to commit their choice. Chenier was empowered to inquire whether M. Lemercier would refuse to accompany them to the Tuileries when they repaired thither in a body, and whether, on his election, he would comply with the usual ceremony of being presented to the emperor. M. Lemercier replied that he would do nothing contrary to the customs and usages of the body to which he might belong. He was accordingly elected. The government candidate was M. Esmenard, who was also elected. The 2 new members were presented to the emperor on the same day. On this occasion, upwards of 400 persons were present in the salon, from one of whom I received these details. When the emperor saw M. Lemercier, for whom he had long pretended great friendship, he said to him in a kind tone, "Well, Lemercier, you are now installed." Lemercier respectfully bowed to the emperor, but without uttering a word of reply. Napoleon was mortified at this silence, but without saying anything more to Lemercier, he turned to Esmenard, the member who should have been most acceptable to him, and vented upon him the whole weight of his indignation in a manner equally unfeeling and unjust. "Well, Esmenard," said he, "do you still hold your place in the police?" These words were spoken in so loud a tone as to be heard by all present, and it was doubtless this cruel and ambiguous speech which furnished the enemies of Esmenard with arms to attack his reputation as a man of honor, and to give an appearance of disgrace to those functions which he exercised with so much zeal and ability. When, at the commencement of 1811, I left Paris, I had ceased to delude myself respecting the brilliant career which seemed opening before me during the consulate. I clearly perceived that since Bonaparte, instead of receiving me as I expected, had refused to see me at all, the calumnies of my enemies were triumphant, and that I had nothing to hope for from an absolute ruler, whose past injustice rendered him the more unjust. He now possessed what he had so long and ardently wished for, a son of his own, an inheritor of his name, his power, and his throne. I must take this opportunity of stating that the malevolent and infamous rumors spread abroad respecting the birth of the King of Rome were wholly without foundation. My friend Corvisart, who did not for a single instant leave Maria Louisa during her long and painful labor, removed from my mind every doubt on the subject. It is as true that the young prince, for whom the Emperor of Austria stood sponsor at the font, was the son of Napoleon and the Archduchess Maria Louisa, as it is false that Bonaparte was the father of the first child of Hortense. The birth of the son of Napoleon was hailed with general enthusiasm. The emperor was at the height of his power from the period of the birth of his son until the reverse he experienced after the Battle of the Moskva. The empire, including the states possessed by the imperial family, contained nearly 57,000,000 of inhabitants. But the period was fast approaching when this power, unparalleled in modern times, was to collapse under its own weight. The little King of Rome, Napoleon Francis Bonaparte, was born on the 20th of March 1811. Editor of 1836 edition. Chapter XXYI. 1804. Trial of Moreau, Georges, and others. Public interest excited by more arraignment of the prisoners. Moreau's letter to Bonaparte. Violence of the president of the court towards the prisoners. Lagelet and Roland. Examinations intended to criminate Moreau. Remarkable observation speech written by M. Garrett. Bonaparte's opinion of Garrett's eloquence. General Leclerc and Moreau's son. Respect shown to Moreau by the military. Different sentiments excited by Georges and Moreau. Thoriot and Tuiroy. Georges' answers to the interrogatories he refuses. Offer of pardon. Coster, Saint Victor. Napoleon and an actress. Captain Wright M. de Rivière and the medal of the Comte d'Artois. Generous struggle between them. De Polignac. Sentence on the prisoners. Bonaparte's remark. Pardons and executions. On the 28th of May, about 10 days after Napoleon had been declared emperor, the trials of Moreau and others commenced. No similar event that has since occurred can convey an idea of the fermentation which then prevailed in Paris. The indignation excited by Moreau's arrest was openly manifested and braved the observation of the police. Endeavors had been successfully made to mislead public opinion with respect to Georges and some others among the accused, who were looked upon as assassins in the pay of England, at least by that numerous portion of the public who lent implicit faith to declarations presented to them as official. But the case was different with regard to those individuals who were particularly the objects of public interest, viz. De Polignac, de Rivière, Charles de Hosier, and above all, Moreau. The name of Moreau towered above all the rest, and with respect to him, the government found itself not a little perplexed. It was necessary, on the one hand, to surround him with a guard sufficiently imposing, to repress the eagerness of the people and of his friends, and yet on the other hand care was required that this guard should not be so strong as to admit of the possibility of making it a rallying point, should the voice of a chief so honored by the army appeal to it for defense. A rising of the populace in favor of Moreau was considered as a very possible event. Some hoped for it, others dreaded it. When I reflect on the state of feeling which then prevailed, I am certain that a movement in his favor would infallibly have taken place, had judges more complying than even those who presided at the trial condemned Moreau to capital punishment. It is impossible to form an idea of the crowd that choked up the avenues of the Palace of Justice on the day the trials commenced. This crowd continued during the 12 days the proceedings lasted, and was exceedingly great on the day the sentence was pronounced. Persons of the highest class were anxious to be present. I was one of the first in the hall, being determined to watch the course of these solemn proceedings. The court being assembled, the president ordered the prisoners to be brought in. They entered in a file and ranged themselves on the benches, each between two gendarmes. They appeared composed and collected, and resignation was depicted on the countenances of all except Bouvet de Lozier, who did not dare to raise his eyes to his companions in misfortune, whom his weakness, rather than his will, had betrayed. I did not recognize him until the president proceeded to call over the prisoners, and to put the usual questions respecting their names, professions, and places of abode. Of the 49 prisoners, among whom were several females, only 2 were personally known to me, namely Moreau, whose presence on the prisoners' bench seemed to wring every heart, and Georges, whom I had seen at the Tuileries in the First Consul's cabinet. The first sitting of the court was occupied with the reading of the act of accusation or indictment, and the voices of the ushers, commanding silence, could scarce suppress the buzz which pervaded the court at the mention of Moreau's name. All eyes were turned towards the conqueror of Hohenlinden, and while the procureur imperial read over the long indictment and invoked the vengeance of the law on an attempt against the head of the Republic, it was easy to perceive how he tortured his ingenuity to fasten apparent guilt on the laurels of Moreau. The good sense of the public discerned proofs of his innocence in the very circumstances brought forward against him. I shall never forget the effect produced so contrary to what was anticipated by the prosecutors by the reading of a letter addressed by Moreau from his prison in the Temple to the First Consul, when the judges appointed to interrogate him sought to make his past conduct the subject of accusation, on account of M. de Klinglen's papers having fallen into his hands. He was reproached with having too long delayed transmitting these documents to the Directory. and it was curious to see the Emperor Napoleon become the avenger of pretended offenses committed against the Directory, which he had overthrown. In the letter here alluded to, Moreau said to Bonaparte, then First Consul, "In the short campaign of the year V, from the 20th to the 23d of March 1797, we took the papers belonging to the staff of the enemy's army, and a number of documents were brought to me which General de Saix, then wounded, amused himself by perusing. It appeared from this correspondence that General Pichegru had maintained communications with the French princes. This discovery was very painful, and particularly to me, and we agreed to say nothing of the matter. Pichegru, as a member of the legislative body, could do but little to injure the public cause, since peace was established. I nevertheless took every precaution for protecting the army against the ill effects of a system of espionage. The events of the 18th Fructidor occasioned so much anxiety that 2 officers, who knew of the existence of the correspondence, prevailed on me to communicate it to the government. I felt that, as a public functionary, I could no longer remain silent. During the 2 last campaigns in Germany, and since the peace, distant overtures have been made to me, with the view of drawing me into connection with the French princes. This appeared so absurd that I took no notice of these overtures. As to the present conspiracy, I can assure you I have been far from taking any share in it. I repeat to you, General, that whatever proposition to that effect was made me, I rejected it, and regarded it as the height of madness. When it was represented to me that the invasion of England would offer a favorable opportunity for effecting a change in the French government, I invariably answered that the Senate was the authority to which the whole of France would naturally cling in the time of trouble, and that I would be the first to place myself under its orders. To such overtures made to a private individual, who wished to preserve no connection either with the army, of whom 9/10 have served under me, or any constituted authority, the only possible answer was a refusal. Betrayal of confidence I disdained. Such a step, which is always base, becomes doubly odious when the treachery is committed against those to whom we owe gratitude or have been bound by old friendship. This, General, is all I have to tell you respecting my relations with Pichegru, and it must convince you that very false and hasty inferences have been drawn from conduct which, though perhaps imprudent, was far from being criminal. Moreau fulfilled his duty as a public functionary by communicating to the Directory the papers which unfolded a plot against the government, and which the chances of war had thrown into his hands. He fulfilled his duty as a man of honor by not voluntarily incurring the infamy which can never be wiped from the character of an informer. Bonaparte in Moreau's situation would have acted the same part, for I never knew a man express stronger indignation than himself against informers, until he began to consider everything a virtue which served his ambition, and everything a crime which opposed it. The 2 facts which most forcibly obtruded themselves on my attention during the trial were the inveterate violence of the president of the court towards the prisoners and the innocence of Moreau. It is strange that Bourrienne does not acknowledge that he was charged by Napoleon with the duty of attending this trial of Moreau, and of sending in a daily report of the proceedings. But in spite of the most insidious examinations which can be conceived, Moreau never once fell into the least contradiction. If my memory fail me not, it was on the 4th day that he was examined by Fauvelet, one of the judges. The result, clear as day to all present, was that Moreau was a total stranger to all the plots, all the intrigues which had been set on foot in London. In fact, during the whole course of the trial, to which I listened with as much attention as interest, I did not discover the shadow of a circumstance which could in the least commit him, or which had the least reference to him. Scarcely one of the 139 witnesses who were heard for the prosecution knew him, and he himself declared on the 4th sitting, which took place on the 31st of May, that there was not an individual among the accused whom he knew not one whom he had ever seen. In the course of the long proceedings, notwithstanding the manifest efforts of Fauvelet to extort false admissions and force contradictions, no fact of any consequence was elicited to the prejudice of Moreau. His appearance was as calm as his conscience, and as he sat on the bench, he had the appearance of one led by curiosity to be present at this interesting trial, rather than of an accused person, to whom the proceedings might end in condemnation and death. But for the fall of Moreau in the ranks of the enemy, but for the foreign cockade which disgraced the cap of the conqueror of Hohenlinden, his complete innocence would long since have been put beyond doubt, and it would have been acknowledged that the most infamous machinations were employed for his destruction. It is evident that Lagelet, who had passed from London to Paris, and from Paris to London, had been acting the part of an intriguer rather than of a conspirator, and that the object of his missions was not so much to reconcile Moreau and Pichegru as to make Pichegru the instrument of implicating Moreau. Those who supposed Lagelet to be in the pay of the British government were egregiously imposed on. Lagelet was only in the pay of the secret police. He was condemned to death, as was expected, but he received his pardon, as was agreed upon. Here was one of the disclosures which Pichegru might have made, hence the necessity of getting him out of the way before the trial. As to the evidence of the man named Roland, it was clear to everybody that Moreau was right when he said to the president, "In my opinion, Roland is either a creature of the police or he has given his evidence under the influence of fear." Roland made two declarations. The first contained nothing at all. The second was in answer to the following observations. "You see, you stand in a terrible situation. You must either be held to be an accomplice in the conspiracy, or you must be taken as evidence. If you say nothing, you will be considered in the light of an accomplice. If you confess, you will be saved." This single circumstance may serve to give an idea of the way the trials were conducted so as to criminate Moreau. On his part, the general repelled the attacks, of which he was the object, with calm composure and modest confidence, though flashes of just indignation would occasionally burst from him. I recollect the effect he produced upon the court and the auditors at one of the sittings, when the president had accused him of the design of making himself dictator. He exclaimed, "I dictator! What, make myself dictator at the head of the partisans of the Bourbons? Point out my partisans. My partisans would naturally be the soldiers of France, of whom I have commanded 9/10 and saved more than 50,000. These are the partisans I should look to. All my aides de camp, all the officers of my acquaintance, have been arrested. Not the shadow of a suspicion could be found against any of them, and they have been set at liberty. Why, then, attribute to me the madness of aiming to get myself made dictator by the aid of the adherents of the old French princes, of persons who have fought in their cause since 1792? You allege that these men, in the space of 24 hours, formed the project of raising me to the dictatorship. It is madness to think of it. My fortune and my pay have been alluded to. I began the world with nothing. I might have had by this time 50 millions. I have merely a house and a bit of ground. As to my pay, it is 40,000 francs. Surely that sum will not be compared with my services." During the trial, Moreau delivered a defense, which I knew had been written by his friend Garrett, whose eloquence I well remember was always disliked by Bonaparte. Of this I had a proof on the occasion of a grand ceremony which took place in the Place des Victoires, on laying the first stone of a monument which was to have been erected to the memory of Desaix, but which was never executed. The first consul returned home in very ill humor, and said to me, "Bourrienne, what a brute that Garrett is! What a stringer of words! I have been obliged to listen to him for 3/4 of an hour. There are people who never know when to hold their tongues." Whatever might be the character of Garrett's eloquence or Bonaparte's opinion of it, his conduct was noble on the occasion of Moreau's trial, for he might be sure Bonaparte would bear him a grudge for lending the aid of his pen to the only man whose military glory, though not equal to that of the first consul, might entitle him to be looked upon as his rival in fame. At one of the sittings, a circumstance occurred which produced an almost electrical effect. I think I still see General Leclerc, the worthy friend of Moreau, entering unexpectedly into the court, leading a little boy. Raising the child in his arms, he exclaimed aloud, and with considerable emotion, "Soldiers, behold the son of your general." This action of Leclerc, together with the part played in this trial by his brother, one of the judges, was most unfortunate, not only for Leclerc but for France, which consequently lost the services of its best general of mountain warfare. His campaigns of Switzerland in 1799 on the St. Gothard against Suwarrow are well known. Naturally disgraced for the part he took with Moreau, he was not again employed till the Cent-Jours, when he did good service, although he had disapproved of the defection of Ney from the royalist cause. He died in 1816. His brother, the judge, had a most furious reception from Napoleon, who called him a prevaricating judge and dismissed him from his office, Rémusat, tome Roman 2. p. At this unexpected movement, all the military present spontaneously rose and presented arms, while a murmur of approbation from the spectators applauded the act. It is certain that had Morrow at that moment said but one word, such was the enthusiasm in his favor, the tribunal would have been broken up and the prisoners liberated. Morrow, however, was silent, and indeed appeared the only unconcerned person in court. Throughout the whole course of the trial, Morrow inspired so much respect that when he was asked a question, and rose to reply, the gendarmes appointed to guard him rose at the same time and stood uncovered while he spoke. Georges was far from exciting the interest inspired by Morrow. He was an object of curiosity rather than of interest. The difference of their previous conduct was in itself sufficient to occasion a great contrast in their situation before the court. Morrow was full of confidence and Georges full of resignation. The latter regarded his fate with a fierce kind of resolution. He occasionally resumed the caustic tone which he seemed to have renounced when he harangued his associates before their departure from the temple. With the most sarcastic bitterness, he alluded to the name and vote of Thuriot, one of the most violent of the judges, often terming him Turoy. Thuriot and the President Hemart both voted for the death of the king. Merlin, the imperial procureur general, was one of the regicides, Bourrienne. And after pronouncing his name, or being forced to reply to his interrogatories, he would ask for a glass of brandy to wash his mouth. Georges had the manners and bearing of a rude soldier, but under his coarse exterior he concealed the soul of a hero. When the witnesses of his arrest had answered the questions of the President Hemart, this judge turned towards the accused and inquired whether he had anything to say in reply. No. Do you admit the facts? Yes. Here Georges busied himself in looking over the papers which lay before him when Hemart warned him to desist and attend to the questions. The following dialogue then commenced. Do you confess having been arrested in the place designated by the witness? I do not know the name of the place. Do you confess having been arrested? Yes. Did you twice fire a pistol? Yes. Did you kill a man? Indeed, I do not know. Had you a poniard? Yes. And 2 pistols? Yes. Who was in company with you? I do not know the person. Where did you lodge in Paris? Nowhere. At the time of your arrest, did you not reside in the house of a fruiterer in the Rue de la Montagne Sainte-Geneviève? At the time of my arrest, I was in a cabriolet. I lodged nowhere. Where did you sleep on the evening of your arrest? Nowhere. What were you doing in Paris? I was walking about. Whom have you seen in Paris? I shall name no one. I know no one. From this short specimen of the manner in which Georges replied to the questions of the president, we may judge of his unshaken firmness during the proceedings. In all that concerned himself, he was perfectly open. But in regard to whatever tended to endanger his associates, he maintained the most obstinate silence, notwithstanding every attempt to overcome his firmness. That I was not the only one who justly appreciated the noble character of Georges is rendered evident by the following circumstance. Having accompanied M. Carbonnet to the police, where he went to demand his papers, on the day of his removal to St. Pelagic, we were obliged to await the return of M. Real, who was absent. M. Desmarets and several other persons were also in attendance. M. Real had been at the conciergerie, where he had seen Georges Cadoudal, and on his entrance observed to M. Desmarets and the others, sufficiently loud to be distinctly heard by M. Carbonnet and myself, I have had an interview with Georges, who is an extraordinary man. I told him that I was disposed to offer him a pardon if he would promise to renounce the conspiracy and accept of employment under government. But to my arguments and persuasions he only replied, "My comrades followed me to France, and I shall follow them to death." In this he kept his word. Were we to judge these memorable proceedings from the official documents published in the Moniteur and other journals of that period, we should form a very erroneous opinion. Those falsities were even the object of a very serious complaint on the part of Cozier Saint Victor, one of the accused. After the speech of M. Gauthier, the advocate of Coster Saint Victor, the president inquired of the accused whether he had anything further to say in his defense, to which he replied, "I have only to add that the witnesses necessary to my exculpation have not yet appeared. I must besides express my surprise at the means which have been employed to lead astray public opinion, and to load with infamy not only the accused but also their intrepid defenders. I have read with pain in the journals of today that the proceedings," here the president interrupting, observed that these were circumstances foreign to the case. "Not in the least," replied Cozier Saint Victor. "On the contrary, they bear very materially on the cause, since mangling and misrepresenting our defense is a practice assuredly calculated to ruin us in the estimation of the public. In the journals of today, the speech of M. Gauthier is shamefully garbled, and I should be deficient in gratitude were I not here to bear testimony to the zeal and courage which he has displayed in my defense. I protest against the puerilities and absurdities which have been put into his mouth, and I entreat him not to relax in his generous efforts. It is not on his account that I make this observation. He does not require it at my hands. It is for myself, it is for the accused, whom such arts tend to injure in the estimation of the public." Coster Saint Victor had something chivalrous in his language and manners which spoke greatly in his favor. He conveyed no bad idea of one of the Fiesole conspirators, or of those leaders of the Fronde who intermingled gallantry with their politics. An anecdote to this effect was current about the period of the trial. Coster Saint Victor, it is related, being unable any longer to find a secure asylum in Paris, sought refuge for a single night in the house of a beautiful actress, formerly in the good graces of the first consul. And it is added that Bonaparte, on the same night, having secretly arrived on a visit to the lady, found himself unexpectedly in the presence of Coster Saint Victor, who might have taken his life, but that only an interchange of courtesy took place betwixt the rival gallants. This ridiculous story was doubtless intended to throw additional odium on the first consul, if Cozier Saint Victor should be condemned and not obtain a pardon, in which case malignity would not fail to attribute his execution to the vengeance of a jealous lover. I should blush to relate such stories, equally destitute of probability and truth, had they not obtained some credit at the time. Whilst I was with Bonaparte, he never went abroad during the night, and it was not surely at a moment when the saying of Fauvelet, "The air is full of poniards," was fully explained that he would have risked such nocturnal adventures. Wright was heard in the 6th sitting, on the 2d of June, as the 134th witness in support of the prosecution. He, however, refused to answer any interrogatories put to him, declaring that, as a prisoner of war, he considered himself only amenable to his own government. The Procureur General requested the President to order the examinations of Captain Wright on the 21st of May, and at a later period to be read over to him, which being done, the witness replied that it was omitted to be stated that, on these occasions, the questions had been accompanied with the threat of transferring him to a military tribunal, in order to be shot if he did not betray the secrets of his country. In the course of the trial, the most lively interest was felt for de Polignac. The eldest of the Polignacs, Armand, 1771–1847, condemned to death, had that penalty remitted, but was imprisoned in Ham till permitted to escape 1813. He became Duc de Richelieu in 1817. His younger brother, Jules, 1780–1847, was also imprisoned and escaped. In 1814, he was one of the first to display the white flag in Paris. In 1829, he became Minister of Charles X and was responsible for the ordinances which cost his master his throne in. Imprisoned, nominally for life, he was released in 1836, and after passing some time in England returned to France. The remission of the sentence of death on Prince Armand was obtained by the Empress Josephine. Time after time, urged on by Madame de Rémusat, she implored mercy from Napoleon, who at last consented to see the wife of the prince. Unlike the Bourbon Louis Roman XVIII, who could see Madame de Lavalette only to refuse the wretched woman's prayer for her husband, for Napoleon to grant the interview was to concede the pardon. The prince escaped death, and his wife, who had obtained the interview by applying to Madame de Rémusat, when she met her benefactress in the times of the Restoration, displayed a really grand forgetfulness of what had passed. See Rémusat, Tome Roman II, Chapter I. Charles de Hosier and de Rivière. So short a period had elapsed since the proscription of the nobility that, independently of every feeling of humanity, it was certainly impolitic to exhibit before the public the heirs of an illustrious name, endowed with that devoted heroism which could not fail to extort admiration even from those who condemned their opinions and principles. The prisoners were all young, and their situation create universal sympathy. The greatest number of them disdained to have recourse to a denial, and seemed less anxious for the preservation of their own lives than for the honor of the cause in which they had embarked, not with the view of assassination, as had been demonstrated, but for the purpose of ascertaining the true state of the public feeling, which had been represented by some factious intriguers as favorable to the Bourbons. Even when the sword of the law was suspended over their heads, the faithful adherents of the Bourbons displayed on every occasion their attachment and fidelity to the royal cause. I recollect that the court was dissolved in tears when the president adduced as a proof of the guilt of M. de Rivière his having worn a medal of the Comte d'Artois, which the prisoner requested to examine. And, on its being handed to him by an officer, M. de Rivière pressed it to his lips and his heart. Then returning it, he said that he only wished to render homage to the prince whom he loved. The court was still more deeply affected on witnessing the generous fraternal struggle, which took place during the last sitting between the two de Polignacs. The emotion was general when the eldest of the brothers, after having observed that his always going out alone and during the day did not look like a conspirator anxious for concealment, added these remarkable words which will remain indelibly engraven on my memory. I have now only one wish, which is that, as the sword is suspended over our heads and threatens to cut short the existence of several of the accused, you would, in consideration of his youth if not of his innocence, spare my brother and shower down upon me the whole weight of your vengeance. It was during the last sitting but one, on Friday the 8th of June, that M. Armand de Polignac made the above affecting appeal in favor of his brother. The following day, before the fatal sentence was pronounced, M. Jules de Polignac addressed the judges, saying, "I was so deeply affected yesterday, while my brother was speaking, as not fully to have attended to what I read in my own defense. But being now perfectly tranquil, I entreat, gentlemen, that you will not regard what he urged in my behalf. I repeat, on the contrary, and with most justice, if one of us must fall a sacrifice, if there be yet time, save him, restore him to the tears of his wife. I have no tie like him, I can meet death unappalled. Too young to have tasted the pleasures of the world, I cannot regret their loss." "No, no," exclaimed his brother, "you are still in the outset of your career. It is I who ought to fall." At 8 in the morning, the members of the tribunal withdrew to the council chamber. Since the commencement of the proceedings, the crowd, far from diminishing, seemed each day to increase. This morning it was immense, and, though the sentence was not expected to be pronounced till a late hour, no one quitted the court for fear of not being able to find a place when the tribunal should resume its sitting. Sentence of death was passed upon Georges Caudadel, Bouvet de Lozier, Rousselin, Rachel, Armand de Polignac, Charles de Hosier de Rivière, Louis Ducorps, Picot, Lagelet, Roger, Coster St. Victor, Deville, Gaillard, Joyob, Bourbon, Lemercier, Jean Cajadal, Lelin, and Merrill, while lies de Polignac, Laridant, General Moreau. General Moreau's sentence was remitted, and he was allowed to go to America. Roland and Hissé were only condemned to 2 years' imprisonment. This decree was heard with consternation by the Assembly and soon spread throughout Paris. I may well affirm it to have been a day of public mourning. Even though it was Sunday, every place of amusement was nearly deserted. To the horror inspired by a sentence of death passed so wantonly, and of which the greater number of the victims belonged to the most distinguished class of society, was joined the ridicule inspired by the condemnation of Moreau, of the absurdity of which no one seemed more sensible than Bonaparte himself, and respecting which he expressed himself in the most pointed terms. I am persuaded that everyone who narrowly watched the proceedings of this celebrated trial must have been convinced that all means were resorted to in order that Moreau, once accused, should not appear entirely free from guilt. Bonaparte is reported to have said, "Gentlemen, I have no control over your proceedings. It is your duty strictly to examine the evidence before presenting a report to me. But when it has once the sanction of your signatures, woe to you if an innocent man be condemned." This remark is in strict conformity with his usual language, and bears a striking similarity to the conversation I held with him on the following Thursday. But though this language might be appropriate from the lips of a sovereign whose ministers are responsible, it appears but a lame excuse in the mouth of Bonaparte, the possessor of absolute power. The condemned busied themselves in endeavoring to procure a repeal of their sentence. The greatest number of them yielded in this respect to the entreaties of their friends, who lost no time in taking the steps requisite to obtain the pardon of those in whom they were most interested. Marot at first also determined to appeal, but he relinquished his purpose before the Court of Cassation commenced its sittings. As soon as the decree of the special tribunal was delivered, Murat, governor of Paris and brother-in-law to the emperor, sought his presence and conjured him in the most urgent manner to pardon all the criminals, observing that such an act of clemency would redound greatly to his honor in the opinion of France and all Europe, that it would be said the emperor pardoned the attempt against the life of the first consul, that this act of mercy would shed more glory over the commencement of his reign than any security which could accrue from the execution of the prisoners. Such was the conduct of Murat, but he did not solicit, as has been reported, the pardon of anyone in particular. Those who obtained the imperial pardon were Bouvet de Lozier, who expected it from the disclosures he had made, Rousselin, de Rivière Rochelle, Armand de Polignac, de Hosier, Lagelet, who had beforehand received a promise to that effect, and Armand Gaillard. The other ill-fated victims of a sanguinary police underwent their sentence on the 25th of June, 2 days after the promulgation of the pardon of their associates. Their courage and resignation never forsook them even for a moment, and Georges, knowing that it was rumored he had obtained a pardon, entreated that he might die the first, in order that his companions in their last moments might be assured he had not survived them. Chapter 27. 1812. Changeableness of Bonaparte's plans and opinions articles for the Moniteur. Dictated by the first consul the protocol of the Congress of Chatelain Conversations, with Davoust at Hamburg promise of the viceroyalty of Poland hope and disappointment, of the Poles' influence of illusion on Bonaparte the French, in Moscow disasters, of the retreat Mallet's conspiracy intelligence of the affair, communicated to Napoleon at Smolensko circumstances, detailed by raprial motives of Napoleon's return to Paris Murat. Nay, and Eugene power of the Italians to endure cold Napoleon's exertions, to repair his losses defection of General York convocation, of a Privy Council war, resolved unwavering of the Pope useless negotiations, with Vienna Maria Luisa appointed regent. It may now he asked whether Bonaparte, previous to entering upon the last campaign, had resolved on restoring Poland to independence. The fact is that Bonaparte, as emperor, never entertained any positive wish to re-establish the old kingdom of Poland, though at a previous period he was strongly inclined to that re-establishment, of which he felt the necessity. He may have said that he would re-establish the kingdom of Poland, but I beg leave to say that that is no reason for believing that he entertained any such design. He had said, and even sworn, that he would never aggrandize the territory of the empire. The changeableness of Bonaparte's ideas, plans, and projects renders it difficult to master them, but they may be best understood when it is considered that all Napoleon's plans and conceptions varied with his fortunes. Thus, it is not unlikely that he might at one time have considered the re-establishment of Poland as essential to European policy, and afterwards have regarded it as adverse to the development of his ambition. Who can venture to guess what passed in his mind when dazzled by his glory at Dresden, and whether in one of his dreams he might not have regarded the empire of the Jagiellons as another gem in the imperial diadem? The truth is that Bonaparte, when general-in-chief of the army of Egypt and first consul, had deeply at heart the avenging the dismemberment of Poland, and I have often conversed with him on this most interesting subject, upon which we entirely concurred in opinion. But times and circumstances were changed since we walked together on the terrace of Cairo and mutually deplored the death of young Sulkowski. Had Sulkowski lived, Napoleon's favorable intentions with respect to Poland might, perhaps, have been confirmed. A fact which explains to me the coolness, I may almost say the indifference, of Bonaparte to the resurrection of Poland is that the commencement of the consulate was the period at which that measure particularly occupied his attention. How often did he converse on the subject with me and other persons who may yet recollect his sentiments? It was the topic on which he most loved to converse, and on which he spoke with feeling and enthusiasm. In the Moniteur of the period here alluded to, I could point out more than one article without signature or official character which Napoleon dictated to me, and the insertion of which in that journal, considering the energy of certain expressions, sufficiently proves that they could have emanated from none but Bonaparte. It was usually in the evening that he dictated to me these articles. Then, when the affairs of the day were over, he would launch into the future and give free scope to his vast projects. Some of these articles were characterized by so little moderation that the first consul would very often destroy them in the morning, smiling at the violent ebullitions of the preceding night. At other times, I took the liberty of not sending them to the Moniteur on the night on which they were dictated, and though he might earnestly wish their insertion, I adduced reasons good or bad to account for the delay. He would then read over the article in question and approve of my conduct, but he would sometimes add, "It is nevertheless true that with an independent kingdom of Poland and 150,000 disposable troops in the east of France, I should always be master of Russia, Prussia, and Austria." "General," I would reply, "I am entirely of your opinion, but wherefore awaken the suspicions of the interested parties? Leave all to time and circumstances." The reader may have to learn, and not perhaps without some surprise, that in the protocol of the sittings of the Congress of Chatelain Napoleon put forward the spoliation of Poland by the three principal powers allied against him as a claim to a more advantageous peace, and to territorial indemnities for France. In policy he was right, but the report of foreign cannon was already loud enough to drown the best of arguments. After the ill-timed and useless union of the Hanse towns to France, I returned to Hamburg in the spring of 1811 to convey my family to France. I then had some conversation with Davoust. On one occasion, I said to him that if his hopes were realized, and my sad predictions respecting the war with Russia overthrown, I hoped to see the restoration of the Kingdom of Poland. Davoust replied that that event was probable, since he had Napoleon's promise of the viceroyalty of that kingdom, and as several of his comrades had been promised starosties. Davoust made no secret of this, and it was generally known throughout Hamburg and the north of Germany. But notwithstanding what Davoust said respecting Napoleon's intentions, I considered that these promises had been conditional rather than positive. On Napoleon's arrival in Poland, the Diet of Warsaw, assured, as there seemed reason to be, of the emperor's sentiments, declared the kingdom free and independent. The different treaties of dismemberment were pronounced to be null, and certainly the Diet had a right so to act, for it calculated upon his support. But the address of the Diet to Napoleon in which these principles were declared was ill received. His answer was full of doubt and indecision, the motive of which could not be blamed. To secure the alliance of Austria against Russia, he had just guaranteed to his father-in-law the integrity of his dominions. Napoleon therefore declared that he could take no part in any movement or resolution which might disturb Austria in the possession of the Polish provinces forming a part of her empire. To act otherwise, he said, would be to separate himself from his alliance with Austria and to throw her into the arms of Russia. But with regard to the Polish-Russian provinces, Napoleon declared he would see what he could do, should Providence favor the good cause. These vague and obscure expressions did not define what he intended to do for the Poles in the event of success, crowning his vast enterprises. They excited the distrust of the Poles and had no other result. On this subject, however, an observation occurs which is of some force as an apology for Napoleon. Poland was successively divided between three powers, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, with each of which Napoleon had been at war, but never with all three at once. He had therefore never been able to take advantage of his victories to re-establish Poland without injuring the interests of neutral powers or of his allies. Hence, it may be concluded not only that he never had the positive will which would have triumphed over all obstacles, but also that there never was a possibility of realizing those dreams and projects of revenge in which he had indulged on the banks of the Nile, as it were to console the departed spirit of Sulkowski. Bonaparte's character presents many unaccountable incongruities. Although the most positive man that perhaps ever existed, yet there never was one who more readily yielded to the charm of illusion. In many circumstances, the wish and the reality were to him one and the same thing. He never indulged in greater illusions than at the beginning of the campaign of Moscow. Even before the approach of the disasters which accompanied the most fatal retreat recorded in history, all sensible persons concurred in the opinion that the emperor ought to have passed the winter of 1812-13 in Poland, and have resumed his vast enterprises in the spring. But his natural impatience impelled him forward as it were unconsciously, and he seemed to be under the influence of an invisible demon stronger than even his own strong will. This demon was ambition. He who knew so well the value of time never sufficiently understood its power, and how much is sometimes gained by delay. Yet Caesar's commentaries, which were his favorite study, ought to have shown him that Caesar did not conquer Gaul in one campaign. Another illusion by which Napoleon was misled during the campaign of Moscow, and perhaps past experience rendered it very excusable, was the belief that the Emperor Alexander would propose peace when he saw him at the head of his army on the Russian territory. The prolonged stay of Bonaparte at Moscow can indeed be accounted for in no other way than by supposing that he expected the Russian cabinet would change its opinion and consent to treat for peace. However, whatever might have been the reason, after his long and useless stay in Moscow, Napoleon left that city with the design of taking up his winter quarters in Poland. But fate now frowned upon Napoleon, and in that dreadful retreat the elements seemed leagued with the Russians to destroy the most formidable army ever commanded by one chief. To find a catastrophe in history comparable to that of the Beresina, we must go back to the destruction of the legions of Varus. Notwithstanding the general dismay which prevailed in Paris, that capital continued tranquil, when by a singular chance, on the very day on which Napoleon evacuated the burning city of Moscow, Malet attempted his extraordinary enterprise. This general, who had always professed republican principles, and was a man of bold, decided character, after having been imprisoned for some time, obtained the permission of government to live in Paris in a hospital house situated near the Barrière de Trove. Of Malet's conspiracy it is not necessary to say much after the excellent account given of it in the Memoirs of the Duc de Rovigo. Malet's plan was to make it be believed that Bonaparte had been killed at Moscow and that a new government was established under the authority of the Senate. But what could Malet do? Absolutely nothing. And had his government continued 3 days, he would have experienced a more favorable chance than that which he ought reasonably to have expected than asserted that the emperor was dead. But an estafette from Russia would reveal the truth, resuscitate Napoleon, and overwhelm with confusion Malet and his proclamation. His enterprise was that of a madman. The French were too weary of troubles to throw themselves into the arms of Malet or his associate Lahéry, who had figured so disgracefully on the trial of Morau. Yet, in spite of the evident impossibility of success, it must be confessed that considerable ingenuity and address marked the commencement of the conspiracy. On the 22nd of October, Malet escaped from the hospital house and went to Colonel Solier, who commanded the 10th cohort of the National Guard, whose barracks were situated exactly behind the hospital house. Malet was loaded with a parcel of forged orders which he had himself prepared. He introduced himself to Solier under the name of General Lamotte and said that he came from General Malet. Colonel Solier, on hearing of the emperor's death, was affected to tears. He immediately ordered the adjutant to assemble the cohort and obey the orders of General Lamotte, to whom he expressed his regret for being himself too ill to leave his bed. It was then 2 o'clock in the morning, and the forged documents respecting the emperor's death slid the new form of government were read to the troops by lamplight. Malet then hastily set off with 1,200 men to La Force and liberated the seers Guedel and Lahals, who were confined there. Malet informed them of the emperor's death and of the change of government, gave them some orders in obedience to which the minister and prefect of police were arrested in their hotel. I was then at Courbevoie, and I went to Paris on that very morning to breakfast, as I frequently did, with the minister of police. My surprise may be imagined when General Malet gave out that the emperor was killed under the walls of Moscow on the 8th of October. He could not take any other day without incurring the risk of being contradicted by the arrival of the regular courier. The emperor being dead, he concluded that the Senate ought to be invested with the supreme authority, and he therefore resolved to address himself in the name of that body to the nation and the army. In a proclamation to the soldiers, he deplored the death of the emperor. In another, after announcing the abolition of the imperial system and the restoration of the republic, he indicated the manner in which the government was to be reconstructed, described the branches into which public authority was to be divided and named the directors. Attached to the different documents, there appeared the signatures of several senators whose names he recollected, but with whom he had ceased to have any intercourse for a great number of years. These signatures were all written by Mallet, and he drew up a decree in the name of the Senate and signed by the same senators, appointing himself governor of Paris and commander of the troops of the 1st Military Division. He also drew up other decrees in the same form, which purported to promote to higher ranks all the military officers he intended to make instruments in the execution of his enterprise. He ordered one regiment to close all the barriers of Paris and allow no person to pass through them. This was done, so that in all the neighboring towns from which assistance, in case of need, might have been obtained, nothing was known of the transactions in Paris. He sent the other regiments to occupy the bank, the treasury, and different ministerial offices. At the treasury, some resistance was made. The minister of that department was on the spot, and he employed the guard of his household in maintaining his authority. But in the whole of the 2 regiments of the Cunard, not a single objection was started to the execution of Mallet's orders. Memoirs of the Duc de Ravogo, tome Roman 6. p. 20. I learned from the porter that the Duc de Ravogo had been arrested and carried to the prison of La Force. I went into the house and was informed, to my great astonishment, that the ephemeral minister was being measured for his official suit, an act which so completely denoted the character of the conspirator that it gave me an insight into the business. Mallet repaired to General Hulin, who had the command of Paris. He informed him that he had been directed by the Minister of Police to arrest him and seal his papers. Hulin asked to see the order and then entered his cabinet, where Mallet followed him, and just as Hulin was turning round to speak to him, he fired a pistol in his face. Hulin fell. The ball entered his cheek, but the wound was not mortal. The most singular circumstance connected with the whole affair is that the captain whom Mallet had directed to follow him, and who accompanied him to Hulin's, saw nothing extraordinary in all this, and did nothing to stop it. Mallet next proceeded, very composedly, to Adjutant General Dowsett's. It happened that one of the inspectors of the police was there. He recognized General Mallet as being a man under his supervision. He told him that he had no right to quit the hospital house without leave, and ordered him to be arrested. Mallet, seeing that all was over, was in the act of drawing a pistol from his pocket, but being observed was seized and disarmed. Thus terminated this extraordinary conspiracy, for which 14 lives paid the forfeit. But with the exception of Mallet, Guidel, and Lahery, all the others concerned in it were either machines or dupes. This affair produced but little effect in Paris, for the enterprise and its result were made known simultaneously. But it was thought droll enough that the minister and prefect of police should be imprisoned by the men who only the day before were their prisoners. Next day, I went to see Savary, who had not yet recovered from the stupefaction caused by his extraordinary adventure. He was aware that his imprisonment, though it lasted only half an hour, was a subject of merriment to the Parisians. The emperor, as I have already mentioned, left Moscow on the day when Mallet made his bold attempt, that is to say, the 19th of October. He was at Smolensko when he heard the news. Rapp, who had been wounded before the entrance into Moscow, but who was sufficiently recovered to return home, was with Napoleon when the latter received the dispatches containing an account of what had happened in Paris. He informed me that Napoleon was much agitated on perusing them, and that he launched into abuse of the inefficiency of the police. Rapp added that he did not confine himself to complaints against the agents of his authority. "Is, then, my power so insecure," said he, "that it may be put in peril by a single individual and a prisoner? It would appear that my crown is not fixed very firmly on my head if in my own capital the bold stroke of 3 adventurers can shake it. Rapp, misfortune never comes alone. This is the complement of what is passing here. I cannot be everywhere, but I must go back to Paris. My presence there is indispensable to reanimate public opinion. I must have men and money. Great successes and great victories will repair all. I must set off." Such were the motives which induced the emperor to leave his army. It is not without indignation that I have heard his precipitate departure attributed to personal cowardice. He was a stranger to such feelings, and was never more happy than on the field of battle. I can readily conceive that he was much alarmed on hearing of Mallet's enterprise. The remarks which he made to Rapp were those which he knew would be made by the public, and he well knew that the affair was calculated to banish those illusions of power and stability with which he endeavored to surround his government. On leaving Moscow, Napoleon consigned the wrecks of his army to the care of his most distinguished generals to Murat, who had so ably commanded the cavalry, but who abandoned the army to return to Naples. And to Ney, the hero, rather than the Prince of the Moskwa, whose name will be immortal in the annals of glory, as his death will be eternal in the annals of party revenge. Amidst the general disorder, Eugene, more than any other chief, maintained a sort of discipline among the Italians, and it was remarked that the troops of the South engaged in the fatal campaign of Moscow had endured the rigor of the cold better than those troops who were natives of less genial climates. Napoleon's return from Moscow was not like his returns from the campaigns of Vienna and Tilsit, when he came back crowned with laurels and bringing peace as the reward of his triumphs. It was remarked that Napoleon's first great disaster followed the first enterprise he undertook after his marriage with Maria Louisa. This tended to confirm the popular belief that the presence of Josephine was favorable to his fortune, and superstitious as he sometimes was, I will not venture to affirm that he himself did not adopt this ides. He now threw off even the semblance of legality in the measures of his government. He assumed arbitrary power, under the impression that the critical circumstances in which he was placed would excuse everything. But however inexplicable were the means to which the emperor resorted to procure resources, it is but just to acknowledge that they were the consequence of his system of government, and that he evinced inconceivable activity in repairing his losses so as to place himself in a situation to resist his enemies and restore the triumph of the French standard. But in spite of all Napoleon's endeavors, the disasters of the campaign of Russia were daily more and more sensibly felt. The King of Prussia had played a part which was an acknowledgment of his weakness in joining France, instead of openly declaring himself for the cause of Russia, which was also his. Then took place the defection of General York, who commanded the Prussian contingent to Napoleon's army. The King of Prussia, though no doubt secretly satisfied with the conduct of General York, had him tried and condemned. But shortly after that sovereign commanded in person the troops which had turned against ours. The defection of the Prussians produced a very ill effect, and it was easy to perceive that other defections would follow. Napoleon, foreseeing the fatal chances which this event was likely to draw upon him, assembled a privy council, composed of the ministers and some of the great officers of his household. De Talleyrand and Cambaceres and the president of the Senate were present. Napoleon asked whether, in the complicated difficulties of our situation, it would be more advisable to negotiate for peace or to prepare for a new war. Cambaceres and Talleyrand gave their opinion in favor of peace, which, however, Napoleon would not hear of after a defeat. But the Duc de Feltre, knowing how to touch the susceptible chord in the mind of Bonaparte, said that he would consider the emperor dishonored if he consented to the abandonment of the smallest village which had been united to the empire by a senatus consult. This opinion was adopted, and the war continued. On Napoleon's return to Paris, the Pope, who was still at Fontainebleau, determined to accede to an arrangement, and to sign an act which the emperor conceived would terminate the differences between them. But being influenced by some of the cardinals who had previously incurred the emperor's displeasure, Pius Roman VII disavowed the new concordat which he had been weak enough to grant, and the emperor, who then had more important affairs on his hands, dismissed the Holy Father and published the act to which he had assented. Bonaparte had no leisure to pay attention to the new difficulties started by Pius Roman VII. His thoughts were wholly directed to the other side of the Rhine. He was unfortunate, and the powers with whom he was most intimately allied separated from him, as he might have expected, and Austria was not the last to imitate the example set by Prussia. In these difficult circumstances, the emperor, who for some time past had observed the talent and address of the Count Louis de Narbonne, sent him to Vienna to supersede M. Otto, but the pacific propositions of M. de Narbonne were not listened to. Austria would not let slip the fair opportunity of taking revenge without endangering herself. Napoleon now saw clearly that since Austria had abandoned him and refused her contingent, he should soon have all Europe arrayed against him. But this did not intimidate him. some of the princes of the Confederation of the Rhine still remained faithful to him, and his preparations being completed, he proposed to resume in person the command of the army which had been so miraculously reproduced. But before his departure, Napoleon, alarmed at the recollection of Malet's attempt, and anxious to guard against any similar occurrence during his absence, did not, as on former occasions, consign the reins of the national government to a council of ministers, presided over by the Arch-Chancellor. Napoleon placed my successor with him, M. Meneval, near the Empress Regent as Secrétaire des Commandements, principal secretary, and certainly he could not have made a better choice. He made the Empress Maria Louisa regent and appointed a council of regency to assist her. Meneval, who had held the post of secretary to Napoleon from the time of Bourrienne's disgrace in 1802, had been nearly killed by the hardships of the Russian campaign, and now received an honorable and responsible but less onerous post. He remained with the Empress till 7th May 1815, when, finding that she would not return to her husband, he left her to rejoin his master. Chapter 28. 1813. Riots in Hamburg and Lübeck. Attempted suicide of M. Conning. Evacuation of Hamburg. Dissatisfaction at the conduct of General St. Cyr. The cabinets of Vienna, and the Tuileries' first appearance of the Cossacks. Colonel Tettenborn, invited to occupy Hamburg. Cordial reception of the Russians' depredations. Levies of troops. Testimonials of gratitude to Tettenborn. Napoleon's new army. Death of General Morand. Remarks of Napoleon on Vandamme Bonaparte and Gustavus Adolphus. Junction of the Corps of Davoust. And Vandamme. Reoccupation of Hamburg by the French General Hogendorf, appointed governor of Hamburg. Exactions and vexatious contributions levied upon Hamburg and Lübeck hostages. A considerable time before Napoleon left Paris to join the army, the bulk of which was in Saxony, partial insurrections occurred in many places. The interior of France proper was indeed still in a state of tranquility, but it was not so in the provinces annexed by force to the extremities of the empire, especially in the north, and in the unfortunate Hanse towns, for which, since my residence at Hamburg, I have always felt the greatest interest. The intelligence I received was derived from such unquestionable sources that I can pledge myself for the truth of what I have to state respecting the events which occurred in those provinces at the commencement of 1813. And subsequently I obtained a confirmation of all the facts communicated by my correspondence when I was sent to Hamburg by Louis Roman XVIII. In 1815, M. Steuve, agent from the court of Russia, who lived at Altona apparently as a private individual, profited by the irritation produced by the measures adopted at Hamburg. His plans were so well arranged that he was promptly informed of the route of the Grand Army from Moscow and the approach of the Allied troops. Aided by the knowledge and activity of Sire Hanft of Hamburg, M. Steuve profited by the discontent of a people so tyrannically governed and seized the opportunity for producing an explosion. Between 8 and 9 o'clock on the morning of the 24th of February 1813, an occurrence in which the people were concerned was the signal for a revolt. An individual returning to Hamburg by the Altona gate would not submit to be searched by a fiscal agent, who in consequence maltreated him and wounded him severely. The populace instantly rose, drove away the revenue guard, and set fire to the guardhouse. The people also, excited by secret agents, attacked other French posts, where they committed the same excesses. Surprised at this unexpected movement, the French authorities retired to the houses in which they resided. All the respectable inhabitants who were unconnected with the tumult likewise returned to their homes, and no person appeared out of doors. General Carey, St. Cyr had the command of Hamburg after the Prince of Eckmühl's departure for the Russian campaign. General Carey, St. Cyr is not to be confused with the Marshal Gonvien de St. Cyr. He fell into disgrace for his conduct at Hamburg at this time, and was not again employed by Napoleon. Under the Restoration, he became governor of French Guiana. At the first news of the revolt, he set about packing up his papers, and Comte de Chaban, M. Conning, the prefect of Hamburg, and M. D'Aubignac, the director of police, followed his example. It was not till about 4 o'clock in the afternoon that a detachment of Danish hussars arrived at Hamburg, and the populace was then speedily dispersed. All the respectable citizens and men of property assembled the next morning and adopted means for securing internal tranquility so that the Danish troops were enabled to return to Altona. Search was then made for the ringleaders of the disturbance. Many persons were arrested, and a military commission, ad hoc, was appointed to try them. The commission, however, condemned only one individual, who, being convicted of being one of the most active voters, was sentenced to be shot, and the sentence was carried into execution. On the 26th February, a similar commotion took place at Lübeck. Attempts were made to attack the French authorities. The respectable citizens instantly assembled, protected them against outrage, and escorted them in safety to Hamburg, where they arrived on the 27th. The precipitate flight of these persons from Lübeck spread some alarm in Hamburg. The danger was supposed to be greater than it was because the fugitives were accompanied by a formidable body of troops. But these were not the only attempts to throw off the yoke of French domination, which had become insupportable. All the left bank of the Elbe was immediately in a state of insurrection, and all the official persons took refuge in Hamburg. During these partial insurrections, everything was neglected. Indecision, weakness, and cupidity were manifested everywhere. Instead of endeavors to soothe the minds of the people, which had been long exasperated by intolerable tyranny, recourse was had to rigorous measures. The prisons were crowded with a host of persons declared to be suspected upon the mere representations of the agents of the police. On the 3d of March, a special military commission condemned 6 householders of Hamburg and its neighborhood to be shot on the glacis for no other offense than having been led, either by chance or curiosity, to a part of the town which was the scene of one of the riots. These executions excited equal horror and indignation, and General Kara St. Cyr was obliged to issue a proclamation for the dissolution of the military commission by whom the men had been sentenced. The intelligence of the march of the Russian and Prussian troops, who were descending the Elbe, increased the prevailing agitation in Westphalia, Hanover, Mecklenburg, and Pomerania, and all the French troops cantoned between Berlin and Hamburg, including those who occupied the coast of the Baltic, fell back upon Hamburg. General Kara St. Cyr and Baron Koning, the prefect of Hamburg, used to go every evening to Altona. The latter, worn out by anxiety and his unsettled state of life, lost his reason, and on his way to Hamburg on the 5th of May, he attempted to cut his throat with a razor. His valet de chambre saved his life by rushing upon him before he had time to execute his design. It was given out that he had broken a blood vessel, and he was conveyed to Altona, where his wound was cured, and he subsequently recovered from his derangement. M. Koning, who was a native of Holland, was a worthy man, but possessed no decision of character and but little ability. At this juncture, exaggerated reports were circulated respecting the approach of a Russian corps. A retreat was immediately ordered, and it was executed on the 12th of March. General Kara St. Cyr, having no money for the troops, helped himself to 100,000 francs out of the municipal treasury. He left Hamburg at the head of the troops and the enrolled men of the custom house service. He was escorted by the burgher guard, which protected him from the insults of the populace, and the good people of Hamburg never had any visitors of whom they were more happy to be rid. This sudden retreat excited Napoleon's indignation. He accused General St. Cyr of pusillanimity in an article inserted in the Moniteur, and afterwards copied by his order into all the journals. In fact, had General St. Cyr been better informed or less easily alarmed, he might have kept Hamburg and prevented its temporary occupation by the enemy, to dislodge whom it was necessary to besiege the city 2 months afterwards. St. Cyr had 3,000 regular troops and a considerable body of men in the custom house service. General Morand could have furnished him with 5,000 men from Mecklenburg. He might, therefore, not only have kept possession of Hamburg 2 months longer, but even to the end of the war, as General Lexnerrois retained possession of Magdeburg. Had not General St. Cyr so hastily evacuated the Elbe, he would have been promptly aided by the corps which General Vandem soon brought from the Wesel, and afterwards by the very corps with which Marshal Davoust recaptured Hamburg. The events just described occurred before Napoleon quitted Paris. In the month of August, all negotiation was broken off with Austria, though that power, still adhering to her time-serving policy, continued to protest fidelity to the cause of the Emperor Napoleon until the moment when her preparations were completed and her resolution formed. But if there was duplicity at Vienna, was there not folly, nay, blindness in the cabinet of the Tuileries. Could we reasonably rely upon Austria? She had seen the Russian army pass the Vistula and advance as far as the Saale without offering any remonstrance. At that moment, a single movement of her troops, a word of declaration, would have prevented everything. As therefore, she would not avert the evil when she might have done so with certainty and safety, there must have been singular folly and blindness in the cabinet who saw this conduct and did not understand it. I now proceed to mention the further misfortunes which occurred in the north of Germany, and particularly at Hamburg. At 15 leagues east of Hamburg, but within its territory, is a village named Burgdorf. It was in that village that the Cossacks were first seen. 12 or 1500 of them arrived there under the command of Colonel Tettenborn. But for the retreat of the French troops, amounting to 3,000, exclusive of men in the custom house service, no attempt would have been made upon Hamburg. But the very name of the Cossacks inspired a degree of terror which must be fresh in the recollection of every one. Alarm spread in Hamburg, which, being destitute of troops and artillery, and surrounded with dilapidated fortifications, could offer no defense. The Senator Bartsch and Dr. No took upon themselves to proceed to Burgdorf to solicit Colonel Tettenborn to take possession of Hamburg, observing that they felt sure of his sentiments of moderation, and that they trusted they would grant protection to a city which had immense commercial relations with Russia. Tettenborn did not place reliance on these propositions because he could not suppose that there had been such a precipitate evacuation. He thought they were merely a snare to entrap him, and refused to accede to them. But a Dr. von Hesse, a Swede, settled in Hamburg some years, and known to Tettenborn as a decided partisan of England and Russia, persuaded the Russian commander to comply with the wishes of the citizens of Hamburg. However, Tettenborn consented only on the following conditions: that the old government should be instantly re-established, that a deputation of senators in their old costume should invite him to take possession of Hamburg, which he would enter only as a free and imperial Hanse town, that if those conditions were not complied with he would regard Hamburg as a French town and consequently hostile. Notwithstanding the real satisfaction with which the senators of Hamburg received those propositions, they were restrained by the fear of a reverse of fortune. They, however, determined to accept them, thinking that whatever might happen they could screen themselves by alleging that necessity had driven them to the step they took. They therefore declared their compliance with the conditions, and that night and the following day were occupied in assembling the Senate, which had been so long dissolved, and in making the preparations which Tettenborn required. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the 17th of March, a picket of Cossacks, consisting of only 40 men, took possession of a town recently flourishing, and containing a population of 124,000, but ruined and reduced to 80,000 inhabitants by the blessing of being united to the French Empire. On the following day, the 18th, Colonel Tettenborn entered Hamburg at the head of 1,000 regular and 200 irregular Cossacks. I have described the military situation of Hamburg when it was evacuated on the 12th of March, and Napoleon's displeasure may be easily conceived. Tettenborn was received with all the honors usually bestowed upon a conqueror. Enthusiasm was almost universal. For several nights, the people devoted themselves to rejoicing. The Cossacks were gorged with provisions and drink, and were not a little astonished at the handsome reception they experienced. It was not until the expiration of 3 or 4 days that the people began to perceive the small number of the Allied troops. Their amount gradually diminished. On the day after the arrival of the Cossacks, a detachment was sent to Lübeck, where they were received with the same honors as at Hamburg. Other detachments were sent upon different places, and after 4 days' occupation, there remained in Hamburg only 70 out of the 1,200 Cossacks who had entered on the 18th March. The first thing their commander did was to take possession of the post office and the treasuries of the different public offices. All the movable effects of the French government and its agents were seized and sold. The officers evinced a true Cossack disregard of the rights of private property. Counts Hoon, Buysnitz, and Vennechtern, who had joined Tettenborn's staff, rendered themselves conspicuous by plundering the property of M. Pioneer, the director of the customs, and M. Gani, the postmaster, and not a bottle of wine was left in their cellars. Tettenborn laid hands upon a sum of money, consisting of upwards of 4,000 louis in gold, belonging to M. Gans, which had been lodged with M. Schwartz, a respectable banker in Hamburg, who filled the office of Prussian consul. M. Schwartz, with whom this money had been deposited for the sake of security, had also the care of some valuable jewels belonging to Mesdames Carey, Saint Cyr, and Daubignoc. Tettenborn carried off these as well as the money. M. Schwartz remonstrated in his character of Prussian consul, Prussia being the ally of Russia, but he was considered merely as a banker and could obtain no redress. Tettenborn, like most of the Cossack chiefs, was nothing but a man for blows and pillage, but the agent of Russia was M. Stuve, whose name I have already mentioned. Orders were speedily given for a levy of troops, both in infantry and cavalry, to be called Hanseatic volunteers. A man named Hanft, who had formerly been a butcher, raised at his own expense a company of foot and one of lancers, of which he took the command. This undertaking, which cost him 130,000 francs, may afford some idea of the attachment of the people of Hamburg to the French government. But money, as well as men, was wanting, and a heavy contribution was imposed to defray the expense of enrolling a number of workmen out of employment and idlers of various kinds. Voluntary donations were solicited, and enthusiasm was so general that even servant maids gave their rings. The sums thus collected were paid into the chest of Tettenborn's staff and became a prey to dishonest appropriation. With respect to this money, Assir Oswald was accused of not having acted with the scrupulous delicacy which Madame de Staël attributes to his namesake in her romance of Corinne. Between 8,000 and 10,000 men were levied in the Hanse towns and their environs, the population of which had been so greatly reduced within 2 years. These undisciplined troops, who had been for the most part levied from the lowest classes of society, committed so many outrages that they soon obtained the surname of the Cossacks of the Elbe, and certainly they well deserved it. Such was the hatred which the French government had inspired in Hamburg that the occupation of Tettenborn was looked upon as a deliverance. On the colonel's departure, the Senate, anxious to give High a testimonial of gratitude, presented him with the freedom of the city, accompanied by 5,000 gold Fredericks, 105,000 francs, with which he was doubtless much more gratified than with the honor of the citizenship. The restored Senate of Hamburg did not long survive. The people of the Hanse towns learned, with no small alarm, that the emperor was making immense preparations to fall upon Germany, where his lieutenants could not fail to take cruel revenge on those who had disavowed his authority. Before he quitted Paris on the 15th of April, Napoleon had recalled under the banners of the army 180,000 men, exclusive of the guards of honor, and it was evident that with such a force he might venture on a great game and probably win it. Yet the month of April passed away without the occurrence of any event important to the Hanse towns, the inhabitants of which vacillated between hope and fear. Attacks daily took place between parties of Russian and French troops on the territory between Lüneburg and Bremen. In one of these encounters, General Morand was mortally wounded and was conveyed to Lüneburg. His brother having been taken prisoner in the same engagement, Tettenborn, into whose hands he had fallen, gave him leave on parole to visit the general, but he arrived in Lüneburg only in time to see him die. The French, having advanced as far as Harburg, took up their position on the plateau of Schwarzenberg, which commands that little town and the considerable islands situated in that part of the river between Harburg and Hamburg. Being masters of this elevated point, they began to threaten Hamburg and to attack Harburg. These attacks were directed by Vandamme, of all our generals the most redoubtable in conquered countries. He was a native of Kassel, in Flanders, and had acquired a high reputation for severity. At the very time when he was attacking Hamburg, Napoleon said of him at Dresden, "If I were to lose Vandamme, I know not what I would give to have him back again, but if I had 2 such generals, I should be obliged to shoot one of them." It must be confessed that one was quite enough. As soon as he arrived, Vandamme sent to inform Tettenborn that if he did not immediately liberate the brother and brother-in-law of Morand, both of whom were his prisoners, he would burn Hamburg. Tettenborn replied that if he resorted to that extremity, he would hang them both on the top of St. Michael's Tower, where he might have a view of them. This energetic answer obliged Vandamme to restrain his fury, or at least to direct it to other objects. Meanwhile, the French forces daily augmented at Harburg. Vandamme, profiting by the negligence of the new Hanseatic troops, who had the defense of the great islands of the Elbe, attack them one night in the month of May. This happened to be the very night after the Battle of Lutzen, where both sides claimed the victory, and Te Deum was sung in the two hostile camps. The advance of the French turned the balance of opinion in favor of Napoleon, who was in fact really the conqueror on a field of battle, celebrated nearly 2 centuries before by the victory and death of Gustavus Adolphus. The Cossacks of the Elbe could not sustain the shock of the French. Vandamme repulsed the troops who defended Wilhelmsburg, the largest of the 2 islands, and easily took possession of the smaller one, Fidden, of which the point nearest the right bank of the Elbe is not half a gunshot distant from Hamburg. The 9th of May was a fatal day to the people of Hamburg, for it was then that Davoust, having formed his junction with Vandamme, appeared at the head of a corps of 40,000 men destined to reinforce Napoleon's grand army. Hamburg could not hold out against the considerable French force now assembled in its neighborhood. Tettenborn had, it is true, received a reinforcement of 800 Prussians and 2,000 Swedes, but still what resistance could he offer to Davoust's 40,000 men? Tettenborn did not deceive himself as to the weakness of the Allies on this point, or the inutility of attempting to defend the city. He yielded to the entreaties of the inhabitants, who represented to him that further resistance must be attended by certain ruin. He accordingly evacuated Hamburg on the 29th of May, taking with him his Hanseatic legions, which had not held out an hour in the islands of the Elbe, and accompanied by the Swedish Dr. von Hesse, whose imprudent advice was the chief cause of all the disasters to which the unfortunate city lied been exposed. Davoust was at Harburg, where he received the deputies from Hamburg with an appearance of moderation, and by the conditions stipulated at this conference on the 30th of May, a strong detachment of Danish troops occupied Hamburg in the name of the emperor. The French made their entrance the same evening and occupied the posts as quietly as if they had been merely changing guard. The inhabitants made not a shadow of resistance, not a drop of blood was issued, not a threat nor an insult was interchanged. This is the truth, but the truth did not suit Napoleon. It was necessary to get up a pretext for revenge, and accordingly recourse was had to a bulletin, which proclaimed to France and Europe that Hamburg had been taken by main force, with a loss of some 100 men. But for this imaginary resistance, officially announced, how would it have been possible to justify the spoliations and exactions which ensued? The Dutch general, Hogendorf, became governor of Hamburg in lieu of Kara St. Cyr, who had been confined at Osnabrück since his precipitate retreat. General Hogendorf had been created one of the emperor's aides de camp, but he was neither a Rapp, a Lauriston, nor a Duroc. The inhabitants were required to pay all the arrears of taxes due to the different public offices during the 70 days that the French had been absent, and likewise all the allowances that would have been paid to the troops of the garrison had they remained in Hamburg. Payment was also demanded of the arrears for the quartering of troops who were 50 leagues off. However, some of the heads of the government departments, who saw and understood the new situation of the French at Hamburg, did not enforce these unjust and vexatious measures. The duties on registrations were reduced. M. Pioneer, director of the customs, aware of the peculiar difficulty of his situation in a country where the customs were held in abhorrence, observed great caution and moderation in collecting the duties. Personal examination, which is so revolting and indecorous, especially with respect to females, was suppressed. But these modifications did not proceed from the highest quarter. They were due to the good sense of the subordinate agents, who plainly saw that if the empire was to fall, it would not be owing to little infractions in the laws of proscription against coffee and rhubarb. If the custom house regulations became less vexatious to the inhabitants of Hamburg, it was not the same with the business of the post office. The old maneuvers of that department were resumed more actively than ever. Letters were opened without the least reserve, and all the old post office clerks who were initiated in these scandalous proceedings were recalled. With the exception of the registrations and the customs, the inquisitorial system, which had so long oppressed the Hanse towns, was renewed. And yet the delegates of the French government were the first to cry out, "The people of Hamburg are traitors to Napoleon." For, in spite of all the blessings he has conferred upon them, they do not say with the Latin poet, Deus nobis hic osca fecit. but all that passed was trifling in comparison with what was to come. On the 18th of June was published an imperial decree, dated the 8th of the same month, by virtue of which were to be reaped the fruits of the official falsehood contained in the bulletin above mentioned. To expiate the crime of rebellion, Hamburg was required to pay an extraordinary contribution of 48 million francs, and Lübeck a contribution of 6,000,000. The enormous sum levied on Hamburg was to be paid in the short space of a month, by 6 equal installments, either in money or bills on respectable houses in Paris. In addition to this, the new prefect of Hamburg made a requisition of grain and provisions of every kind, wines, sailcloth, masts, pitch, hemp, iron, copper, steel, in short, everything that could be useful for the supply of the army and navy. But while these exactions were made on property in Hamburg, at Dresden, the liberties of individuals and even lives were attacked. On the 15th of June, Napoleon, doubtless blinded by the false reports that were laid before him, gave orders for making out a list of the inhabitants of Hamburg who were absent from the city. He allowed them only a fortnight to return home, an interval too short to enable some of them to come from the places where they had taken refuge. They consequently remained absent beyond the given time. Victims were indispensable, but assuredly it was not Bonaparte who conceived the idea of hostages to answer for the men whom prudence kept absent. Of this charge I can clear his memory. The hostages were, however, taken, and were declared to be also responsible for the payment of the contribution of 48 million. In Hamburg, they were selected from among the most respectable and wealthy men in the city, some of them far advanced in age. They were conveyed to the old castle of Harburg on the left bank of the Elbe, and these men, who had been accustomed to all the comforts of life, were deprived even of necessaries and had only straw to lie on. The hostages from Lübeck were taken to Hamburg. They were placed between decks on board an old ship in the port. This was a worthy imitation of the prison hulks of England. On the 24th of July, there was issued a decree which was published in the Hamburg Correspondent of the 27th. This decree consisted merely of a proscription list, on which were inscribed the names of some of the wealthiest men in the Hanse towns, Hanover, and Westphalia. Chapter 32. 1805. Capitulation of Sublingen preparations for war utility of commercial information my instructions inspection of the emigrants, and the journals a pamphlet by Kotzebue offers from the Emperor of Russia to Moro portrait of Gustavus Adolphus, by one of his ministers Fauchet's denunciations duels at Hamburg am de Gimmel, the Hamburg correspondent letter from Bernadotte. I left Paris on the 20th of May 1805. On the 5th of June, following, I delivered my credentials to the Senate of Hamburg, which was represented by the Syndic Dorman and the Senator Schutt. M. Reinhardt, my predecessor, left Hamburg on the 12th of June. The reigning Dukes of Mecklenburg-Schwerin and Brunswick, to whom I had announced my arrival as accredited minister to them, wrote me letters recognizing me in that character. General Walmoden had just signed the capitulation of Sublingen with Marshal Mortier, who had the command in Hanover. The English government refused to ratify this because it stipulated that the troops should be prisoners of war. Bonaparte had two motives for relaxing this hard condition. He wished to keep Hanover as a compensation for Malta, and to assure the means of embarrassing and attacking Prussia, which he now began to distrust. By advancing upon Prussia, he would secure his left, so that when convenient he might march northward. Mortier, therefore, received orders to reduce the conditions of the capitulation to the surrender of the arms, baggage, artillery, and horses. England, which was making great efforts to resist the invasion with which she thought herself threatened, expended considerable sums for the transport of the troops from Hanover to England. Her precipitation was indescribable, and she paid the most exorbitant charges for the hire of ships. Several houses in Hamburg made fortunes on this occasion. Experience has long since proved that it is not at their source that secret transactions are most readily known. The intelligence of an event frequently resounds at a distance, while the event itself is almost entirely unknown in the place of its occurrence. The direct influence of political events on commercial speculations renders merchants exceedingly attentive to what is going on. All who are engaged in commercial pursuits form a corporation united by the strongest of all bonds, common interest. And commercial correspondents, frequently presents a fertile field for observation and affords much valuable information, which often escapes the inquiries of government agents. I resolved to form a connection with some of the mercantile houses, which maintained extensive and frequent communications with the northern states. I knew that by obtaining their confidence, I might gain a knowledge of all that was going on in Russia, Sweden, England, and Austria. Among the subjects upon which it was desirable to obtain information I included negotiations, treaties, military measures such as recruiting troops beyond the amount settled for the peace establishment, movements of troops, the formation of camps and magazines, financial operations, the fitting out of ships, and many other things, which, though not important in themselves, frequently lead to the knowledge of what is important. I was not inclined to place reliance on all public reports and gossiping stories circulated on the exchange without close investigation, for I wished to avoid transmitting home as truths what might frequently be mere stock-jobbing inventions. I was instructed to keep watch on the emigrants, who were exceedingly numerous in Hamburg and its neighborhood, Mecklenburg, Hanover, Brunswick, and Holstein. But I must observe that my inspection was to extend only to those who were known to be actually engaged in intrigues and plots. I was also to keep watch on the state of the public mind, and on the journals which frequently give it a wrong direction, and to point out those articles in the journals which I thought censurable. At first, I merely made verbal representations and complaints, but I could not always confine myself to this course. I received such distinct and positive orders that, in spite of myself, inspection was speedily converted into oppression. Complaints against the journals filled 1/4 of my dispatches. As the emperor wished to be made acquainted with all that was printed against him, I sent to Paris, in May 1805, and consequently a very few days after my arrival in Hamburg, a pamphlet by the celebrated Kotzebue entitled Recollections of My Journey to Naples and Rome. This publication, which was printed at Berlin, was full of indecorous attacks and odious allusions on the emperor. I was informed at that time, through a certain channel, that the Emperor Alexander had solicited General Moreau to enter his service and take the command of the Russian infantry. He offered him 12,000 rubles to defray his traveling expenses. At a subsequent period, Moreau unfortunately accepted these offers and died in the enemy's ranks. On the 27th of June, M. Bouligny arrived at Hamburg. He was appointed to supersede M. Dockeres at Stockholm. The latter minister had left Hamburg on the 11th of June for Constantinople, where he did not expect to stay 3 months. I had several long conversations with him before his departure, and he did not appear to be satisfied with his destination. We frequently spoke of the King of Sweden, whose conduct M. Dockeres blamed. He was, he said, a young madman who, without reflecting on the change of time and circumstances, wished to play the part of Gustavus Adolphus, to whom he bore no resemblance but in name. M. Dockeres spoke of the King of Sweden's camp in a tone of derision. That prince had returned to the King of Prussia the cordon of the Black Eagle because the order had been given to the first consul. I understood that Frederick William was very much offended at this proceeding, which was as indecorous and absurd as the return of the Golden Fleece by Louis Roman XVII. To the King of Spain was dignified and proper. Gustavus Adolphus was brave, enterprising, and chivalrous, but inconsiderate and irascible. He called Bonaparte Monsieur Napoleon. His follies and reverses in Hanover were without doubt the cause of his abdication. On the 31st of October 1805, he published a declaration of war against France in language highly insulting to the emperor. Fauvelet overwhelmed me with letters. If I had attended to all his instructions, I should have left nobody unmolested. He asked me for information respecting a man named Lazoret of the Department of Guard, a girl named Rosine Zimbeni, having informed the police that he had been killed in a duel at Hamburg. I replied that I knew but of 4 Frenchmen who had been killed in that way. One named Clement was killed by Terrasson, a second named Duparc killed by Lezardy, a third named Sadramont killed by Revel, and a fourth, whose name I did not know, killed by Lafond. This latter had just arrived at Hamburg when he was killed, but he was not the man sought for. Lafond was a native of Brabant and had served in the British Army. He insulted the Frenchman because he wore the national cockade duel was the consequence, and the offended party fell. M. Reinhardt, my predecessor, wished to punish Lafond, but the Austrian minister having claimed him as the subject of his sovereign, he was not molested. Lafond took refuge in Antwerp, where he became a player. During the first months which succeeded my arrival in Hamburg, I received orders for the arrest of many persons, almost all of whom were designated as dangerous and ill-disposed men. When I was convinced that the accusation was groundless, I postponed the arrest. The matter was then forgotten, and nobody complained. A title or a rank in foreign service was a safeguard against the Paris Inquisition. Of this the following is an instance. Count Gimmel, of whom I shall hereafter have occasion to speak more at length, set out about this time for Carlsbad. Count Grote, the Prussian minister, frequently spoke to me of him. On my expressing apprehension that M. de Gimmel might be arrested, as there was a strong prejudice against him, M. Grote replied, "Oh, there is no fear of that. He will return to Hamburg with the rock of an English colonel." On the 17th of July, there appeared in the correspondent an article exceedingly insulting to France. It had been inserted by order of Baron Novazils, who was at Berlin, and who had become very hostile to France, though it was said he had been sent from St. Petersburg on a specific mission to Napoleon. The article in question was transmitted from Berlin by an extraordinary courier, and Novazils in his note to the Senate said it might be stated that the article was inserted at the request of His Britannic Majesty. The Russian minister at Berlin, M. Alopius, dispatched also an estafette to the Russian charge d'affaires at Hamburg, with orders to apply for the insertion of the article, which accordingly appeared. In obedience to the Emperor's instructions, I complained of it, and the Senate replied that it never opposed the insertion of an official note sent by any government, that insults would redound against those from whom they came, that the reply of the French government would be published, and that the Senate had never deviated from this mode of proceeding. I observed to the Senate that I did not understand why the correspondent should make itself the trumpet of M. Novazils, to which the syndic replied that two great powers, which might do them much harm, had required the insertion of the article, and that it could not be refused. The hatred felt by the foreign princes, which the death of the Duc d'Enghien had considerably increased, gave encouragement to the publication of everything hostile to Napoleon. This was candidly avowed to me by the ministers and foreigners of rank whom I saw in Hamburg. The King of Sweden was most violent in manifesting the indignation which was generally excited by the death of the Duc d'Enghien. M. Wetterstadt, who had succeeded M. La Gerbielsk in the cabinet of Stockholm, sent to the Swedish minister at Hamburg a long letter exceedingly insulting to Napoleon. It was in reply to an article inserted in the Monitor respecting the return of the Black Eagle to the King of Prussia. M. Peyron, the Swedish minister at Hamburg, who was very far from approving all that his master did, transmitted to Stockholm some very energetic remarks on the ill effect which would be produced by the insertion of the article in the correspondent. The article was then a little modified, and M. Peyron received formal orders to get it inserted. However, on my representations the Senate agreed to suppress it, and it did not appear. Marshal Bernadotte, who had the command of the French troops in Hanover, kept up a friendly correspondence with me, unconnected with the duties of our respective functions. On the occupation of Hanover, Mr. Taylor, the English minister at Kassel, was obliged to leave that place, but he soon returned in spite of the opposition of France. On this subject, the Marshal furnished me with the following particulars. I have just received, my dear Bourrienne, information which leaves no doubt of what has taken place at Kassel with respect to Mr. Taylor. That minister has been received in spite of the representations of M. Bignon, which, however, had previously been merely verbal. I know that the elector wrote to London to request that Mr. Taylor should not return. In answer to this, the English government sent him back. Our minister has done everything he could to obtain his dismissal, but the pecuniary interests of the elector have triumphed over every other consideration. He would not risk quarreling with the court, from which he expects to receive more than 12 million francs. The British government has been written to a second time, but without effect. The elector himself, in a private letter, has requested the King of England to recall Mr. Taylor, but it is very probable that the Cabinet of London will evade this request. Under these circumstances, our troops have approached nearer to Kassel. Hitherto, the whole district of Göttingen had been exempt from quartering troops. New arrangements, tendered necessary by the scarcity of forage, have obliged me to send a squadron of chasseurs de cheval to Munden, a little town 4 leagues from Kassel. This movement excited some alarm in the elector, who expressed a wish to see things restored to the same footing as before. He has requested M. Bignon to write to me and to assure me again that he will be delighted to become acquainted with me at the waters of Nemmendorf, where he intends to spend some time. But on this subject I shall not alter the determination I have already mentioned to you, yours, etc., signed, Bernadotte, stayed, 10th Thermidor, 29th July, 1805. Chapter 33. 1805. Treaty of Alliance between England and Russia. Certainty of an approaching war. M. Forschmann. The Russian Minister Durac's mission, to Berlin. New project of the King of Sweden. Secret mission, to the Baltic animosity against France. Fall of the exchange between Hamburg and Paris. Destruction of the first Austrian army. Taking of Ulm. The Emperor's displeasure at the remark of a soldier. Battle of Trafalgar. Durac's position at the court of Prussia. Armaments in Russia. Libel upon Napoleon in the Hamburg. Correspondent embarrassment of the Syndic and Burgomaster of Hamburg. The conduct of the Russian minister, censured by the Swedish and English ministers. At the beginning of August 1805, a treaty of alliance between Russia and England was spoken of. Some persons of consequence, who had the means of knowing all that was going on in the political world, had read this treaty, the principal points of which were communicated to me. Article 1 stated that the object of the alliance was to restore the balance of Europe. By Art. 2d, the Emperor of Russia was to place 36,000 men at the disposal of England. Art. 3d stipulated that neither of the two powers would consent to treat with France, nor to lay down arms until the King of Sardinia should either be restored to his dominions or receive an equivalent indemnity in the northeast of Italy. By Art. 4th, Malta was to be evacuated by the English and occupied by the Russians. By Art. 5th, the two powers were to guarantee the independence of the Republic of the Ionian Isles, and England was to pledge herself to assist Russia in her war against Persia. If this plan of a treaty, of the existence of which I was informed on unquestionable authority, had been brought to any result, it is impossible to calculate what might have been its consequences. At that time, an immediate continental war was confidently expected by every person in the north of Europe. And it is very certain that, had not Napoleon taken the hint in time and renounced his absurd schemes at Boulogne, France would have stood in a dangerous situation. M. Forschmann, the Russian charge d'affaires, was intriguing to excite the north of Europe against France. He repeatedly received orders to obtain the insertion of irritating articles in the correspondent. He was an active, intriguing, and spiteful little man, and a declared enemy of France, but fortunately, his stupidity and vanity rendered him less dangerous than he wished to be. He was universally detested, and he would have lost all credit but that the extensive trade carried on between Russia and Hamburg forced the inhabitants and magistrates of that city to bear with a man who might have done them, individually, considerable injury. The recollection of Durac's successful mission to Berlin during the consulate induced Napoleon to believe that that general might appease the King of Prussia, who complained seriously of the violation of the territory of Anspach, which Bernadotte, in consequence of the orders he received, had not been able to respect. Durac remained about 6 weeks in Berlin. The following letter from Durac will show that the facility of passing through Hesse seemed to excuse the second violation of the Prussian territory. But there was a great difference between a petty prince of Hesse and the King of Prussia. I send you, my dear Bourrienne, 2 dispatches, which I have received for you. M. de Talleyrand, who sends them, desires me to request that you will transmit General Victor's by a sure conveyance. I do not yet know whether I shall stay long in Berlin. By the last accounts, I received the Emperor is still in Paris, and numerous forces are assembling on the Rhine. The hopes of peace are vanishing every day, and Austria does everything to promote war. I have received accounts from Marshal Bernadotte. He has effected his passage through Hesse. Marshal Bernadotte was much pleased with the courtesy he experienced from the Elector. The junction of the corps commanded by Bernadotte with the army of the Emperor was very important, and Napoleon therefore directed the marshal to come up with him as speedily as possible, and by the shortest road. It was necessary he should arrive in time for the Battle of Austerlitz. Gustavus, King of Sweden, who was always engaged in some enterprise, wished to raise an army composed of Swedes, Prussians, and English, and certainly a vigorous attack in the north would have prevented Bernadotte from quitting the banks of the Elbe and the Weser, and reinforcing the Grand Army which was marching on Vienna. But the King of Sweden's coalition produced no other result than the siege of the little fortress of Hameln. Prussia would not come to a rupture with France, the King of Sweden was abandoned, and Bonaparte's resentment against him increased. This abortive project of Gustavus contributed not a little to alienate the affections of his subjects, who feared that they might be the victims of the revenge excited by the extravagant plans of their king, and the insults he had heaped upon Napoleon, particularly since the death of the Duc d'Enghien. On the 13th of September 1805, I received a letter from the Minister of Police soliciting information about Swedish Pomerania. Astonished at not obtaining from the commercial consuls at Lübeck and Stettin any accounts of the movements of the Russians, I had sent to those ports, 4 days before the receipt of the police minister's letter, a confidential agent, to observe the Baltic. Though we were only 64 leagues from Stralsund, the most uncertain and contradictory accounts came to hand. It was, however, certain that a landing of the Russians was expected at Stralsund, or at Travemtind, the port of Lübeck, at the mouth of the little river Trav. I was positively informed that Russia had freighted a considerable number of vessels for those ports. The hatred of the French continued to increase in the north of Europe. About the end of September, there appeared at Kiel, in Denmark, a libelous pamphlet, which was bought and read with inconceivable avidity. This pamphlet, which was very ably written, was the production of some fanatic who openly preached a crusade against France. The author regarded the blood of millions of men as a trifling sacrifice for the great object of humiliating France and bringing her back to the limits of the old monarchy. This pamphlet was circulated extensively in the German departments united to France, in Holland, and in Switzerland. The number of incendiary publications, which everywhere abounded, indicated but too plainly that if the nations of the north should be driven back towards the Arctic regions, they would in their turn repulse their conquerors towards the south. And no man of common sense could doubt that if the French eagles were planted in foreign capitals, foreign standards would one day wave over Paris. On the 30th of September 1805, I received, by an estafette, intelligence of the landing at Stralsund of 6,000 Swedes, who had arrived from Stockholm in 2 ships of war. About the end of September, the Hamburg exchange on Paris fell alarmingly. The loss was 20%. The fall stopped at 17 below par. The speculation for this fall of the exchange had been made with equal imprudence and animosity by the House of Ozey and Company. The head of that house, a Dutch emigrant who had been settled at Hamburg about 6 years, seized every opportunity of manifesting his hatred of France. An agent of that rich house at Rotterdam was also very hostile to us, a circumstance which shows that if many persons sacrifice their political opinions to their interests, there are others who endanger their interests for the triumph of their opinions. On the 23rd of October 1805, I received official intelligence of the total destruction of the First Austrian Army. General Barbu, who was in Hanover, also informed me of that event in the following terms: "The First Austrian Army has ceased to exist." He alluded to the brilliant affair of Ulm. I immediately dispatched 12 estafettes to different parts, among other places to Stralsund and Husum. I thought that these prodigies, which must have been almost incredible to those who were unacquainted with Napoleon's military genius, might arrest the progress of the Russian troops and produces some change in the movements of the enemy's forces. A second edition of the Correspondent was published with this intelligence, and 6,000 copies were sold at 4 times the usual price. I need not detain the reader with the details of the capitulation of Ulm, which have already been published, but I may relate the following anecdote, which is not generally known. A French general passing before the ranks of his men said to them, "Well, comrades, we have prisoners enough here." "Yes, indeed," replied one of the soldiers, "we never saw so many collected together before." It was stated at the time, and I believe it, that the emperor was much displeased when he heard of this, and remarked that it was atrocious to insult brave men to whom the fate of arms had proved unfavorable. In reading the history of this period, we find that in whatever place Napoleon happened to be, there was the central point of action. The affairs of Europe were arranged at his headquarters in the same manner as if he had been in Paris. Everything depended on his good or bad fortune. Espionage, seduction, false promises, exactions all were put in force to promote the success of his projects. But his despotism, which excited dissatisfaction in France, and his continual aggressions, which threatened the independence of foreign states, rendered him more and more unpopular everywhere. The Battle of Trafalgar took place while Napoleon was marching on Vienna, and on the day after the capitulation of Ulm. The southern coast of Spain then witnessed an engagement between 31 French and about an equal number of English ships, and in spite of this equality of force, the French fleet was destroyed. The actual forces present were 27 English ships of the line and 38 Franco-Spanish ships of the line. See James' Naval History, Volume Roman III. p. 459. This great battle afforded another proof of our naval inferiority. Admirer's Calder first gave us the lesson which Nelson completed, but which cost the latter his life. According to the reports which Duroc transmitted to me, courage gave momentary hope to the French, but they were at length forced to yield to the superior naval tactics of the enemy. The Battle of Trafalgar paralyzed our naval force and banished all hope of any attempt against England. The favor which the King of Prussia had shown to Duroc was withdrawn when His Majesty received intelligence of the march of Bernadotte's troops through the Margravate of Anspach. All accounts concurred respecting the just umbrage which that violation of territory occasioned to the King of Prussia. The agents whom I had in that quarter overwhelmed me with reports of the excesses committed by the French in passing through the Margravate. A letter I received from Duroc contains the following remarks on this subject. The corps of Marshal Bernadotte has passed through Anspach, and by some misunderstanding this has been regarded at Berlin as an insult to the king, a violence committed upon his neutrality. How can it be supposed, especially under present circumstances, that the emperor could have any intention of insulting or committing violence upon his friend? Besides, the reports have been exaggerated and have been made by persons who wish to favor our enemies rather than us. However, I am perfectly aware that Marshal Bernadotte's 70,000 men are not 70,000 virgins. Be this as it may, the business might have been fatal and will, at all events, be very injurious to us. Laforet and I are treated very harshly, though we do not deserve it. All the idle stories that have been got up here must have reached you. Probably Prussia will not forget that France was, and still may be, the only power interested in her glory and aggrandizement. At the end of October, the King of Prussia, far from thinking of war, but in case of its occurrence wishing to check its disasters as far as possible, proposed to establish a line of neutrality. This was the first idea of the Confederation of the North. Duroc, fearing lest the Russians should enter Hamburg, advised me, as a friend, to adopt precautions. But I was on the spot. I knew all the movement the little detached corps, and I was under no apprehension. The editor of the Hamburg, correspondent, sent me every evening a proof of the number which was to appear next day, a favor which was granted only to the French minister. On the 20th of November, I received the proof as usual, and saw nothing objectionable in it. How great, therefore, was my astonishment when next morning I read in the same journal an article personally insulting to the emperor, and in which the legitimate sovereigns of Europe were called upon to undertake a crusade against the usurper, etc. I immediately sent for M. Dorman, first syndic of the Senate of Hamburg. When he appeared, his mortified look sufficiently informed me that he knew what I had to say to him. I reproached him sharply and asked him how, after all I had told him of the emperor's susceptibility, he could permit the insertion of such an article. I observed to him that this indecorous diatribe had no official character, since it had no signature, and that, therefore, he had acted in direct opposition to a decree of the Senate, which prohibited the insertion in the journals of any articles which were not signed. I told him plainly that his imprudence might be attended with serious consequences. M. Dorman did not attempt to justify Himmelt, but merely explained to me how the thing had happened. On the 20th of November, in the evening, M. Forschmann, the Russian charge d'affaires who had in the course of the day arrived from the Russian headquarters, presented to the editor of the correspondent the article in question. The editor, after reading the article, which he thought exceedingly indecorous, observed to M. Forschmann that his paper was already made up, which was the fact, for I had seen a proof. M. Forschmann, however, insisted on the insertion of the article. The editor then told him that he could not admit it without the approbation of the syndic censor. M. Forschmann immediately waited upon M. Dorman, and when the latter begged that he would not insist on the insertion of the article, M. Forschmann produced a letter written in French, which, among other things, contained the following: "You will get the enclosed article inserted in the correspondent without suffering a single word to be altered. Should the censor refuse, you must apply to the directing burgomaster, and, in case of his refusal, to General Tolstoy, who will devise some means of rendering the Senate more complying, and forcing it to observe an impartial deference." M. Dorman, thinking he could not take upon himself to allow the insertion of the article, went, accompanied by M. Forschmann, to wait upon M. von Graffen, the directing burgomaster. Dorman and von Graffen earnestly pointed out the impropriety of inserting the article, but M. Forschmann referred to his order, and added that the compliance of the Senate on this point was the only means of avoiding great mischief. The burgomaster and the syndic, finding themselves thus forced to admit the article, entreated that the following passage at least might be suppressed. "I know a certain chief, who, in defiance of all laws divine and human, in contempt of the hatred he inspires in Europe, as well as among those whom he has reduced to be his subjects, keeps possession of a usurped throne by violence and crime. His insatiable ambition would subject all Europe to his rule, but the time is come for avenging the rights of nations." M. Forschmann again referred to his orders, and with some degree of violence insisted on the insertion of the article in its complete form. The burgomaster then authorized the editor of the correspondent to print the article that night, and M. Forschmann, having obtained that authority, carried the article to the office at 11:30. Such was the account given me by M. Dorman. I observed that I did not understand how the imaginary apprehension of any violence on the part of Russia should have induced him to admit so insolent an attack upon the most powerful sovereign in Europe, whose arms would soon dictate laws to Germany. The syndic did not dissemble his fear of the emperor's resentment, while at the same time he expressed a hope that the emperor would take into consideration the extreme difficulty of a small power maintaining neutrality in the extraordinary circumstances in which Hamburg was placed, and that the articles might be said to have been presented almost at the point of the Cossack spears. M. Dorman added that a refusal, which would have brought Russian troops to Hamburg, might have been attended by very unpleasant consequences to me, and might have committed the Senate in a very different way. I begged of him, once for all, to set aside in these affairs all consideration of my personal danger. And the syndic, after a conversation of more than 2 hours, departed more uneasy in his mind than when he arrived, and conjuring me to give a faithful report of the facts as they had happened. M. Dorman was a very worthy man, and I gave a favorable representation of his excuses and of the readiness which he had always evinced to keep out of the correspondent articles hostile to France, as, for example, the commencement of a proclamation of the Emperor of Germany to his subjects, and a complete proclamation of the King of Sweden. As it happened, the good syndic escaped with nothing worse than a fright. I was myself astonished at the success of my intercession. I learned from the Minister for Foreign Affairs that the Emperor was furiously indignant on reading the article, in which the French army was outraged as well as he. Indeed, he paid but little attention to insults directed against himself personally. Their eternal repetition had inured him to them, but at the idea of his army being insulted, he was violently enraged and uttered the most terrible threats. It is worthy of remark that the Swedish and English ministers, as soon as they read the article, waited upon the editor of the correspondent, and expressed their astonishment that such a libel should have been published. Victorious armies, said they, should be answered by cannonballs, and not by insults as gross as they are ridiculous. This opinion was shared by all the foreigners at that time in Hamburg. Chapter 34. 1805. Difficulties of my situation at Hamburg. Toil and responsibility supervision of the emigrants foreign, Minister's Journals packet from Strasbourg. Bonaparte fond of narrating Giulio, an extempore recitation of a story composed by the Emperor. The brief detail I have given in the 2 or 3 preceding chapters of the events which occurred previously to and during the campaign of Austerlitz, with the letters of Duroc and Bernadotte, may afford the reader some idea of my situation during the early part of my residence in Hamburg. Events succeeded each other with such incredible rapidity as to render my labor excessive. My occupations were different, but not less laborious, than those which I formerly performed when near the emperor. And besides, I was now loaded with a responsibility which did not attach to me as the private secretary of General Bonaparte and the first consul. I had, in fact, to maintain a constant watch over the emigrants in Altona, which was no easy matter to correspond daily with the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Police to confer with the foreign ministers accredited at Hamburg to maintain active relations with the commanders of the French army to interrogate my secret agents and keep a strict surveillance over their proceedings. It was, besides, necessary to be unceasingly on the watch for scurrilous articles against Napoleon in the Hamburg Correspondent. I shall frequently have occasion to speak of all these things, and especially of the most marked emigrants, in a manner less irregular, because what I have hitherto said may, in some sort, be considered merely as a summary of all the facts relating to the occurrences which daily passed before my eyes. In the midst of these multifarious and weighty occupations, I received a packet with the Strasbourg postmark at the time the Empress was in that city. This packet had not the usual form of a diplomatic dispatch, and the superscription announced that it came from the residence of Josephine. My readers, I venture to presume, will not experience less gratification than I did on a perusal of its contents, which will be found at the end of this chapter. But before satisfying the curiosity to which I have perhaps given birth, I may here relate that one of the peculiarities of Bonaparte was a fondness of extempore narration, and it appears he had not discontinued the practice even after he became emperor. In fact, Bonaparte, during the first year after his elevation to the imperial throne, usually passed those evenings in the apartments of the Empress which he could steal from public business. Throwing himself on a sofa, he would remain absorbed in gloomy silence, which no one dared to interrupt. Sometimes, however, on the contrary, he would give the reins to his vivid imagination and his love of the marvelous, or, to speak more correctly, his desire to produce effect, which was perhaps one of his strongest passions, and would relate little romances, which were always of a fearful description and in unison with the natural turn of his ideas. During those recitals, the ladies-in-waiting were always present, to one of whom I am indebted for the following story, which she had written nearly in the words of Napoleon. "Never," said this lady in her letter to me, "did the emperor appear more extraordinary." Led away by the subject, he paced the salon with hasty strides. The intonations of his voice varied according to the characters of the personages he brought on the scene. He seemed to multiply himself in order to play the different parts, and no person needed to feign the terror which he really inspired, and which he loved to see depicted in the countenances of those who surrounded him. In this tale, I have made no alterations, as can be attested by those who, to my knowledge, have a copy of it. It is curious to compare the impassioned portions of it with the style of Napoleon in some of the letters addressed to Josephine. Volume 3, 1805-1814. Chapter 18, 1809. Demands for contingents from some of the small states of Germany. Metternich position of Russia with respect to France union of Austria and Russia return of the English to Spain sold King of Portugal. And Murat's successor to the Emperor first levy of the Landwehr, in Austria agents of the Hamburg correspondent declaration of Prince Charles Napoleon's march to Germany his proclamation Bernadotte's departure, for the army Napoleon's dislike of Bernadotte Prince Charles' plan of campaign the English, at Cuxhaven fruitlessness of the plots of England Napoleon wounded Napoleon's prediction realized Major Schill Hamburg threatened and saved Schill in Lübeck his death, and destruction of his band Schill imitated by the Duke of Brunswick's departure of the English from Cuxhaven. Bonaparte, the foundations of whose empire were his sword and his victories, and who was anxiously looking forward to the time when the sovereigns of continental Europe should be his juniors, applied for contingents of troops from the states to which I was accredited. The Duchy of Mecklenburg-Schwerin was to furnish a regiment of 1,800 men, and the other little states, such as Oldenburg and Mecklenburg-Strelitz, were to furnish regiments of less amount. All Europe was required to rise in arms to second the gigantic projects of the new sovereign. This demand for contingents, and the positive way in which the emperor insisted upon them, gave rise to an immense correspondence, which, however, was unattended by any result. The notes and orders remained in the portfolios, and the contingents stayed at home. Metternich, whose talent has since been so conspicuously displayed, had been for upwards of a year ambassador from Austria to Paris. Even then, he excelled in the art of guiding men's minds, and of turning to the advantage of his policy his external graces and the favor he acquired in the drawing-room. His father, a clever man, brought up in the old diplomatic school of Thugut and Kaunitz, had early accustomed him to the task of making other governments believe, by means of agents, what might lead them into error and tend to the advantage of his own government. His maneuvers tended to make Austria assume a discontented and haughty tone, and wishing, as she said, to secure her independence, she publicly declared her intention of protecting herself against any enterprise similar to those of which she had so often been the victim. This language, encouraged by the complete evacuation of Germany and the war in Spain, the unfortunate issue of which was generally foreseen, was used in time of peace between the two empires, and when France was not threatening war to Austria. Metternich arrived in Paris as ambassador on 4 August 1806, after Austria had been vanquished at Austerlitz. It does not seem probable, either from his views or his correspondence, that he advised the rash attempt of Austria to attack Napoleon by herself. Compare Metternich Tome 1, p. 69, on the mistake of Prussia in 1805 and 1806. See also Tome Roman 2. p. 221, to provoke a war with France would be madness. 1st July 1808. On the other hand, the tone of his correspondence in 1808 seems calculated to make Austria believe that war was inevitable, and that her forces, so inferior to those of France before the insurrection in Spain, will at least be equal to them immediately after that event. Tome Roman 2, p. 808. What is curious is that Metternich's conduct towards Napoleon, while ambassador, had led even such men as Duke d'Alberg to believe that he was really so well disposed towards Napoleon as to serve his cause more than that of Austria. Metternich, who had instructions from his court, gave no satisfactory explanation of those circumstances to Napoleon, who immediately raised a conscription and brought soldiers from Spain into Germany. It was necessary, also, to come to an understanding with Russia, who, being engaged with her war in Finland and Turkey, appeared desirous neither to enter into alliance with Austria nor to afford her support. What, in fact, was the Emperor Alexander's situation with respect to France? He had signed a treaty of peace at Tilsit, which he felt had been forced upon him, and he knew that time alone would render it possible for him to take part in a contest, which it was evident would again be renewed either with Prussia or Austria. Every person of common sense must have perceived that Austria, in taking up arms, reckoned, if not on the assistance, at least on the neutrality of Russia. Russia was then engaged with two enemies, the Swedes and the Turks, over whom she hoped to triumph. She therefore rejoiced to see France again engage in a struggle with Austria, and there was no doubt that she would take advantage of any chances favorable to the latter power to join her in opposing the encroachments of France. I never could conceive how, under those circumstances, Napoleon could be so blind as to expect assistance from Russia in his quarrel with Austria. He must, indeed, have been greatly deceived as to the footing on which the two courts stood with reference to each other, their friendly footing, and their mutual agreement to oppose the overgrowing ambition of their common enemy. The English, who had been compelled to quit Spain, now returned there. They landed in Portugal, which might be almost regarded as their own colony, and marched against Marshal Soult, who left Spain to meet them. Any other man than Soult would perhaps have been embarrassed by the obstacles which he had to surmount. A great deal has been said about his wish to make himself King of Portugal. Bernadotte told me, when he passed through Hamburg, that the matter had been the subject of much conversation at headquarters after the Battle of Wagram. Bernadotte placed no faith in the report, and I am pretty sure that Napoleon also disbelieved it. However, This matter is still involved in the obscurity from which it will only be drawn when some person acquainted with the intrigue shall give a full explanation of it. Since I have, with reference to Soult, touched upon the subject of his supposed ambition, I will mention here what I know of Murat's expectation of succeeding the emperor. When Romanzo returned from his useless mission of mediation to London, the emperor proceeded to Bayonne. Bernadotte, who had an agent in Paris whom he paid highly, told me one day that he had received a dispatch informing him that Murat entertained the idea of one day succeeding the emperor. Sycophants, expecting to derive advantage from it, encouraged Murat in this chimerical hope. I know not whether Napoleon was acquainted with this circumstance, nor what he said of it, but Bernadotte spoke of it to me as a certain fact. It would, however, have been very wrong to attach great importance to an expression which, perhaps, escaped Murat in a moment of ardor, for his natural temperament sometimes betrayed him into acts of imprudence, the result of which, with a man like Napoleon, was always to be dreaded. It was in the midst of the operations of the Spanish War, which Napoleon directed in person, that he learned Austria had for the first time raised the landwehr. I obtained some very curious documents respecting the armaments of Austria from the editor of the Hamburg Correspondent. This paper, the circulation of which amounted to not less than 60,000, paid considerable sums to persons in different parts of Europe who were able and willing to furnish the current news. The correspondent paid 6,000 francs a year to a clerk in the War Department at Vienna, and it was this clerk who supplied the intelligence that Austria was preparing for war, and that orders had been issued in all directions to collect and put in motion all the resources of that powerful monarchy. I communicated these particulars to the French government and suggested the necessity of increased vigilance and measures of defense. Preceding aggressions, especially that of 1805, were not to be forgotten. Similar information probably reached the French government from many quarters. Be that as it may, the emperor consigned the military operations in Spain to his generals and departed for Paris, where he arrived at the end of January 1809. He had been in Spain only since the beginning of November 1808, and his presence there had again rendered our banners victorious. But though the insurgent troops were beaten, the inhabitants showed themselves more and more unfavorable to Joseph's cause, and it did not appear very probable that he could ever seat himself tranquilly on the throne of Madrid. The successes obtained by Napoleon during his stay of about 3 months in Spain were certainly very great, and mainly resulted from his own masterly genius and lightning-like rapidity. The Spanish armies, as yet unsupported by British troops, were defeated at Gomnal, Espinosa, Reynosa, Tudela, and at the pass of the Somo-Sierra Mountains, and at an early hour of the morning of the 4th December, Madrid surrendered. On the 20th of December, Bonaparte marched with far superior forces against the unfortunate Sir John Moore, who had been sent to advance into Spain both by the wrong route and at a wrong time. On the 29th, from the heights of Benevento, his eyes were delighted by seeing the English in full retreat. But a blow struck him from another quarter, and leaving Soult to follow up Moore, he took the road to Paris. The Emperor Francis, notwithstanding his counselors, hesitated about taking the first step. But at length, yielding to the solicitations of England and the secret intrigues of Russia, and above all, seduced by the subsidies of Great Britain, Austria declared hostilities, not at first against France, but against her allies of the Confederation of the Rhine. On the 9th of April, Prince Charles, who was appointed commander-in-chief of the Austrian troops, addressed a note to the commander-in-chief of the French army in Bavaria, apprising him of the declaration of war. A courier carried the news of this declaration to Strasbourg with the utmost expedition, from whence it was transmitted by telegraph to Paris. The emperor, surprised but not disconcerted by this intelligence, received it at St. Cloud on the 11th of April, and 2 hours after he was on the road to Germany. The complexity of affairs in which he was then involved seemed to give a new impulse to his activity. When he reached the army, neither his troops nor his guard had been able to come up, and under those circumstances he placed himself at the head of the Bavarian troops, and, as it were, adopted the soldiers of Maximilian. 6 days after his departure from Paris, the army of Prince Charles, which had passed the Inn, was threatened. The emperor's headquarters were at Donauworth, and from thence he addressed to his soldiers one of those energetic and concise proclamations which made them perform so many prodigies, and which was soon circulated in every language by the public journals. This complication of events could not but be fatal to Europe and France, whatever might be its result, but it presented an opportunity favorable to the development of the emperor's genius. Like his favorite poet Ossian, who loved best to touch his lyre midst the howlings of the tempest, Napoleon required political tempests for the display of his abilities. During the campaign of 1809, and particularly at its commencement, Napoleon's course was even more rapid than it had been in the campaign of 1805. Every courier who arrived at Hamburg brought us news, or rather prodigies. As soon as the emperor was informed of the attack made by the Austrians upon Bavaria, orders were dispatched to all the generals having troops under their command to proceed with all speed to the theater of the war. The Prince of Pontcorvo was summoned to join the Grand Army with the Saxon troops under his command, and for the time he resigned the government of the Hanse towns. Colonel Damas succeeded him at Hamburg during that period, but merely as commandant of the fortress, and he never gave rise to any murmur or complaint. Bernadotte was not satisfied with his situation, and indeed the emperor, who was never much disposed to bring him forward, because he could not forgive him for his opposition on the 18th Brumaire, always appointed him to posts in which but little glory was to be acquired, and placed as few troops as possible under his command. It required all the promptitude of the emperor's march upon Vienna to defeat the plots which were brewing against his government. For in the event of his arms being unsuccessful, the blow was ready to be struck. The English force in the north of Germany amounted to about 10,000 men. The Archduke Charles had formed the project of concentrating in the middle of Germany a large body of troops, consisting of the corps of General M. Eudes, of General Radiswowitz, and of the English, with whom were to be joined the people who were expected to revolt. The English would have wished the Austrian troops to advance a little farther. The English agent made some representations on this subject to Stadion, the Austrian minister. But the Archduke preferred making a diversion to committing the safety of the monarchy by departing from his present inactivity and risking the passage of the Danube, in the face of an enemy who never suffered himself to be surprised, and who had calculated every possible event. In concerting his plan, the Archduke expected that the Tsar would either detach a strong force to assist his allies, or that he would abandon them to their own defense. In the first case, the Archduke would have had a great superiority, and in the second, all was prepared in Hesse and in Hanover to rise on the approach of the Austrian and English armies. At the commencement of July, the English advanced upon Cuxhaven with a dozen small ships of war. They landed 400 or 600 sailors and about 50 marines and planted a standard on one of the outworks. The day after this landing at Cuxhaven, the English, who were in Denmark, evacuated Copenhagen after destroying a battery which they had erected there. All the schemes of England were fruitless on the continent, for with the emperor's new system of war, which consisted in making a push on the capitals, he soon obtained negotiations for peace. He was master of Vienna before England had even organized the expedition to which I have just alluded. He left Paris on the 11th of April, was at Donauwörth on the 17th, and on the 23d he was master of Ratisbon. In the engagement which preceded his entrance into that town, Napoleon received a slight wound in the heel. He nevertheless remained on the field of battle. It was also between Donauwörth and Ratisbon that Davoust, by a bold maneuver, gained and merited the title of Prince of Eckmühl. The great battle of Eckmühl, where 100,000 Austrians were driven from all their positions, was fought on the 22d of April editor of edition. At this period, fortune was not only bent on favoring Napoleon's arms, but she seemed to take pleasure in realizing even his boasting predictions. For the French troops entered Vienna within a month after a proclamation issued by Napoleon at Ratisbon, in which he said he would be master of the Austrian capital in that time. But while he was thus marching from triumph to triumph, the people of Hamburg and the neighboring countries had a neighbor who did not leave them altogether without inquietude. The famous Prussian partisan, Major Schill, after pursuing his system of plunder in Westphalia, came and threw himself into Mecklenburg, whence, I understood, it was his intention to surprise Hamburg. At the head of 600 well-mounted hussars and between 1,500 and 2,000 infantry badly armed, he took possession of the little fort of Domitz, in Mecklenburg, on the 15th of May, from whence he dispatched parties who levied contributions on both banks of the Elbe. Schill inspired terror wherever he went. On the 19th of May, a detachment of 30 men belonging to Schill's corps entered Wismar. It was commanded by Count Molk, who had formerly been in the Prussian service and who had retired to his estate in Mecklenburg, where the Duke had kindly given him an appointment. Forgetting his duty to his benefactor, he sent to summon the Duke to surrender Stralsund. Alarmed at the progress of the partisan Schill, the Duke of Mecklenburg and his court quitted Ludwigsburg, their regular residence, and retired to Dobrin on the seacoast. On quitting Mecklenburg, Schill advanced to Burgdorf, 4 leagues from Hamburg. The alarm then increased in that city. A few of the inhabitants talked of making a compromise with Schill and sending him money to get him away. But the firmness of the majority imposed silence on this timid council. I consulted with the commandant of the town, and we determined to adopt measures of precaution. The custom-house chest, in which there was more than 1 million of gold, was sent to Holstein under a strong escort. At the same time, I sent to Schill a clever spy, who gave him a most alarming account of the means of defense which Hamburg possessed. Schill accordingly gave up his designs on that city, and leaving it on his left, entered Lübeck, which was undefended. Meanwhile, Lieutenant General Graschen, who had left Berlin by order of the Prince de Neufchâtel, with 2,500 Dutch and 3,000 Swedish troops, actively pursued Schill, and tranquility was soon restored throughout all the neighboring country, which had been greatly agitated by his bold enterprise. Schill, after wandering for some days on the shores of the Baltic, was overtaken by General Graschen at Stralsund, whence he was about to embark for Sweden. He made a desperate defense and was killed after a conflict of 2 hours. His band was destroyed. 300 of his hussars and 200 infantry, who had effected their escape, asked leave to return to Prussia, and they were conducted to the Prussian general commanding a neighboring town. A war of plunder like that carried on by Schill could not be honorably acknowledged by a power having any claim to respect. Yet the English government sent Schill a colonel's commission, and the full uniform of his new rank, with the assurance that all his troops should thenceforth be paid by England. Schill soon had an imitator of exalted rank. In August 1809, the Duke of Brunswick-Holz sought the dangerous honor of succeeding that famous partisan. At the head of at most 2,000 men, he for some days disturbed the left bank of the Elbe, and on the 5th entered Bremen. On his approach, the French vice-consul retired to Osterholz. One of the Duke's officers presented himself at the hones of the vice-consul and demanded 200 louis. The agent of the vice-consul, alarmed at the threat of the place being given up to pillage, capitulated with the officer, and with considerable difficulty got rid of him at the sacrifice of 80 louis, for which a receipt was presented to him in the name of the Duke. The Duke, who now went by the name of the new Schill, did not remain long in Bremen. Wishing to repair with all possible speed to Holland, he left Bremen on the evening of the 6th, and proceeded to Danenhorst, where his advanced guard had already arrived. The Westphalian troops, commanded by Reubel, entered Bremen on the 7th, and not finding the Duke of Brunswick, immediately marched in pursuit of him. The Danish troops who occupied Cuxhaven received orders to proceed to Bremerle, to favor the operations of the Westphalians and the Dutch. Meanwhile, the English approached Cuxhaven, where they landed 3,000 or 4,000 men. The persons in charge of the custom house establishment and the few sailors who were in Cuxhaven fell back upon Hamburg. The Duke of Brunswick still pursued cross Germany from the frontiers of Bohemia to Elsfaleth, a little port on the left bank of the Weser, where he arrived on the 7th, being 1 day in advance of his pursuers. He immediately took possession of all the transports at Elsfaleth and embarked for Heligoland. The landing which the English effected at Cuxhaven, while the Danes, who garrisoned that port, were occupied in pursuing the Duke of Brunswick, was attended by no result. After the escape of the Duke, the Danes returned to their post, which the English immediately evacuated. Chapter 19. 1809. The castle of Dierstein Richard Coeur de Lion and Marshal Lands. The Emperor at the gates of Vienna. The Archduchess Maria Louisa facility of correspondence, with England smuggling in Hamburg brown sugar and Sandhursts, filled with sugar and coffee embargo. On the publication of new supervision of the Hamburg Correspondent Festival, of Saint Napoleon Ecclesiastical Adulation the King of Westphalia's journey through his state's attempt to raise a lone Jerome's present to me the present returned Bonaparte's unfounded suspicions. Rapp, who during the campaign of Vienna had resumed his duties as aide-de-camp, related to me one of those observations of Napoleon which, when his words are compared with the events that followed them, seem to indicate a foresight into his future destiny. When within some days' march of Vienna, the emperor procured a guide to explain to him every village and ruin which he observed on the road. The guide pointed to an eminence on which were a few decayed vestiges of an old fortified castle. "Those," said the guide, "are the ruins of the castle of Dürnstein." Napoleon suddenly stopped and stood for some time silently contemplating the ruins, then turning to Lannes, who was with him, he raid, "See, yonder is the prison of Richard Coeur de Lion. He, like us, went to Syria and Palestine. But my brave Lannes, the Coeur de Lion was not braver than you. He was more fortunate than I at Saint Jean d'Acre. A Duke of Austria sold him to an Emperor of Germany, who imprisoned him in that castle." Those were the days of barbarism. How different from the civilization of modern times! Europe has seen how I treated the Emperor of Austria, whom I might have made prisoner, and I would treat him so again. I claim no credit for this. In the present age, crowned heads must be respected. A conqueror imprisoned. A few days after the emperor was at the gates of Vienna, but on this occasion his access to the Austrian capital was not so easy as it had been rendered in 1805 by the ingenuity and courage of Lannes and Murat. The Archduke Maximilian, who was shut up in the capital, wished to defend it, although the French army already occupied the principal suburbs. In vain were flags of truce sent one after the other to the Archduke. They were not only dismissed unheard, but were even ill-treated, and one of them was almost killed by the populace. The city was then bombarded, and would speedily have been destroyed, but that the emperor, being informed that one of the archduchesses remained in Vienna on account of ill health, ordered the firing to cease. By a singular caprice of Napoleon's destiny, this archduchess was no other than Maria Louisa. Vienna at length opened her gates to Napoleon, who for some days took up his residence at Schönbrunn. The emperor was engaged in so many projects at once that they could not all succeed. Thus, while he was triumphant in the hereditary states, his continental system was experiencing severe checks. The trade with England on the coast of Oldenburg was carried on as uninterruptedly as if in time of peace. English letters and newspapers arrived on the continent, and those of the continent found their way into Great Britain, as if France and England had been united by ties of the firmest friendship. In short, things were just in the same state as if the decree for the blockade of the British Isles had not existed. When the custom house officers succeeded in seizing contraband goods, they were again taken from them by main force. On the 2nd of July, a serious contest took place at Brinskam between the custom house officers and a party of peasantry, in which the latter remained masters of 18 wagons laden with English goods. Many were wounded on both sides. If, however, trade with England was carried on freely along a vast extent of coast, it was different in the city of Hamburg, where English goods were introduced only by fraud. And I verily believe that the art of smuggling and the schemes of smugglers were never before carried to such perfection. Above 6,000 persons of the lower orders went backwards and forwards, about 20 times a day, from Altona to Hamburg, and they carried on their contraband trade by many ingenious stratagems, two of which were so curious that they are worth mentioning here. On the left of the road leading from Hamburg to Altona, there was a piece of ground where pits were dug for the purpose of procuring sand used for building and for laying down in the streets. At this time, it was proposed to repair the great street of Hamburg, leading to the gate of Altona. The smugglers overnight filled the sand pit with brown sugar, and the little carts which usually conveyed the sand into Hamburg were filled with the sugar, care being taken to cover it with a layer of sand about an inch thick. This trick was carried on for a length of time, but no progress was made in repairing the street. I complained greatly of the delay, even before I was aware of its cause, for the street led to a country house I had near Altona, whither I went daily. The officers of the customs at length perceived that the work did not proceed, and one fine morning the sugar carts were stopped and seized. Another expedient was then to be devised. Between Hamburg and Altona, there was a little suburb situated on the right bank of the Elbe. This suburb was inhabited by sailors, laborers of the port, and landowners. The inhabitants were interred in the cemetery of Hamburg. It was observed that funeral processions passed this way more frequently than usual. The custom house officers, amazed at the sudden mortality of the worthy inhabitants of the little suburb, insisted on searching one of the vehicles, and on opening the hearse it was found to be filled with sugar, coffee, vanilla, indigo, etc. It was necessary to abandon this expedient, but others were soon discovered. Bonaparte was sensitive, in an extraordinary degree, to all that was said and thought of him, and heaven knows how many dispatches I received from headquarters during the campaign of Vienna, directing me not only to watch the vigilant execution of the custom house laws, but to lay an embargo on a thing which alarmed him more than the introduction of British merchandise, viz., the publication of news. In conformity with these reiterated instructions, I directed a special attention to the management of the correspondent. The importance of this journal, with its 60,000 readers, may easily be perceived. I procured the insertion of everything I thought desirable: all the bulletins, proclamations, acts of the French government, notes of the Moniteur, and the semi-official articles of the French journals. These were all given in extenso. On the other hand, I often suppressed adverse news, which, though well known, would have received additional weight from its insertion in so widely circulated a paper. If by chance there crept in some Austrian bulletin, extracted from the other German papers published in the States of the Confederation of the Rhine, there was always given with it a suitable antidote to destroy, or at least to mitigate, its ill effect. But this was not all. The King of Württemberg having reproached the correspondent, in a letter to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, with publishing whatever Austria wished should be made known, and being conducted in a spirit hostile to the good cause, I answered these unjust reproaches by making the syndic censor prohibit the Hamburg papers from inserting any Austrian order of the day, any Archduke's bulletins, any letter from Prague. In short, anything which should be copied from the other German journals, unless those articles had been inserted in the French journals. My recollections of the year 1809 at Hamburg carry me back to the celebration of Napoleon's fête, which was on the 15th of August, for he had interpolated his patron saint in the imperial calendar at the date of his birth. The coincidence of this festival with the Assumption gave rise to adulatory rhodomontades of the most absurd description. Certainly, the episcopal circulars under the Empire would form a curious collection. It will perhaps scarcely be believed that the following words were actually delivered from the pulpit: God in his mercy has chosen Napoleon to be his representative on earth. The Queen of Heaven has marked, by the most magnificent of presents, the anniversary of the day which witnessed his glorious entrance into her domains. Heavenly Virgin. As a special testimony of your love for the French and your all-powerful influence with your son, you have connected the first of your solemnities with the birth of the great Napoleon. Heaven ordained that the hero should spring from your sepulchre. Bourrienne. Could anything be more revolting than the sycophancy of those churchmen who declared that God chose Napoleon for his representative upon earth, and that God created Bonaparte, and then rested, that he was more fortunate than Augustus, more virtuous than Trajan, that he deserved altars and temples to be raised to him, etc. Some time after the festival of St. Napoleon, the King of Westphalia made a journey through his states. Of all Napoleon's brothers, the King of Westphalia was the one with whom I was least acquainted, and he, it is pretty well known, was the most worthless of the family. His correspondence with me is limited to 2 letters, one of which he wrote while he commanded the Epervier, and another 7 years after, dated 6th September 1809. In this latter he said, I shall be in Hanover on the 10th. If you can make it convenient to come there and spend a day with me, it will give me great pleasure. I shall then be able to smooth all obstacles to the loan I wish to contract in the Hanse town. I flatter myself you will do all in your power to forward that object, which at the present crisis is very important to my states. More than ample security is offered, but the money will be of no use to me if I cannot have it at least for 2 years. Jerome wanted to contract at Hamburg a loan of 3 million francs. However, the people did not seem to think like his Westphalian Majesty, that the contract presented more than ample security. No one was found willing to draw his purse strings, and the loan was never raised. Though I would not, without the emperor's authority, exert the influence of my situation to further the success of Jerome's negotiation. Yet I did my best to assist him. I succeeded in prevailing on the Senate to advance one loan of 100,000 francs to pay a portion of the arrears due to his troops, and a second of 200,000 francs to provide clothing for his army, etc. This scanty supply will cease to be wondered at when it is considered to what a state of desolation the whole of Germany was reduced at the time, as much in the Allied States as in those of the enemies of France. I learnt at the time that the King of Bavaria said to an officer of the Emperor's household in whom he had great confidence, "If this continues, we shall have to give up and put the key under the door." These were his very words. As for Jerome, he returned to Castle quite disheartened at the unsuccessful issue of his loan. Some days after his return to his capital, I received from him a snuff-box with his portrait set in diamonds, accompanied by a letter of thanks for the service I had rendered him. I never imagined that a token of remembrance from a crowned head could possibly be declined. Napoleon, however, thought otherwise. I had not, it is true, written to acquaint our government with the King of Westphalia's loan, but in a letter, which I addressed to the Minister for Foreign Affairs on the 22nd of September, I mentioned the present Jerome had sent me. Why Napoleon should have been offended at this I know not, but I received orders to return Jerome's present immediately, and these orders were accompanied with bitter reproaches for my having accepted it without the Emperor's authority. I sent back the diamonds, but kept the portrait. Knowing Bonaparte's distrustful disposition, I thought he must have suspected that Jerome had employed threats, or at any rate, that he had used some illegal influence to facilitate the success of his loan. At last, after much correspondence, Napoleon saw clearly that everything was perfectly regular. In a word, that the business had been transacted as between two private persons. As to the 300,000 francs which the Senate had lent to Jerome, the fact is that but little scruple was made about it, for this simple reason, that it was the means of removing from Hamburg the Westphalian division, whose presence occasioned a much greater expense than the loan. Chapter XXXV. 1814. Situation of Bonaparte during the events of the 30th and 31st of March. His arrival at Fontainebleau. Plan of attacking Paris. Arrival of troops at Fontainebleau. The Emperor's address to the guard. Forfeiture pronounced by the Senate. Letters to Marmont. Correspondence between Marmont and Schwarzenberg. Macdonald informed of the occupation of Paris. Conversation between the Emperor and Macdonald at Fontainebleau. Bournonville's letter. Abdication on condition of a regency. Napoleon's wish to retract his act of abdication. Macdonald nay, and Caulaincourt sent to Paris. Marmont released from his promise by Prince Schwarzenberg. On the morning of the 30th of March, while the battle before the walls of Paris was at its height, Bonaparte was still at Troyes. He quitted that town at 10 o'clock, accompanied only by Bertrand, Caulaincourt, 2 aides-de-camp, and 2 orderly officers. He was not more than 2 hours in traveling the first 10 leagues, and he and his slender escort performed the journey without changing horses and without even alighting. They arrived at Sens at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Everything was in such confusion that it was impossible to prepare a suitable mode of conveyance for the Emperor. He was therefore obliged to content himself with a wretched carriole, and in this equipage, about 4 in the morning, he reached Froidmanteau, about 4 leagues from Paris. It was there that the Emperor received from General Belliard, who arrived at the head of a column of artillery, the first intelligence of the Battle of Paris. He heard the news with an air of composure, which was probably affected to avoid discouraging those about him. He walked for about a quarter of an hour on the high road, and it was after that promenade that he sent Caulaincourt to Paris. Napoleon afterwards went to the house of the postmaster, where he ordered his maps to be brought to him, and according to custom, marked the different positions of the enemy's troops with pine, the heads of which were touched with wax of different colors. After this description of work, which Napoleon did every day, or sometimes several times a day, he repaired to Fontainebleau, where he arrived at 6 in the morning. He did not order the great apartments of the castle to be opened, but went up to his favorite little apartment, where he shut himself up, and remained alone during the whole of the 31st of March. In the evening, the Emperor sent for the Duke of Ragusa, who had just arrived at Essonne with his troops. The Duke reached Fontainebleau between 3 and 4 o'clock on the morning of the 1st of April. Napoleon then received a detailed account of the events of the 30th from Marmont, on whose gallant conduct before Paris he bestowed much praise. All was gloom and melancholy at Fontainebleau, yet the emperor still retained his authority, and I have been informed that he deliberated for some time as to whether he should retire behind the Loire or immediately hazard a bold stroke upon Paris, which would have been much more to his taste than to resign himself to the chances which an uncertain temporizing might bring about. This latter thought pleased him, and he was seriously considering his plan of attack when the news of the 31st and the unsuccessful issue of Caulaincourt's mission gave him to understand that his situation was more desperate than he had hitherto imagined. Meanwhile, the heads of his columns, which the emperor had left at Troves, arrived on the 1st of April at Fontainebleau, the troops having marched 50 leagues in less than 3 days, one of the most rapid marches ever performed. On the 2d of April, Napoleon communicated the events of Paris to the generals who were about him, recommending them to conceal the news lest it should dispirit the troops, upon whom he yet relied. That day, during an inspection of the troops, which took place in the court of the palace, Bonaparte assembled the officers of his guard and harangued them as follows. "Soldiers, the enemy has stolen 3 marches upon us and has made himself master of Paris. We must drive him thence. Frenchmen, unworthy of the name, emigrants whom we have pardoned, have mounted the white cockade and joined the enemy. The wretches shall receive the reward due to this new crime. Let us swear to conquer or die, and to enforce respect to the tricolored cockade, which has for 20 years accompanied us on the path of glory and honor." He also endeavored to induce the generals to second his mad designs upon Paris, by making them believe that he had made sincere efforts to conclude peace. He assured them that he had expressed to the Emperor Alexander his willingness to purchase it by sacrifices, that he had consented to resign even the conquests made during the Revolution, and to confine himself within the old limits of France. "Alexander," added Napoleon, "refused, and not content with that refusal, he has leagued himself with a party of emigrants, whom, perhaps, I was wrong in pardoning for having borne arms against France. Through their perfidious insinuations, Alexander has permitted the white cockade to be mounted on the capital. We will maintain ours, and in a few days we will march upon Paris. I rely on you." When the boundless attachment of the guards to the emperor is considered, it cannot appear surprising that these last words, uttered in an impressive tone, should have produced a feeling of enthusiasm, almost electrical, in all to whom they were addressed. The old companions of the glory of their chief exclaimed with one voice, "Paris! Paris!" But fortunately, during the night, the generals, having deliberated with each other, saw the frightful abyss into which they were about to precipitate France. They therefore resolved to intimate in discreet terms to the emperor that they would not expose Paris to destruction, so that on the 3d of April, prudent ideas succeeded the inconsiderate enthusiasm of the preceding day. The wreck of the army assembled at Fontainebleau, which was the remnant of 1 million of troops levied during 15 months, consisted only of the corps of the Duke of Reggio, Oudinot, Ney, MacDonald, and General Gerard, which altogether did not amount to 25,000 men, and which, joined to the remaining 7,000 of the guard, did not leave the emperor a disposable force of more than 32,000 men. Nothing but madness or despair could have suggested the thought of subduing, with such scanty resources, the foreign masses which occupied and surrounded Paris. On the 2d of April, the Senate published a Senatus Consult, declaring that Napoleon had forfeited the throne and abolishing the right of succession, which had been established in favor of his family. Furnished with this set, and without awaiting the concurrence of the legislative body, which was given next day, the provisional government published an address to the French armies. In this address, the troops were informed that they were no longer the soldiers of Napoleon, and that the Senate released them from their oaths. These documents were widely circulated at the time and inserted in all the public journals. The address of the Senate was sent round to the marshals, and was of course first delivered to those who were nearest the capital. Of this latter number was Marmont, whose allegiance to the emperor, as we have already seen, yielded only to the sacred interests of his country. Montessuis was directed by the provisional government to convey the address to Marmont, and to use such arguments as were calculated to strengthen those sentiments which had triumphed over his dearest personal affections. I gave Montessuis a letter to Marmont, in which I said, "My dear friend, an old acquaintance of mine will convey to you the remembrances of our friendship. He will, I trust, influence your resolution. A single word will suffice to induce you to sacrifice all for the happiness of your country. To secure that object you, who are so good a Frenchman and so loyal a knight, will not fear either dangers or obstacles. Your friends expect you, long for you, and I trust will soon embrace you." Montessuis also took one from General Dispels, whom the Provisional Government had appointed governor of the National Guard in the room of Marshal Moncey, who had left Paris on the occupation of the Allies. General Dispels and I did not communicate to each other our correspondence, but when I afterwards saw the letter of Dispels, I could not help remarking the coincidence of our appeal to Marmont's patriotism. Prince Schwarzenberg also wrote to Marmont to induce him to espouse a clause which had now become the cause of France. To the prince's letter Marmont replied that he was disposed to concur in the union of the army and the people, which would avert all chance of civil war and stop the effusion of French blood, and that he was ready with his troops to quit the army of the Emperor Napoleon on the condition that his troops might retire with the honors of war, and that the safety and liberty of the emperor were guaranteed by the Allies. After Prince Schwarzenberg acceded to these conditions, Marmont was placed in circumstances which obliged him to request that he might be released from his promise. I happened to learn the manner in which Marshal MacDonald was informed of the taking of Paris. He had been 2 days without any intelligence from the emperor when he received an order in the handwriting of Berthier, couched in the following terms: "The emperor desires that you halt wherever you may receive this order." After Berthier's signature, the following words were added as a postscript: "You, of course, know that the enemy is in possession of Paris." When the emperor thus announced, with apparent negligence, an event which totally changed the face of affairs, I am convinced his object was to make the marshal believe that he looked upon that event as less important than it really was. However, this object was not attained, for I recollect having heard MacDonald say that Berthier's singular postscript and the tone of indifference in which it was expressed filled him with mingled surprise and alarm. Marshal MacDonald then commanded the rear guard of the army which occupied the environs of Montereau. 6 hours after the receipt of the order here referred to, MacDonald received a second order directing him to put his troops in motion, and he learned the emperor's intention of marching on Paris with all his remaining force. On receiving the emperor's second order, MacDonald left his corps at Montereau and repaired in haste to Fontainebleau. When he arrived there, the emperor had already intimated to the generals commanding divisions in the corps assembled at Fontainebleau his design of marching on Paris. Alarmed at this determination, the generals, most of whom had left in the capital their wives, children, and friends, requested that MacDonald would go with them to wait upon Napoleon and endeavor to dissuade him from his intention. "Gentlemen," said the marshal, "in the emperor's present situation such a proceeding may displease him. It must be managed cautiously. Leave it to me, gentlemen, I will go to the chateau." Marshal MacDonald accordingly went to the palace of Fontainebleau, where the following conversation ensued between him and the emperor, and I beg the reader to bear in mind that it was related to me by the marshal himself. As soon as he entered the apartment in which Napoleon was, the latter stepped up to him and said, "Well, how are things going on?" "Very badly, sire." "How? Badly? What then are the feelings of your army?" "My army, sire, is entirely discouraged." "Appalled by the fate of Paris. Will not your troops join me in an advance on Paris?" "Sire, do not think of such a thing. If I were to give such an order to my troops, I should run the risk of being disobeyed. But what is to be done? I cannot remain as I am. I have yet resources and partisans. It is said that the Allies will no longer treat with me. Well, no matter. I will march on Paris. I will be revenged on the inconstancy of the Parisians and the baseness of the Senate. Woe to the members of the government, they have patched up for the return of their Bourbons. That is what they are looking forward to. But tomorrow I shall place myself at the head of my guards, and tomorrow we shall be in the Tuileries." The marshal listened in silence, and when at length Napoleon became somewhat calm, he observed, "Sire, it appears then that you are not aware of what has taken place in Paris, of the establishment of a provisional government, and I know it all. And what then? Sire," added the marshal, presenting a paper to Napoleon, "here is something which will tell you more than I can." MacDonald then presented to him a letter from General Bunonville announcing the forfeiture of the emperor pronounced by the Senate and the determination of the Allied powers not to treat with Napoleon or any member of his family. "Marshal," said the emperor before he opened the letter, "may this be read aloud?" "Certainly, sire." The letter was then handed to Barre, who read it. An individual who was present on the occasion described to me the impression which the reading of the letter produced on Napoleon. His countenance exhibited that violent contraction of the features which I have often remarked when his mind was disturbed. However, he did not lose his self-command, which indeed never forsook him when policy or vanity required that he should retain it, and when the reading of Bunonville's letter was ended, he affected to persist in his intention of marching on Paris. "Sire," exclaimed MacDonald, "that plan must be renounced. Not a sword would be unsheathed to second you in such an enterprise." After this conversation between the emperor and MacDonald, the question of the abdication began to be seriously thought of. Caulaincourt had already hinted to Napoleon that in case of his abdicating personally, there was a possibility of inducing the Allies to agree to a council of regency. Napoleon then determined to sign the act of abdication, which he himself drew up in the following terms. The Allied powers having declared that the Emperor Napoleon is the only obstacle to the re-establishment of peace in Europe, the Emperor Napoleon, faithful to his oath, declares that he is ready to descend from the throne, to leave France, and even to lay down his life for the welfare of the country, which is inseparable from the rights of his son, those of the regency of the Empress, and the maintenance of the laws of the Empire. Given at our Palace of Fontainebleau, 2d April 1814. Signed Napoleon. After having written this act, the Emperor presented it to the marshals, saying, "Here, gentlemen, are you satisfied?" This abdication of Napoleon was certainly very useless, but in case of anything occurring to render it a matter of importance, the act might have proved entirely illusory. Its meaning might appear unequivocal to the generality of people, but not to me, who was so well initiated in the cunning to which Napoleon could resort when it suited his purpose. It is necessary to observe that Napoleon does not say that he descends from the throne, but that he is ready to descend from the throne. This was a subterfuge, by the aid of which he intended to open new negotiations respecting the form and conditions of the regency of his son, in case of the Allied sovereigns acceding to that proposition. This would have afforded the means of gaining time. He had not yet resigned all hope, and therefore he joyfully received a piece of intelligence communicated to him by General Alex. The general informed the emperor that he had met an Austrian officer who was sent by Francis Roman II to Prince Schwarzenberg, and who positively assured him that all which had taken place in Paris was contrary to the wish of the Emperor of Austria. That this may have been the opinion of the officer is possible, and even probable. But it is certain from the issue of a mission of the Duc de Cador, Champagny, of which I shall presently speak, that the officer expressed merely his own personal opinion. However, as soon as General Alex had communicated this good news, as he termed it, to Napoleon, the latter exclaimed to the persons who were about him, "I told you so, gentlemen. Francis Roman II cannot carry his enmity so far as to dethrone his daughter. Vicenza, go and desire the marshals to return my act of abdication. I will send a courier to the Emperor of Austria." Thus Bonaparte in his shipwreck looked round for a saving plank and tried to nurse himself in illusions. The Duke of Vicenza went to Marshals Ney and MacDonald, whom he found just stepping into a carriage to proceed to Paris. Both positively refused to return the act to Caulaincourt, saying, "We are sure of the concurrence of the Emperor of Austria, and we take everything upon ourselves." The result proved that they were better informed than General Alex. During the conversation with Marshal MacDonald, which has just been described, the Emperor was seated. When he came to the resolution of signing the abdication, he arose and walked once or twice up and down his cabinet. After he had written and signed the act, he said, "Gentlemen, the interests of my son, the interests of the army, and above all, the interests of France must be defended. I therefore appoint as my commissioners to the Allied powers the Duke of Vicenza, the Prince of the Moscow, and the Duke of Ragusa. Are you satisfied?" added he after a pause. "I think these interests are consigned to good hands." All present answered as with one voice, "Yes, sire." But no sooner was this answer pronounced than the Emperor threw himself upon a small yellow sofa, which stood near the window, and striking his thigh with his hand with a sort of convulsive motion, he exclaimed, "No, gentlemen, I will have no regency. With my guards and Marmont's corps, I shall be in Paris tomorrow." Ney and MacDonald vainly endeavored to undeceive him respecting this impracticable design. He rose with marked ill humor, and rubbing his head, as he was in the habit of doing when agitated, he said in a loud and authoritative tone, "Retire." The marshals withdrew, and Napoleon was left alone with Caulaincourt. He told the latter that what had most displeased him in the proceedings which had just taken place was the reading of Bournonville's letter. "Sire," observed the Duke of Vicenza, "it was by your order that the letter was read. That is true. But why was it not addressed directly to me by MacDonald?" "Sire, the letter was at first addressed to Marshal MacDonald, but the aide-de-camp who was the bearer of it had orders to communicate its contents to Marmont on passing through Essonne, because Bournonville did not precisely know where MacDonald would be found." After this brief explanation, the emperor appeared satisfied, and he said to Caulaincourt, "Vicenza, call back MacDonald." The Duke of Vicenza hastened after the marshal, whom he found at the end of the gallery of the palace, and he brought him back to the emperor. When MacDonald returned to the cabinet, the emperor's warmth had entirely subsided, and he said to him with great composure, "Well, Duke of Tarentum, do you think that the regency is the only possible thing?" "Yes, sire." "Then I wish you to go with Ney to the Emperor Alexander, instead of Marmont. It is better that he should remain with his corps, to which his presence is indispensable. You will therefore go with Ney. I rely on you. I hope you have entirely forgotten all that has separated us for so long a time." "Yes, sire, I have not thought of it since 1809. "I am glad of it, Marshal, and I must acknowledge to you that I was in the wrong." While speaking to the marshal, the emperor manifested unusual emotion. He approached him and pressed his hand in the most affectionate way. The emperor's three commissioners, that is to say, Marshals MacDonald and Ney and the Duke of Vicenza, had informed Marmont that they would dine with him as they passed through Essonne, and would acquaint him with all that had happened at Fontainebleau. On their arrival at Essonne, the three imperial commissioners explained to the Duke of Ragusa the object of their mission, and persuaded him to accompany them to the Emperor Alexander. This obliged the marshal to inform them how he was situated. The negotiations which Marmont had opened, and almost concluded with Prince Schwarzenberg, were rendered void by the mission which he had joined, and which it was necessary he should himself explain to the commander of the Austrian army. The three marshals and the Duke of Vicenza repaired to Petitbourg, the headquarters of Prince Schwarzenberg, and there the prince released Marmont from the promise he had given. Chapter 36. 1814. Unexpected receipts in the Post Office Department. Arrival of Napoleon's commissioners at M. de Talleyrand's conference of the marshals, with Alexander. Alarming news from Essonne-Marmont's. Curd the white cockade and the tricolored cockade, a successful stratagem. 3 governments in France. The Duc de Cador, sent by Maria Louisa to the Emperor of Austria. Maria Louisa's proclamation to the French people. Interview between the Emperor of Austria and the Duc de Cador. The Emperor's protestation of friendship for Napoleon. M. Metternich and M. Stadion. Maria Louisa's departure for Orleans. Blucher's visit to me. Audience of the King of Prussia. His Majesty's reception of Berthier, Clark, and myself. Bernadotte in Paris. Cross of the Polar Star, presented to me by Bernadotte. After my nomination as Director General of the Post Office, the business of that department proceeded as regularly as before. Having learned that a great many intercepted letters had been thrown aside, I sent, on the 4th of April, an advertisement to the Monitor, stating that the letters to and from England or other foreign countries which had been lying at the post office for more than 3 years would be forwarded to their respective addresses. This produced to the post office a receipt of nearly 300,000 francs, a fact which may afford an idea of the enormous number of intercepted letters. On the night after the publication of the advertisement, I was awakened by an express from the Provisional Government, by which I was requested to proceed with all possible haste to M. de Talleyrand's hotel. I rose, and I set off immediately, and I got there some minutes before the arrival of the Emperor's commissioners. I went up to the salon on the first floor, which was one of the suite of apartments occupied by the Emperor Alexander. The marshals retired to confer with the monarch, and it would be difficult to describe the anxiety, or, I may rather say, consternation which, during their absence, prevailed among some of the members of the provisional government and other persons assembled in the salon where I was. While the marshals were with Alexander, I learned that they had previously conversed with M. de Talleyrand, who observed to them, "If you succeed in your designs, you will compromise all who have met in this hotel since the 1st of April, and the number is not small. For my part, take no account of me, I am willing to be compromised." I had passed the evening of this day with M. de Talleyrand, who then observed to the Emperor Alexander in my presence, "Will you support Bonaparte?" "No, you neither can nor will. I have already had the honor to tell your Majesty that we can have no choice but between Bonaparte and Louis Roman XVIII. Anything else would be an intrigue, and no intrigue can have power to support him who may be its object. Bernadotte, Eugene, the Regency, all those propositions result from intrigues. In present circumstances, nothing but a new principle is sufficiently strong to establish the new order of things which must be adopted. Louis Roman XVIII is a principle." None of the members of the provisional government were present at this conference, for no one was willing to appear to influence in any way the determination of the chief of the coalition upon the subject of this important mission. General Dispels alone, in quality of commander of the National Guard of Paris, was requested to be present. At length the marshals entered the salon where we were, and their appearance created a sensation which it is impossible to describe. But the expression of dissatisfaction which we thought we remarked in their countenances restored the hopes of those who for some hours had been a prey to apprehensions. MacDonald, with his head elevated, and evidently under the influence of strong irritation, approached Bournonville and thus addressed him, in answer to a question which the latter had put to him. "Speak not to me, sir. I have nothing to say to you. You have made me forget a friendship of 30 years. Then turning to Dupont, "As for you, sir," he continued in the same tone, "your conduct towards the emperor is not generous. I confess that he has treated you with severity, perhaps he may even have been unjust to you with respect to the affair of Balin, but how long has it been the practice to avenge a personal wrong at the expense of one's country?" These remarks were made with such warmth, and in so elevated a tone of voice, that Caulaincourt thought it necessary to interfere, and said, "Do not forget, gentlemen, that this is the residence of the Emperor of Russia." At this moment M. de Talleyrand returned from the interview with the emperor which he had had after the departure of the marshals, and approaching the group formed round MacDonald, "Gentlemen," said he, "if you wish to dispute and discuss, step down to my apartments." "That would be useless," replied MacDonald. "My comrades and I do not acknowledge the provisional government." The three marshals, Ney, MacDonald, and Marmont, then immediately retired with Caulaincourt and went to Ney's hotel, there to await the answer which the Emperor Alexander had promised to give them after consulting the King of Prussia. Such was this night scene, which possessed more dramatic effect than many which are performed on the stage. In it all was real. On its denouement depended the political state of France and the existence of all those who had already declared themselves in favor of the Bourbons. It is a remarkable fact, and one which affords a striking lesson to men who are tempted to sacrifice themselves for any political cause, that most of those who then demanded the restoration of the Bourbons at the peril of their lives have successively fallen into disgrace. When the marshals and Caulaincourt had retired, we were all anxious to know what had passed between them and the Emperor of Russia. I learned from Dispels, who, as I have stated, was present at the conference in his rank of commander of the National Guard of Paris, that the marshals were unanimous in urging Alexander to accede to a regency. MacDonald especially supported that proposition with much warmth, and among the observations he made I recollect Dispels mention the following: "I am not authorized to treat in any way for the fate reserved for the emperor. We have full powers to treat for the regency, the army, and France, but the emperor has positively forbidden us to specify anything personally regarding himself." Alexander merely replied, "That does not astonish me." The marshals then, resuming the conversation, dwelt much on the respect which was due to the military glory of France. They strongly manifested their disinclination to abandon the family of a man who had so often led them to victory. And lastly, they reminded the Emperor Alexander of his own declaration, in which he proclaimed, in his own name as well as on the part of his allies, that it was not their intention to impose on France any government whatever. Dispels, who had all along declared himself in favor of the Bourbons in his turn, entered into the discussion with as much warmth as the partisans of the regency. He represented to Alexander how many persons would be compromised for merely having acted or declared their opinions behind the shield of his promises. He repeated what Alexander had already been told, that the regency would, in fact, be nothing but Bonaparte in disguise. However, Dispels acknowledged that such was the effect of Marshal MacDonald's powerful and persuasive eloquence that Alexander seemed to waver. And, unwilling to give the marshals a positive refusal, he had recourse to a subterfuge, by which he would be enabled to execute the design he had irrevocably formed without seeming to take on himself alone the responsibility of a change of government. Dispels accordingly informed us that Alexander at last gave the following answer to the marshals: "Gentlemen, I am not alone. In an affair of such importance, I must consult the King of Prussia, for I have promised to do nothing without consulting him. In a few hours you shall know my decision." It was this decision which the marshals went to wait for at Nays. Most of the members of the provisional government attributed the evasive reply of the Emperor Alexander to the influence of the speech of Dispels. For my part, while I do justice to the manner in which he declared himself on this important occasion, I do not ascribe to his eloquence the power of fixing Alexander's resolution. For I well know by experience how easy it is to make princes appear to adopt the advice of anyone when the counsel given is precisely that which they wish to follow. From the sentiments of Alexander at this time, I had not the slightest doubt as to the course he would finally pursue, and I considered what he said about consulting the King of Prussia to be merely a polite excuse, by which he avoided the disagreeable task of giving the marshals a direct refusal. I therefore returned home quite satisfied as to the result of the Emperor Alexander's visit to the King of Prussia. I knew, from the persons about the Tsar, that he cherished a hatred, which was but too well justified, towards Bonaparte. Frederick William is of too firm a character to have yielded to any of the considerations which might on this subject have been pressed on him as they had been on the Emperor of Russia. But besides that the King of Prussia had legitimate reasons for disliking Napoleon, policy would at that time have required that he should appear to be his enemy, for to do so was to render himself popular with his subjects. But the King of Prussia did not need to act under the dictates of policy. He followed his own opinion in rejecting the propositions of the marshals, which he did without hesitation and with much energy. While the marshals had gone to Paris, Bonaparte was anxious to ascertain whether his commissioners had passed the advanced posts of the foreign armies, and in case of resistance, he determined to march on Paris, for he could not believe that he had lost every chance. He sent an aide-de-camp to desire Marmont to come immediately to Fontainebleau. Such was Napoleon's impatience that instead of waiting for the return of his aide-de-camp, he sent off a second and then a third officer on the same errand. This rapid succession of envoys from the emperor alarmed the general who commanded the different divisions of Marmont's corps at Essonne. They feared that the emperor was aware of the convention concluded that morning with Prince Schwarzenberg, and that he had sent for Marmont with the view of reprimanding him. The fact was, Napoleon knew nothing of the matter, for Marmont, on departing for Paris with MacDonald and Ney, had left orders that it should be said that he had gone to inspect his lines. Sauham, Lebrun des Essarts, and Bourdessolles, who had given their assent to the convention with Prince Schwarzenberg, deliberated in the absence of Marmont, and, perhaps being ignorant that he was released from his promise, and fearing the vengeance of Napoleon, they determined to march upon Versailles. On arriving there, the troops not finding the marshal at their head thought themselves betrayed, and a spirit of insurrection broke out among them. One of Marmont's aides-de-camp, whom he had left at Essonne, exerted every endeavor to prevent the departure of his general's corps, but, finding all his efforts unavailing, he hastened to Paris to inform the marshal of what had happened. When Marmont received this news, he was breakfasting at Nays with MacDonald and Caulaincourt. They were waiting for the answer which the Emperor Alexander had promised to send them. The march of his corps on Versailles threw Marmont into despair. He said to the marshals, "I must be off to join my corps and quell this mutiny." And without losing a moment, he ordered his carriage and directed the coachman to drive with the utmost speed. He sent forward one of his aides-de-camp to inform the troops of his approach. Having arrived within 100 paces of the place where his troops were assembled, he found the generals who were under his orders advancing to meet him. They urged him not to go farther, as the men were in open insurrection. "I will go into the midst of them," said Marmont. "In a moment they shall either kill me or acknowledge me as their chief." He sent off another aide-de-camp to range the troops in the order of battle. Then, alighting from the carriage and mounting a horse, he advanced alone and thus harangued his troops. "How? Is there treason here? Is it possible that you disown me? Am I not your comrade? Have I not been wounded 20 times among you? Have I not shared your fatigues and privations, and am I not ready to do so again?" Here Marmont was interrupted by a general shout of "Vive le Marechal! Vive le Marechal!" The alarm caused among the members of the provisional government by the mission of the marshals was increased by the news of the mutiny of Marmont's troops. During the whole of the day, we were in a state of tormenting anxiety. It was feared that the insurrectionary spirit might spread among other corps of the army, and the cause of France again be endangered. But the courage of Marmont saved everything. It would be impossible to convey any idea of the manner in which he was received by us at Talleyrand's when he related the particulars of what had occurred at Versailles. On the evening of the day on which Marmont had acted so nobly, it was proposed that the army should adopt the white cockade. In reply to this proposition, the marshal said, "Gentlemen, I have made my troops understand the necessity of serving France before all things. They have, consequently, returned to order, and I can now answer for them. But what I cannot answer for is to induce them to abandon the colors which have led them to victory for the last 20 years. Therefore, do not count upon me for a thing which I consider to be totally hostile to the interests of France. I will speak to the Emperor Alexander on the subject." Such were Marmont's words. Everyone appeared to concur in his opinion, and the discussion terminated. For my own part, I find by my notes that I declared myself strongly in favor of Marmont's proposition. The marshal's opinion having been adopted, at least provisionally, an article was prepared for the Moniteur in nearly the following terms. "The white cockade has been, during the last 4 days, a badge for the manifestation of public opinion in favor of the overthrow of an oppressive government. It has been the only means of distinguishing the partisans of the restoration of the old dynasty, to which at length we are to be indebted for repose. But as the late government is at an end, all colors differing from our national colors are useless. Let us, therefore, resume those which have so often led us to victory." Such was the spirit of the article, though possibly the above copy may differ in a few words. It met with the unqualified approbation of everyone present. I was therefore extremely surprised, on looking at the Moniteur, next day, to find that the article was not inserted. I knew not what courtly interference prevented the appearance of the article, but I remember that Marmont was very ill pleased at its omission. He complained on the subject to the Emperor Alexander, who promised to write, and in fact did write, to the provisional government to get the article inserted. However, it did not appear, and in a few days we obtained a solution of the enigma, as we might perhaps have done before if we had tried. The Emperor Alexander also promised to write to the Comte d'Artois, and to inform him that the opinion of France was in favor of the preservation of the 3 colors, but I do not know whether the letter was written, or, if it was, what answer it received. Marshal Jourdan, who was then at Rouen, received a letter, written without the knowledge of Marmont, informing him that the latter had mounted the white cockade in his corps. Jourdan thought he could not do otherwise than follow Marmont's example, and he announced to the provisional government that in consequence of the resolution of the Duke of Ragusa, he had just ordered his corps to wear the white cockade. Marmont could now be boldly faced, and when he complained to the provisional government of the non-insertion of the article in the Moniteur, the reply was, "It cannot now appear. You see Marshal Jourdan has mounted the white cockade. You would not give the army 2 sets of colors." Marmont could make no answer to so positive a fact. It was not till some time after that I learned Jourdan had determined to unfurl the white flag only on the positive assurance that Marmont had already done so. Thus we lost the colors which had been worn by Louis Roman XVI, which Louis Roman XVIII, when a prince, had adopted, and in which the Comte d'Artois showed himself on his return to the Parisians, for he entered the capital in the uniform of the National Guard. The fraud played off by some members of the provisional government was attended by fatal consequences. Many evils might have been spared to France had Marmont's advice been adopted. At the period of the dissolution of the empire, there might be said to be 3 governments in France, viz., the provisional government in Paris, Napoleon's at Fontainebleau, and the doubtful and ambulatory regency of Maria Luisa. Doubtful and ambulatory, the regency might well be called, for there was so little decision as to the course to be adopted by the Empress that it was at first proposed to conduct her to Orleans, then to Tours, and she went finally to Blois. The uncertainty which prevailed respecting the destiny of Maria Luisa is proved by a document which I have in my possession, and of which there cannot be many copies in existence. It is a circular addressed to the prefects by M. de Montalivet, the Minister of the Interior, who accompanied the Empress. In it, a blank is left for the seat of the government, to which the prefects are desired to send their communications. In the copy I possess, the blank is filled up with the word Blois in manuscript. As soon as Maria Luisa was made acquainted with the events that had taken place around Paris, she sent for the Duc de Cador, and gave him a letter addressed to the Emperor of Austria, saying, "Take this to my father, who must be at Dijon. I rely on you for defending the interests of France, those of the Emperor, and above all those of my son." Certainly Maria Luisa's confidence could not be better placed, and those great interests would have been defended by the Duc de Cador si defendi passent. After the departure of the Duc de Cador, Maria Luisa published the following proclamation, addressed to the French people. By the Empress Regent. A proclamation. The events of the war have placed the capital in the power of foreigners. The Emperor has marched to defend it at the head of his armies, so often victorious. They are face to face with the enemy before the walls of Paris. From the residence which I have chosen, and from the ministers of the Emperor, will emanate the only orders which you can acknowledge. Every town in the power of foreigners ceases to be free, and every order which may proceed from them is the language of the enemy, or that which it suits his hostile views to propagate. You will be faithful to your oaths. You will listen to the voice of a princess who is consigned to your good faith, and whose highest pride consists in being a Frenchwoman and in being united to the destiny of the sovereign whom you have freely chosen. My son was less sure of your affections in the time of our prosperity. His rights and his person are under your safeguard. By order Montalivet. Signed Maria Luisa Blois, 3d April 1814. It is to be inferred that the Regency had within 3 days adopted the resolution of not quitting Blois, for the above document presents no blanks, nor words filled up in writing. The Empress' proclamation, though a powerful appeal to the feelings of the French people, produced no effect. Maria Luisa's proclamation was dated the 4th of April, on the evening of which day Napoleon signed the conditional abdication, with the fate of which the reader has already been made acquainted. M. de Montalivet transmitted the Empress' proclamation, accompanied by another circular, to the prefects, of whom very few received it. M. de Champagny, having left Blois with the letter he had received from the Empress, proceeded to the headquarters of the Emperor of Austria, carefully avoiding those roads which were occupied by Cossack troops. He arrived, not without considerable difficulty, at Chanceaux, where Francis Roman II was expected. When the Emperor arrived, the Duc de Cador was announced and immediately introduced to His Majesty. The Duke remained some hours with Francis Roman II, without being able to obtain from him anything but fair protestations. The Emperor always took refuge behind the promise he had given to his allies to approve whatever measures they might adopt. The Duke was not to leave the Emperor's headquarters that evening, and, in the hope that His Majesty might yet reflect on the critical situation of his daughter, he asked permission to take leave next morning. He accordingly presented himself to the Emperor's levee when he renewed his efforts in support of the claims of Maria Luisa. "I have a great affection for my daughter and also for my son-in-law," said the Emperor. "I bear them both in my heart and would shed my blood for them." "Ah, sire," exclaimed M. de Champagny, "such a sacrifice is not necessary." "Yes, Duke, I say again, I would shed my blood, I would resign my life for them, but I have given my allies a promise not to treat without them, and to approve all that they may do. Besides," added the Emperor, "my minister, M. de Metternich, has gone to their headquarters, and I will ratify whatever he may sign." When the Duc de Cador related to me the particulars of his mission, in which zeal could not work an impossibility, I remarked that he regarded as a circumstance fatal to Napoleon the absence of M. de Metternich, and the presence of M. Stadion at the headquarters of the Emperor of Austria. Though in all probability nothing could have arrested the course of events, Yet it is certain that the personal sentiments of the two Austrian ministers towards Napoleon were widely different. I am not going too far when I affirm that, policy apart, M. de Metternich was much attached to Napoleon. In support of this assertion, I may quote a fact of which I can guarantee the authenticity. When M. de Metternich was complimented on the occasion of Maria Louisa's marriage, he replied, "To have contributed to a measure which has received the approbation of 80 million men is indeed a just subject of congratulation." Such a remark, openly made by the intelligent minister of the cabinet of Vienna, was well calculated to gratify the ears of Napoleon, from whom, however, M. de Metternich in his personal relations did not conceal the truth. I recollect a reply which was made by M. de Metternich at Dresden after a little hesitation. "As to you," said the emperor, "you will not go to war with me. It is impossible that you can declare yourself against me. That can never be. Sire, we are not now quite allies, and some time hence we may become enemies." This hint was the last which Napoleon received from Metternich, and Napoleon must have been blind indeed not to have profited by it. As to M. Stadion, he entertained a profound dislike of the emperor. That minister knew and could not forget that his preceding exclusion from the cabinet of Vienna had been due to the all-powerful influence of Napoleon. Whether or not the absence of Metternich influenced the resolution of Francis Roman II, it is certain that that monarch yielded nothing to the urgent solicitations of a minister who conscientiously fulfilled the delicate mission consigned to him. M. de Champagny rejoined the Empress at Orleans, whither she had repaired on leaving Blois. He found Maria Louisa almost deserted, all the grand dignitaries of the empire having successively returned to Paris after sending in their submissions to the provisional government. I had scarcely entered upon the exercise of my functions as Postmaster General when, on the morning of the 2d of April, I was surprised to see a Prussian general officer enter my cabinet. I immediately recognized him as General Blücher. He had commanded the Prussian army in the battle which took place at the gates of Paris. "Sir," said he, "I consider it one of my first duties on entering Paris to thank you for the attention I received from you in Hamburg. I am sorry that I was not sooner aware of your being in Paris. I assure you that had I been sooner informed of this circumstance, the capitulation should have been made without a blow being struck. How much blood might then have been spared?" "General," said I, "on what do you ground this assurance? If I had known that you were in Paris, I would have given you a letter to the King of Prussia. That monarch, who knows the resources and intentions of the Allies, would, I am sure, have authorized you to decide a suspension of arms before the neighborhood of Paris became the theater of the war. But," resumed I, "in spite of the good intentions of the Allies, it would have been very difficult to prevent resistance. French pride, irritated as it was by reverses, would have opposed insurmountable obstacles to such a measure. But, good heavens! You would have seen that resistance could be of no avail against such immense masses. You are right, General, but French honor would have been defended to the last. I am fully aware of that, but surely you have earned glory enough. Yet our French susceptibility would have made us look upon that glory as tarnished if Paris had been occupied without defense. But under present circumstances, I am well pleased that you were satisfied with my conduct in Hamburg, for it induces me to hope that you will observe the same moderation in Paris that I exercised there. The days are past when it could be said, 'Woe to the conquered.' You are right. Yet," added he, smiling, "you know we are called the Northern Barbarians." "Then, General," returned I, "you have a fair opportunity of showing that that designation is a libel." Some days after Blücher's visit, I had the honor of being admitted to a private audience of the King of Prussia. Clark and Berthier were also received in this audience, which took place at the hotel of Prince Eugene, where the King of Prussia resided in Paris. We waited for some minutes in the salon, and when Frederick William entered from his cabinet, I remarked on his countenance an air of embarrassment and austerity, which convinced me that he had been studying his part, as great personages are in the habit of doing on similar occasions. The king, on entering the salon, first noticed Berthier, whom he addressed with much kindness, bestowing praises on the French troops and complimenting the marshal on his conduct during the war in Germany. Berthier returned thanks for these well-merited praises, for though he was not remarkable for strength of understanding or energy of mind, yet he was not a bad man, and I have known many proofs of his good conduct in conquered countries. After saluting Berthier, the King of Prussia turned towards Clark, and his countenance immediately assumed an expression of dissatisfaction. He had evidently not forgotten Clark's conduct in Berlin. He reminded him that he had rendered the continental system more odious than it was in itself, and that he had shown no moderation in the execution of his orders. "In short," said His Majesty, "if I have any advice to give you, it is that you never again return to Prussia." The king pronounced these words in so loud and decided a tone that Clark was perfectly confounded. He uttered some unintelligible observations, which, however, Frederick William did not notice, for suddenly turning towards me, he said, with an air of affability, "Ah, M. de Bourrienne, I am glad to see you, and I take this opportunity of repeating what I wrote to you from Königsberg. You always extended protection to the Germans, and did all you could to alleviate their condition. I learned with great satisfaction what you did for the Prussians whom the fate of war drove into Hamburg, and I feel pleasure in telling you, in the presence of these two gentlemen, that if all the French agents had acted as you did, we should not, probably, be here." I expressed, by a profound bow, how much I was gratified by this complimentary address, and the king, after saluting us, retired. About the middle of April, Bernadotte arrived in Paris. His situation had become equivocal, since circumstances had banished the hopes he might have conceived in his interview with the Emperor Alexander at Abo. Besides, he had been represented in some official pamphlets as a traitor to France, and among certain worshippers of our injured glory there prevailed a feeling of irritation, and which was unjustly directed towards Bernadotte. I even remember that Napoleon, before he had fallen from his power, had a sort of national protest made by the police against the Prince Royal of Sweden. This prince had reserved an hotel in the Rue d'Anjou, and the words, "Down with the traitor," "Down with the perjurer," were shouted there. But this had no result, as it was only considered an outrage caused by a spirit of petty vengeance. While Bernadotte was in Paris, I saw him every day. He but faintly disguised from me the hope he had entertained of ruling France, and in the numerous conversations to which our respective occupations led I ascertained, though Bernadotte did not formally tell me so, that he once had strong expectations of succeeding Napoleon. Pressed at last into his final entrenchments, he broke through all reserve and confirmed all I knew of the interview of Abo. I asked Bernadotte what he thought of the projects which were attributed to Moreau, whether it was true that he had in him a competitor, and whether Moreau had aspired to the dangerous honor of governing France. "Those reports," replied the Prince Royal of Sweden, "are devoid of foundation. At least I can assure you that in the conversations I have had with the Emperor Alexander, that sovereign never said anything which could warrant such a supposition. I know that the Emperor of Russia wished to avail himself of the military talents of Moreau in the great struggle that had commenced, and to enable the exiled general to return to his country, in the hope that, should the war prove fortunate, he would enjoy the honors and privileges due to his past services. Bernadotte expressed to me astonishment at the recall of the Bourbons, and assured me that he had not expected the French people would so readily have consented to the restoration. I confess I was surprised that Bernadotte, with the intelligence I knew him to possess, should imagine that the will of subjects has any influence in changes of government. During his stay in Paris, Bernadotte evinced for me the same sentiments of friendship which he had shown me at Hamburg. One day I received from him a letter dated Paris, with which he transmitted to me one of the crosses of the Polar Star, which the King of Sweden had left at his disposal. Bernadotte was not very well satisfied with his residence in Paris, in spite of the friendship which the Emperor Alexander constantly manifested towards him. After a few days, he set out for Sweden, having first taken leave of the Comte d'Artois. I did not see him after his farewell visit to the Count, so that I know not what was the nature of the conversation which passed between the two princes. Volume 4, 1814-1821. Chapter 13. This chapter, by the editor of the 1836 edition, is based upon the Memorial and O'Meara's and Antimarch's works. 1815-1821. Voyage to St. Helena. Personal traits of the Emperor. Arrival at James, Town Napoleon's temporary residence, at the Briar's removal to Longwood. The daily routine there. The campaign of Italy. The arrival of Sir Hudson Lowe. Unpleasant relations between the Emperor and the new governor. Visitors at St. Helena. Captain Basil Halls. interview with Napoleon anecdotes of the emperor departure, of Law's cases, and Omir arrivals, from Europe physical habits of the emperor doctor, Antimarchy the emperor's toilet creation of a new bishopric, the emperor's energy, with the spade his increasing illness, last days of Napoleon his death lying, in state military funeral marchands, account of the emperor's last moments Napoleon's last bequests the watch of Rivoli. The closing scenes in the life of the great emperor only now remain to be briefly touched upon. In a previous chapter, we have narrated the surrender of Napoleon, his voyage to England, and his transference from the Bellerophon to the Northumberland. The latter vessel was in great confusion from the short notice at which she had sailed, and for the 2 first days the crew was employed in restoring order. The space abaft the mizzenmast contained a dining room about 10 feet broad and extending the whole width of the ship, a saloon, and 2 cabins. The emperor occupied the cabin on the left, in which his camp bedstead had been put up. That on the right was appropriated to the admiral. It was peremptorily enjoined that the saloon should be in common. The form of the dining table resembled that of the dining room. Napoleon sat with his back to the saloon. On his left sat Madame Bertrand, and on his right the admiral, who, with Madame de Montholon, filled up one side of the table. Next that lady, but at the end of the table, was Captain Ross, who commanded the ship, and at the opposite end M. de Montholon, Madame Bertrand, and the admiral's secretary. The side of the table facing the emperor was occupied by the Grand Marshal, the colonel of the field regiment, Law's cases, and Gourgaud. The admiral invited 1 or 2 of the officers to dinner every day, and the band of the 53D, newly formed, played during dinner time. On the 10th of August, the Northumberland cleared the channel and lost sight of land. The course of the ship was shaped to cross the Bay of Biscay and double Cape Finisterre. The wind was fair, though light, and the heat excessive. Napoleon breakfasted in his own cabin at irregular hours. He sent for one of his attendants every morning to know the distance run, the state of the wind, and other particulars connected with their progress. He read a great deal, dressed towards 4 o'clock, and then came into the public saloon. Here he played at chess with one of the party. At 5 o'clock, the admiral announced that dinner was on the table. It is well known that Napoleon was scarcely ever more than 15 minutes at dinner. Here the 2 courses alone took up nearly an hour and a half. This was a serious annoyance to him, though his features and manner always evinced perfect equanimity. Neither the new system of cookery nor the quality of the dishes ever met with his censure. He was waited on by 2 valets who stood behind his chair. At first the admiral was in the habit of offering several dishes to the emperor, but the acknowledgment of the latter was expressed so coldly that the practice was given up. The admiral thenceforth only pointed out to the servants what was preferable. Napoleon was generally silent, as if unacquainted with the language, though it was French. If he spoke, it was to ask some technical or scientific question, or to address a few words to those whom the admiral occasionally asked to dinner. The emperor rose immediately after coffee had been handed round and went on deck, followed by the Grand Marshal and Law's cases. This disconcerted Admiral Cockburn, who expressed his surprise to his officers, but Madame Bertrand, whose maternal language was English, replied with spirit, "Do not forget, sir, that your guest is a man who has governed a large portion of the world, and that kings once contended for the honor of being admitted to his table." "Very true," rejoined the admiral, and from that time he did his utmost to comply with Napoleon's habits. He shortened the time of sitting at table, ordering coffee for Napoleon and those who accompanied him even before the rest of the company had finished their dinner. The emperor remained walking on deck till dark. On returning to the after cabin, he sat down to play vingt-et-un with some of his suite, and generally retired in about half an hour. On the morning of the 15th of August, all his suite asked permission to be admitted to his presence. He was not aware of the cause of this visit. It was his birthday, which seemed to have altogether escaped his recollection. On the following day they doubled Cape Finisterre, and up to the 21st, passing off the Straits of Gibraltar, continued their course along the coast of Africa towards Madeira. Napoleon commonly remained in his cabin the whole morning, and from the extreme heat he wore a very slight dress. He could not sleep well, and frequently rose in the night. Reading was his chief occupation. He often sent for Count Law's cases to translate whatever related to St. Helena or the countries by which they were sailing. Napoleon used to start a subject of conversation, or revive that of some preceding day, and when he had taken 8 or 9 turns the whole length of the deck, he would seat himself on the second gun from the gangway on the larboard side. The midshipmen soon observed this habitual predilection, so that the cannon was thenceforth called the Emperor's gun. It was here that Napoleon often conversed for hours together. On the 22nd of August they came within sight of Madeira and at night arrived off the port. They stopped for a day or two to take in provisions. Napoleon was indisposed. A sudden gale arose, and the air was filled with small particles of sand and the suffocating exhalations from the deserts of Africa. On the evening of the 24th, they got under way again and progressed smoothly and rapidly. The Emperor added to his amusements a game at piquet. He was but an indifferent chess player, and there was no very good one on board. He asked, jestingly, how it was that he frequently beat those who beat better players than himself. Vingt et un was given up, as they played too high at it, and Napoleon had a great aversion to gaming. One night a Negro threw himself overboard to avoid a flogging, which occasioned a great noise and bustle. A young midshipman meeting Las Cases descending into the cabin, and thinking he was going to inform Napoleon, caught hold of his coat, and in a tone of great concern exclaimed, "Ah, sir, do not alarm the Emperor. Tell him the noise is owing to an accident." In general, the midshipmen behaved with marked respect and attention to Bonaparte, and often by signs or words directed the sailors to avoid incommoding him. He sometimes noticed this conduct, and remarked that youthful hearts were always prone to generous instincts. On the 1st of September they found themselves in the latitude of the Cape de Verde Islands. Everything now promised a prosperous passage, but the time hung heavily. Las Cases had undertaken to teach his son English, and the Emperor also expressed a wish to learn. He, however, soon grew tired and laid it aside, nor was it resumed until long afterwards. His manners and habits were always the same. He invariably appeared contented, patient, and good-humored. The Admiral gradually laid aside his reserve, and took an interest in his great captive. He pointed out the danger incurred by coming on deck after dinner, owing to the damp of the evening. The Emperor would then sometimes take his arm and prolong the conversation, talking sometimes on naval affairs, on the French resources in the south, and on the improvements he had contemplated in the ports and harbors of the Mediterranean, to all which the Admiral listened with deep attention. Meanwhile Napoleon observed that Las Cases was busily employed, and obtained a sight of his journal, with which he was not displeased. He, however, noticed that some of the military details and anecdotes gave but a meager idea of the subject of war. This first led to the proposal of his writing his own memoirs. At length, the Emperor came to a determination, and on Saturday, the 9th of September, he called his secretary into his cabin and dictated to him some particulars of the siege of Toulon. On approaching the line, they fell in with the trade winds that blow here constantly from the east. On the 16th, there was a considerable fall of rain, to the great joy of the sailors, who were in want of water. The rain began to fall heavily just as the Emperor had got upon deck to take his afternoon walk. But this did not disappoint him of his usual exercise. He merely called for his famous gray greatcoat, which the crew regarded with much interest. On the 23rd of September, they passed the line. This was a day of great merriment and disorder among the crew. It was the ceremony which the English sailors call the christening. No one is spared, and the officers are generally more roughly handled than anyone else. The Admiral, who had previously amused himself by giving an alarming description of this ceremony, now very courteously exempted his guests from the inconvenience and ridicule attending it. Napoleon was scrupulously respected through the whole of this Saturnalian festivity. On being informed of the decorum which had been observed with regard to him, he ordered 100 Napoleons to be presented to the grotesque Neptune and his crew, which the Admiral opposed, perhaps from motives of prudence as well as politeness. Owing to the haste with which they had left England, the painting of the ship had been only lately finished, and this circumstance confined Napoleon, whose sense of smell was very acute, to his room for 2 days. They were now, in the beginning of October, driven into the Gulf of Guinea, where they met a French vessel bound for the Isle of Bourbon. They spoke with the captain, who expressed his surprise and regret when he learnt that Napoleon was on board. The wind was unfavorable, and the ship made little progress. The sailors grumbled at the Admiral, who had gone out of the usual course. At length they approached the termination of their voyage. On the 14th of October, the Admiral had informed them that he expected to come within sight of St. Helena that day. They had scarcely risen from table when their ears were saluted with the cry of land. This was within a quarter of an hour of the time that had been fixed on. The emperor went on the forecastle to see the island, but it was still hardly distinguishable. At daybreak next morning, they had a tolerably clear view of it. At length, about 70 days after his departure from England, and 110 after quitting Paris, Napoleon reached St. Helena. In the harbor were several vessels of the squadron which had separated from them, and which they thought they had left behind. Napoleon, contrary to custom, dressed early and went upon deck. He went forward to the gangway to view the island. He beheld a kind of village surrounded by numerous barren hills towering to the clouds. Every platform, every aperture, the brow of every hill was planted with cannon. The emperor viewed the prospect through his glass. His countenance underwent no change. He soon left the deck, and sending for Las Cases, proceeded to his day's work. The admiral, who had gone ashore very early, returned about 6 much fatigued. He had been walking over various parts of the island, and at length thought he had found a habitation that would suit his captives. The place stood in need of repairs, which might occupy 2 months. His orders were not to let the French quit the vessel till a house should be prepared to receive them. He, however, undertook on his own responsibility to set them on shore the next day. On the 16th, after dinner, Napoleon, accompanied by the admiral and the Grand Marshal, Bertrand, got into a boat to go ashore. As he passed, the officers assembled on the quarterdeck and the greater part of the crew on the gangways. The emperor, before he stepped into the boat, sent for the captain of the vessel and took leave of him, desiring him at the same time to convey his thanks to the officers and crew. These words appeared to produce the liveliest sensation in all by whom they were understood, or to whom they were interpreted. The remainder of his suite landed about 8. They found the emperor in the apartments which had been assigned to him, a few minutes after he went upstairs to his chamber. He was lodged in a sort of inn in Jamestown, which consists only of one short street, or row of houses built in a narrow valley between 2 rocky hills. The next day the emperor, the Grand Marshal, and the admiral, riding out to visit Longwood, which had been chosen for the emperor's residence, on their return saw a small villa, with a pavilion attached to it about 2 miles from the town, the residence of Mr. Balcombe, a merchant of the island. This spot pleased Napoleon, and the admiral was of opinion that it would be better for him to remain here than to return to the town, where the sentinels at his door, with the crowds collected round it, in a manner confined him to his chamber. The pavilion was a sort of summer house on a pyramidal eminence, about 30 or 40 paces from the house, where the family were accustomed to resort in fine weather. This was hired for the temporary abode of the emperor, and he took possession of it immediately. There was a carriage road from the town, and the valley was in this part less rugged in its aspect. Las Cases was soon sent for. As he ascended the winding path leading to the pavilion, he saw Napoleon standing at the threshold of the door. His body was slightly bent, and his hands behind his back. He wore his usual plain and simple uniform and the well-known hat. The emperor was alone. He took a fancy to walk a little, but there was no level ground on any side of the pavilion, which was surrounded by huge pieces of rock. Taking the arm of his companion, however, he began to converse in a cheerful strain. When Napoleon was about to retire to rest, the servants found that one of the windows was open close to the bed. They barricaded it as well as they could, so as to exclude the air, to the effects of which the emperor was very susceptible. Las Cases ascended to an upper room. The valets de chambers lay stretched in their cloaks across the threshold of the door. Such was the first night Napoleon passed at the Briars. An English officer was lodged with them in the house as their guard, and 2 non-commissioned officers were stationed near the house to watch their movements. Napoleon the next day proceeded with his dictation, which occupied him for several hours, and then took a walk in the garden, where he was met by the 2 Misses Balcombe, lively girls about 14 years of age, who presented him with flowers, and overwhelmed him with whimsical questions. Napoleon was amused by their familiarity, to which he had been little accustomed. "We have been to a masked ball," said he, when the young ladies had taken their leave. The next day a chicken was brought for breakfast, which the emperor undertook to carve himself, and was surprised at his succeeding so well, it being a long time since he had done so much. The coffee he considered so bad that on tasting it he thought himself poisoned and sent it away. The mornings were passed in business. In the evening, Napoleon sometimes strolled to the neighboring villa, where the young ladies made him play at whist. The campaign of Italy was nearly finished, and Las Cases proposed that the other followers of Napoleon who were lodged in the town should come up every morning to assist in transcribing the campaign of Egypt, the history of the consulate, etc. This suggestion pleased the ex-emperor, so that from that time one or two of his suite came regularly every day to write to his dictation and stayed to dinner. A tent, sent by the colonel of the 53D Regiment, was spread out so as to form a prolongation of the pavilion. Their cook took up his abode at the Briars. The table linen was taken from the trunks, the plate was set forth, and the first dinner after these new arrangements was a sort of fete. One day at dinner Napoleon, casting his eye on one of the dishes of his own campaign service, on which the arms of the king had been engraved, "How they have spoiled that!" he exclaimed, and he could not refrain from observing that the king was in great haste to take possession of the imperial plate, which certainly did not belong to him. Amongst the baggage was also a cabinet in which were a number of medallions, given him by the Pope and other potentates, some letters of Louis Roman XVIII, which he had left behind him on his writing table in the suddenness of his flight from the Tuileries on the 20th of March, and a number of other letters found in the portfolio of M. de Blocas intended to calumniate Napoleon. The emperor never dressed until about 4 o'clock. He then walked in the garden, which was particularly agreeable to him on account of its solitude, the English soldiers having been removed at Mr. Balcomb's request. A little arbor was covered with canvas, and a chair and table placed in it, and here Napoleon dictated a great part of his memoirs. In the evening, when he did not go out, he generally contrived to prolong the conversation till 11 or 12 o'clock. Thus time passed with little variety or interruption. The weather in the winter became delightful. One day, his usual task being done, Napoleon strolled out towards the town until he came within sight of the road and shipping. On his return, he met Mrs. Balcombe and a Mrs. Stewart, who was on her way back from Bombay to England. The emperor conversed with her on the manners and customs of India and on the inconveniences of a long voyage at sea, particularly to ladies. He alluded to Scotland, Mrs. Stewart's native country, expatiated on the genius of Ossian, and congratulated his fair interlocutor on the preservation of her clear northern complexion. While the parties were thus engaged, some heavily burdened slaves passed near to them. Mrs. Balcombe motioned them to make a detour, but Napoleon interposed, exclaiming, "Respect the burden, madam." As he said this, the Scotch lady, who had been very eagerly scanning the features of Napoleon, whispered to her friend, "Heavens, what a character, and what an expression of countenance! How different to the idea I had formed of him." Napoleon shortly after repeated the same walk, and went into the house of Major Hudson. This visit occasioned considerable alarm to the constituted authorities. The governor gave a ball, to which the French were invited, and Las Cases about the same time rode over to Longwood to see what advance had been made in the preparations for their reception. His report on his return was not very favorable. They had now been 6 weeks at the Briars, during which Napoleon had been nearly as much confined as if on board the vessel. His health began to be impaired by it. Las Cases gave it as his opinion that the emperor did not possess that constitution of iron which was usually ascribed to him, and that it was the strength of his mind, not of his body, that carried him through the labors of the field and of the cabinet. In speaking on this subject, Napoleon himself observed that nature had endowed him with 2 peculiarities. One was the power of sleeping at any hour or in any place. The other, his being incapable of committing any excess either in eating or drinking. "If," said he, "I go the least beyond my mark, my stomach instantly revolts." He was subject to nausea from very slight causes and to colds from any change of air. The prisoners removed to Longwood on the 10th of December, 1815. Napoleon invited Mr. Balcombe to breakfast with him that morning and conversed with him in a very cheerful manner. About 2 Admiral Cockburn was announced. He entered with an air of embarrassment. In consequence of the restraints imposed upon him at the Briars, and the manner in which those of his suite residing in the town had been treated, Bonaparte had discontinued receiving the visits of the admiral. Yet on the present occasion he behaved towards him as though nothing had happened. At length they left the Briars and set out for Longwood. Napoleon rode the horse, a small, sprightly, and tolerably handsome animal, which had been brought for him from the Cape. He wore his uniform of the chasseurs of the guard, and his graceful manner and handsome countenance were particularly remarked. The admiral was very attentive to him. At the entrance of Longwood, they found a guard under arms who rendered the prescribed honors to their illustrious captive. His horse, unaccustomed to parades and frightened by the roll of the drum, refused to pass the gate till spurred on by Napoleon, while a significant look passed among the escort. The admiral took great pains to point out the minutest details at Longwood. He had himself superintended all the arrangements, among which was a bathroom. Bonaparte was satisfied with everything, and the admiral seemed highly pleased. He had anticipated petulance and disdain, but Napoleon manifested perfect good humor. The entrance to the house was through a room which had been just built to answer the double purpose of an antechamber and a dining room. This apartment led to the drawing room. Beyond this was a third room running in a cross direction and very dark. This was intended to be the depository of the emperor's maps and books, but it was afterwards converted into the dining room. The emperor's chamber opened into this apartment on the right-hand side and was divided into two equal parts, forming a cabinet and sleeping room. A little external gallery served for a bathing room. Opposite the emperor's chamber, at the other extremity of the building, were the apartments of Madame Montholon, her husband, and her son, afterward used as the emperor's library. Detached from this part of the house was a little square room on the ground floor, contiguous to the kitchen, which was assigned to Law's cases. The windows and beds had no curtains. The furniture was mean and scanty. Bertrand and his family resided at a distance of 2 miles, at a place called Rut's Gate. General Gourgaud slept under a tent, as well as Mr. O'Meara and the officer commanding the guard. The house was surrounded by a garden. In front, and separated by a tolerably deep ravine, was encamped the 53D Regiment, different parties of which were stationed on the neighboring heights. The domestic establishment of the emperor consisted of 11 persons. To the Grand Marshal was confided the general superintendence, to M. de Montholon the domestic details, Law's cases was to take care of the furniture and property, and General Gourgaud to have the management of the stables. These arrangements, however, produced discontent among Napoleon's attendants. Law's cases admits that they were no longer the members of one family, each using his best efforts to promote the advantage of all. They were far from practicing that which necessity dictated. He says also, "The admiral has more than once, in the midst of our disputes with him, hastily exclaimed that the emperor was decidedly the most good-natured, just, and reasonable of the whole set." On his first arrival, he went to visit the barracks occupied by some Chinese living on the island, and a place called Longwood Farm. He complained to Law's cases that they had been idle of late, but by degrees their hours and the employment of them became fixed and regular. The campaign of Italy being now finished, Napoleon corrected it and dictated on other subjects. This was their morning's work. They dined between 8 and 9, Madame Montholon being seated on Napoleon's right, Law's cases on his left, and Gourgaud, Montholon, and Law's cases' son sitting opposite. The smell of the paint not being yet gone off, they remained not more than 10 minutes at table, and the dessert was prepared in the adjoining apartment, where coffee was served up and conversation commenced. Scenes were read from Molière, Racine, and Voltaire, and regret was always expressed at their not having a copy of Corneille. They then played at reverses, which had been Bonaparte's favorite game in his youth. The recollection was agreeable to him, and he thought he could amuse himself at it for any length of time, but was soon undeceived. His aim was always to make the reverses, that is, to win every trick. Character is displayed in the smallest incidents. Napoleon read a libel on himself, and contrasted the compliments which had passed between him and the Queen of Prussia with the brutal behavior ascribed to him in the English newspapers. On the other hand, 2 common sailors had at different times, while he was at Longwood and at the Briars, in spite of orders and at all risks, made their way through the sentinels to gain a sight of Napoleon. On seeing the interest they took in him, he exclaimed, "This is fanaticism. Yes, imagination rules the world." The instructions of the English ministers with regard to the treatment of Napoleon at St. Helena had been prepared with the view completely to secure his person. An English officer was to be constantly at his table. This order, however, was not carried into effect. An officer was also to accompany Napoleon in all his rides. This order was dispensed with within certain prescribed limits, because Napoleon had refused to ride at all on such conditions. Almost every day brought with it some new cause of uneasiness and complaint. Sentinels were posted beneath Napoleon's windows and before his doors. This order was, however, doubtless given to prevent his being annoyed by impertinent curiosity. The French were certainly precluded from all free communication with the inhabitants of the island, but this precaution was of unquestionable necessity for the security of the emperor's person. Las Cases complains that the passwords were perpetually changed, so that they lived in constant perplexity and apprehension of being subjected to some unforeseen insult. Napoleon, he continues, addressed a complaint to the admiral, which obtained for him no redress. In the midst of these complaints, the admiral wished to introduce some ladies who had arrived in the Dorica to Napoleon, but he declined, not approving this alternation of affronts and civilities. He, however, consented, at the request of their colonel, to receive the officers of the 53D Regiment. After this officer took his leave, Napoleon prolonged his walk in the garden. He stopped a while to look at a flower in one of the beds and asked his companion if it was not a lily. It was indeed a magnificent one. The thought that he had in his mind was obvious. He then spoke of the number of times he had been wounded, and said it had been thought he had never met with these accidents from his having kept them secret as much as possible. It was near the end of December. One day, after a walk and a tumble in the mud, Bonaparte returned and found a packet of English newspapers, which the Grand Marshal translated to him. This occupied him till late, and he forgot his dinner in discussing their contents. After dinner had been served, Las Cases wished to continue the translation, but Napoleon would not suffer him to proceed, from consideration for the weak state of his eyes. "We must wait till tomorrow," said he. A few days afterwards, the admiral came in person to visit him, and the interview was an agreeable one. After some animated discussion, it was arranged that Napoleon should henceforth ride freely about the island, that the officer should follow him only at a distance, and that visitors should be admitted to him, not with the permission of the admiral as the inspector of Longwood, but with that of the Grand Marshal, who was to do the honors of the establishment. These concessions were, however, soon recalled. On the 30th of this month, Piątkowski, a Pole who had been left behind, but whose entreaties prevailed upon the English government, joined Bonaparte. On New Year's Day, all their little party was collected together, and Napoleon, entering into the feelings of the occasion, begged that they might breakfast and pass it together. Every day furnished some new trait of this kind. On the 14th of April 1816, Sir Hudson Lowe, the new governor, arrived at St. Helena. This epoch is important, as making the beginning of a continued series of accusations and counter-accusations by which the last 5 years of Napoleon's life were constantly occupied, to the great annoyance of himself and all connected with him, and possibly to the shortening of his own existence. It would be tedious to detail the progress of this petty war, but, as a subject which has formed so great a portion of the life of Napoleon, it must not be omitted. To avoid anything which may appear like a bias against Napoleon, the details, unless when otherwise mentioned, will be derived from Las Cases, his devoted admirer. On the first visit of the new governor, which was the 16th of April, Napoleon refused to admit him because he himself was ill, and also because the governor had not asked beforehand for an audience. On the second visit, the governor was admitted to an audience, and Napoleon seems to have taken a prejudice at first sight, as he remarked to his suite that the governor was hideous and had a most ugly countenance, though he allowed he ought not to judge too hastily. The spirit of the party was shown by a remark made that the first 2 days had been days of battle. The governor saw Napoleon again on the 30th April, and the interview was stormy. Napoleon argued with the governor on the conduct of the Allies towards him, said they had no right to dispose of him, who was their equal and sometimes their master. He then declaimed on the eternal disgrace the English had inflicted on themselves by sending him to St. Helena. They wished to kill him by a lingering death. Their conduct was worse than that of the Calabrians in shooting Murat. He talked of the cowardliness of suicide, complained of the small extent and horrid climate of St. Helena, and said it would be an act of kindness to deprive him of life at once. Sir H. Lowe said that a house of wood, fitted up with every possible accommodation, was then on its way from England for his use. Napoleon refused it at once, and exclaimed that it was not a house but an executioner and a coffin that he wanted. The house was a mockery, death would be a favor. A few minutes after Napoleon took up some reports of the campaigns of 1814, which lay on the table, and asked Sir H. Lowe if he had written them. Law's cases, after saying that the governor replied in the affirmative, finishes his account of the interview. But according to O'Meara, Napoleon said they were full of folly and falsehood. The governor, with a much milder reply than most men would have given, retired, and Napoleon harangued upon the sinister expression of his countenance, abused him in the coarsest manner, and made his servant throw a cup of coffee out of the window because it had stood a moment on a table near the governor. It was required that all persons who visited at Longwood or at Hutt's Gate should make a report to the governor, or to Sir Thomas Reed, of the conversations they had held with the French. Several additional sentinels were posted around Longwood House and grounds. During some extremely wet and foggy weather, Napoleon did not go out for several days. Messengers and letters continually succeeded one another from Plantation House. The governor appeared anxious to see Napoleon and was evidently distrustful, although the residents at Longwood were assured of his actual presence by the sound of his voice. He had some communications with Count Bertrand on the necessity that one of his officers should see Napoleon daily. He also went to Longwood frequently himself, and finally, after some difficulty, succeeded in obtaining an interview with Napoleon in his bedchamber, which lasted about a quarter of an hour. Some days before he sent for Mr. O'Meara, asked a variety of questions concerning the captive, walked round the house several times, and before the windows, measuring and laying down the plan of a new ditch, which he said he would have dug in order to prevent the cattle from trespassing. On the morning of the 5th of May, Napoleon sent for his surgeon O'Meara to come to him. He was introduced into Napoleon's bedchamber, a description of which is thus given. It was about 14 feet by 12 and 10 or 11 feet in height. The walls were lined with brown nankeen, bordered and edged with common green bordering paper, and destitute of skirting. 2 small windows without pulleys, one of which was thrown up and fastened by a piece of notched wood, looked towards the camp of the 53D Regiment. There were window curtains of white longcloth, a small fireplace, a shabby grate and fire irons to match, with a paltry mantelpiece of wood painted white, upon which stood a small marble bust of his son. Above the mantelpiece hung the portrait of Maria Louisa and 4 or 5 of young Napoleon, one of which was embroidered by the hands of his mother. A little more to the right hung also the portrait of the Empress Josephine, and to the left was suspended the alarm chamber watch of Frederick the Great, obtained by Napoleon at Potsdam, while on the right the consular watch, engraved with the cipher B, hung by a chain of the plaited hair of Maria Louisa from a pin stuck in the nankeen lining. In the right-hand corner was placed the little plain iron camp bedstead, with green silk curtains, on which its master had reposed on the fields of Marengo and Austerlitz. Between the windows there was a chest of drawers, and a bookcase with green blinds stood on the left of the door leading to the next apartment. 4 or 5 cane-bottomed chairs painted green were standing here and there about the room. Before the back door there was a screen covered with nankeen, and between that and the fireplace, an old-fashioned sofa covered with white long cloth, on which Napoleon reclined, dressed in his white morning gown, white loose trousers and stockings all in one, a checkered red handkerchief upon his head, and his shirt collar open without a cravat. His air was melancholy and troubled. Before him stood a little round table, with some books, at the foot of which lay in confusion upon the carpet a heap of those which he had already perused, and at the opposite side of the sofa was suspended Isabe's portrait of the Empress Maria Louisa, holding her son in her arms. In front of the fireplace stood Law's cases with his arms folded over his breast and some papers in one of his hands. Of all the former magnificence of the once mighty Emperor of France, nothing remained but a superb wash-hand stand containing a silver basin and water jug of the same metal, in the left-hand corner. The object of Napoleon in sending for O'Meara on this occasion was to question him whether in their future intercourse he was to consider him in the light of a spy and a tool of the governor or as his physician. The doctor gave a decided and satisfactory answer on this point. During the short interview that this governor had with me in my bedchamber, one of the first things he proposed was to send you away, said Napoleon to O'Meara, and that I should take his own surgeon in your place. This he repeated, and so earnest was he to gain his object that, though I gave him a flat refusal, When he was going out, he turned about and again proposed it. On the 11th, a proclamation was issued by the governor, forbidding any persons on the island from sending letters to or receiving them from General Bonaparte or his suite, on pain of being immediately arrested and dealt with accordingly. Nothing escaped the vigilance of Sir Hudson Lowe. "The governor," said Napoleon, "has just sent an invitation to Bertrand for General Bonaparte to come to Plantation House to meet Lady Moira. I told Bertrand to return no answer to it. If he really wanted me to see her, he would have put Plantation House within the limits, but to send such an invitation, knowing I must go in charge of a guard if I wished to avail myself of it, was an insult." Soon after came the declaration of the Allies and the Acts of Parliament authorizing the detention of Napoleon Bonaparte as a prisoner of war and disturber of the peace of Europe. Against the bill, when brought into the House of Lords, there were two protests, those of Lord Holland and of the Duke of Sussex. These official documents did not tend to soothe the temper or raise the spirits of the French to endure their captivity. In addition to the misery of his own captivity, Napoleon had to contend with the unmanageable humors of his own followers. As often happens with men in such circumstances, they sometimes disagreed among themselves, and part of their petulance and ill temper fell upon their chief. He took these little incidents deeply to heart. On one occasion he said in bitterness, "I know that I am fallen, but to feel this among you. I am aware that man is frequently unreasonable and susceptible of offense. Thus, when I am mistrustful of myself, I ask, should I have been treated so at the Tuileries? This is my test." A great deal of pains has been taken by Napoleon's adherents and others to blacken the character of Sir Hudson Lowe, and to make it appear that his sole object was to harass Napoleon and to make his life miserable. Now, although it may be questioned whether Sir Hudson Lowe was the proper person to be placed in the delicate situation of guard over the fallen emperor, there is no doubt that quarrels and complaints began long before that officer reached the island. And the character of those complaints will show that at best the prisoners were persons very difficult to satisfy. Their detention at the Briars was one of the first causes of complaint. It was stated that the emperor was very ill there, that he was confined in a cage with no attendants, that his suite was kept from him, and that he was deprived of exercise. A few pages farther in the Journal of Law's Cases, we find the emperor in good health, and as soon as it was announced that Longwood was ready to receive him, then it was urged that the jailers wished to compel him to go against his will, that they desired to push their authority to the utmost, that the smell of the paint at Longwood was very disagreeable, etc. Napoleon himself was quite ready to go, and seemed much vexed when Count Bertrand and General Gourgaud arrived from Longwood with the intelligence that the place was as yet uninhabitable. His displeasure, however, was much more seriously excited by the appearance of Count Montholon, with the information that all was ready at Longwood within a few minutes, after receiving the contrary accounts from Bertrand and Gourgaud. He probably perceived that he was trifled with by his attendants, who endeavored to make him believe that which suited their own convenience. We may also remark that the systematic opposition which was carried to such a great length against Sir Hudson Lowe had begun during the stay of Admiral Cockburn. His visits were refused, he was accused of caprice, arrogance, and impertinence, and he was nicknamed the Shark by Napoleon himself. His own calmness alone probably prevented more violent ebullitions. The wooden house arrived at last, and the governor waited on Napoleon to consult with him how and where it should be erected. Law's Cases, who heard the dispute in an adjoining room, says that it was long and clamorous. He gives the details in Napoleon's own words, and we have here the advantage of comparing his statement with the account transmitted by Sir Hudson Lowe to the British government, dated 17th May 1816. The two accounts vary but little. Napoleon admits that he was thrown quite out of temper, that he received the governor with his stormy countenance, looked furiously at him, and made no reply to his information of the arrival of the house, but by a significant look. He told him that he wanted nothing, nor would receive anything at his hands, that he supposed he was to be put to death by poison or the sword. The poison would be difficult to administer, but he had the means of doing it with the sword. The sanctuary of his abode should not be violated, and the troops should not enter his house but by trampling on his corpse. He then alluded to an invitation sent to him by Sir Hudson Lowe to meet Lady Loudon at his house, and said there could not be an act of more refined cruelty than inviting him to his table by the title of general, to make him an object of ridicule or amusement to his guests. What right had he to call him General Bonaparte? He would not be deprived of his dignity by him, nor by anyone in the world. He certainly should have condescended to visit Lady Loudon had she been within his limits, as he did not stand upon strict etiquette with a woman, but he should have deemed that he was conferring an honor upon her. He would not consider himself a prisoner of war, but was placed in his present position by the most horrible breach of trust. After a few more words, he dismissed the governor without once more alluding to the house, which was the object of the visit. The fate of this unfortunate house may be mentioned here. It was erected after a great many disputes, but was unfortunately surrounded by a sunk fence and ornamental railing. This was immediately connected in Napoleon's mind with the idea of a fortification. It was impossible to remove the impression that the ditch and palisade were intended to secure his person. As soon as the objection was made known, Sir Hudson Lowe ordered the ground to be leveled and the rails taken away. But before this was quite completed, Napoleon's health was too much destroyed to permit his removal, and the house was never occupied. Napoleon seems to have felt that he had been too violent in his conduct. He admitted, when at table with his suite a few days after, that he had behaved very ill, and that in any other situation he should blush for what he had done. "I could have wished, for his sake," he said, "to see him evince a little anger or pull the door violently after him when he went away." These few words let us into a good deal of Napoleon's character. He liked to intimidate, but his vehement language was received with a calmness and resolute forbearance to which he was quite unaccustomed, and he consequently grew more angry as his anger was less regarded. The specimens here given of the disputes with Sir Hudson Lowe may probably suffice. A great many more are furnished by Law's Cases, O'Meara, and other partisans of Napoleon, and even they always make him the aggressor. Napoleon himself in his cooler moments seemed to admit this, after the most violent quarrel with the governor, that of the 18th of August, 1816, which utterly put an end to anything like decent civility between the parties. He allowed that he had used the governor very ill, that he repeatedly and purposely offended him, and that Sir Hudson Lowe had not in a single instance shown a want of respect, except perhaps that he retired too abruptly. Great complaints were made of the scanty way in which the table of the exiles was supplied, and it was again and again alleged by them that they had scarcely anything to eat. The wine, too, was said to be execrable, so bad that in fact it could not be drunk, and, of such stuff as it was, only 1 bottle a day was allowed to each person in allowance, which Law's Cases calls ridiculously small. Thus pressed, but partly for effect, Napoleon resolved to dispose of his plate in monthly proportions, and as he knew that some East India captains had offered as much as 100 guineas for a single plate, in order to preserve a memorial of him, he determined that what was sold should be broken up, the arms erased, and no trace left which could show that they had ever been his. The only portions left uninjured were the little eagles with which some of the dish covers were mounted. These last fragments were objects of veneration for the attendants of Napoleon. They were looked upon as relics, with a feeling at once melancholy and religious. When the moment came for breaking up the plate, Les Cases bears testimony to the painful emotions and real grief produced among the servants. They could not, without the utmost reluctance, bring themselves to apply the hammer to those objects of their veneration. The island of St. Helena was regularly visited by East India ships on the return voyage, which touched there to take in water and to leave gunpowder for the use of the garrison. On such occasions, there were always persons anxious to pay a visit to the renowned captive. The regulation of those visits was calculated to protect Napoleon from being annoyed by the idle curiosity of strangers, to which he professed a great aversion. Such persons as wished to wait upon him were, in the first place, obliged to apply to the governor, by whom their names were forwarded to Count Bertrand. This gentleman, as Grand Marshal of the household, communicated the wishes of those persons to Napoleon, and in case of a favorable reply, fixed the hour for an interview. Those visitors whom Napoleon admitted were chiefly persons of rank and distinction, travelers from distant countries, or men who had distinguished themselves in the scientific world, and who could communicate interesting information in exchange for the gratification they received. Some of those persons who were admitted to interviews with him have published narratives of their conversation, and all agree in extolling the extreme grace, propriety, and appearance of benevolence manifested by Bonaparte while holding these levees. His questions were always put with great tact, and on some subject with which the person interrogated was well acquainted, so as to induce him to bring forth any new or curious information of which he might be possessed. Captain Basil Hall, in August 1817, when in command of the Lyra, had an interview with the emperor, of whom he says, "Bonaparte struck me as differing considerably from the pictures and busts I had seen of him. His face and figure looked much broader and more square larger, indeed, in every way than any representation I had met with. His corpulency, at this time universally reported to be excessive, was by no means remarkable. His flesh looked, on the contrary, firm and muscular. There was not the least trace of color in his cheeks. In fact, his skin was more like marble than ordinary flesh. Not the smallest trace of a wrinkle was discernible on his brow, nor an approach to a furrow on any part of his countenance. His health and spirits, judging from appearances, were excellent, though at this period it was generally believed in England that he was fast sinking under a complication of diseases, and that his spirits were entirely gone. His manner of speaking was rather slow than otherwise, and perfectly distinct. He waited with great patience and kindness for my answers to his questions, and a reference to Count Bertrand was necessary only once during the whole conversation. The brilliant and sometimes dazzling expression of his eye could not be overlooked. It was not, however, a permanent luster, for it was only remarkable when he was excited by some point of particular interest. It is impossible to imagine an expression of more entire mildness, I may almost call it of benignity and kindness, than that which played over his features during the whole interview. If therefore he were at this time out of health and in low spirits, his power of self-command must have been even more extraordinary than is generally supposed, for his whole deportment, his conversation, and the expression of his countenance indicated a frame in perfect health and a mind at ease. The manner assumed by Napoleon in the occasional interviews he had with such visitors was so very opposite to that which he constantly maintained towards the authorities in whose custody he was placed, that we can scarcely doubt he was acting a part in one of those situations. It was suggested by Mr. Ellis that he either wished, by means of his continual complaints, to keep alive his interest in England, where he flattered himself there was a party favorable to him, or that his troubled mind found an occupation in the annoyance which he caused to the governor. Every attempt at conciliation on the part of Sir Hudson Lowe furnished fresh causes for irritation. He sent fowling pieces to Longwood, and the thanks returned were a reply from Napoleon that it was an insult to send fowling pieces where there was no game. An invitation to a ball was resented vehemently, and descanted upon by the French party as a great offense. Sir Hudson Lowe at one time sent a variety of clothes and other articles received from England, which he imagined might be useful at Longwood. Great offense was taken at this. They were treated, they said, like paupers. The articles ought to have been left at the governor's house, and a list sent respectfully to the household, stating that such things were at their command if they wanted them. An opinion has already been expressed that much of this annoyance was due to the offended pride of Napoleon's attendants, who were at first certainly far more captious than himself. He admitted as much himself on one occasion in a conversation with O'Meara. He said, "Las Cases certainly was greatly irritated against Sir Hudson, and contributed materially towards forming the impressions existing in my mind." He attributed this to the sensitive mind of Las Cases, which he said was peculiarly alive to the ill-treatment Napoleon and himself had been subjected to. Sir Hudson Lowe also felt this, and remarked, like Sir George Cockburn, on more than one occasion, that he always found Napoleon himself more reasonable than the persons about him. A fertile source of annoyance was the resolution of Napoleon not upon any terms to acknowledge himself a prisoner, and his refusal to submit to such regulations as would render his captivity less burdensome. More than once the attendance of an officer was offered to be discontinued if he would allow himself to be seen once every day, and promised to take no means of escaping. "If you were to give me the whole of the island," said Napoleon, "on condition that I would pledge my word not to attempt an escape, I would not accept it, because it would be equivalent to acknowledging myself a prisoner, although at the same time I would not make the attempt. I am here by force and not by right. If I had been taken at Waterloo, perhaps, I might have had no hesitation in accepting it, although even in that case it would be contrary to the law of nations, as now there is no war. If they were to offer me permission to reside in England on similar conditions, I would refuse it. The very idea of exhibiting himself to an officer every day, though but for a moment, was repelled with indignation. He even kept loaded pistols to shoot any person who should attempt an intrusion on his privacy. It is stated in a note in O'Meara's journal that the emperor was so firmly impressed with the idea that an attempt would be made forcibly to intrude on his privacy, that from a short time after the departure of Sir George Cockburn, he always kept 4 or 5 pairs of loaded pistols and some swords in his apartment, with which he was determined to dispatch the first who entered against his will. It seems this practice was continued to his death. Napoleon continued to pass the mornings in dictating his memoirs and the evenings in reading or conversation. He grew fonder of Racine, but his favorite was Corneille. He repeated that, had he lived in his time, he would have made him a prince. He had a distaste to Voltaire and found considerable fault with his dramas, perhaps justly, as conveying opinions rather than sentiments. He criticized his Mahomet and said he had made him merely an impostor and a tyrant, without representing him as a great man. This was owing to Voltaire's religious and political antipathies, for those who are free from common prejudices acquire others of their own in their stead, to which they are equally bigoted, and which they bring forward on all occasions. When the evening passed off in conversation without having recourse to books, he considered it a point gained. Someone having asked the emperor which was the greatest battle that he had fought, he replied it was difficult to answer that question without inquiring what was implied by the greatest battle. Mine, continued he, cannot be judged of separately. They formed a portion of extensive plans. They must therefore be estimated by their consequences. The Battle of Marengo, which was so long undecided, procured for us the command of all Italy. Ulm annihilated a whole army. Jena laid the whole Prussian monarchy at our feet. Friedland opened the Russian Empire to us, and Eckmühl decided the fate of a war. The Battle of the Moskwa was that in which the greatest talent was displayed, and by which we obtained the fewest advantages. Waterloo, where everything failed, would, had victory crowned our efforts, have saved France and given peace to Europe. Madame Montholin having inquired what troops he considered the best, those which are victorious, madam, replied the emperor. But, added he, soldiers are capricious and inconstant, like you ladies. The best troops were the Carthaginians under Hannibal, the Romans under the Scipios, the Macedonians under Alexander, and the Prussians under Frederick. He thought, however, that the French soldiers were of all others those which could most easily be rendered the best, and preserved so. With my complete guard of 40,000 or 50,000 men, I would have undertaken to march through Europe. It is perhaps possible to produce troops as good as those that composed my army of Italy and Austerlitz, but certainly none can ever surpass them. The anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo produced a visible impression on the emperor. Incomprehensible day, said he dejectedly, concurrence of unheard-of fatalities. Grouchy, nay, Durlan, was there treachery, or was it merely misfortune? Alas, poor France! Here he covered his eyes with his hands. And yet, said he, all that human skill could do was accomplished. All was not lost until the moment when all had succeeded. A short time afterwards, resuming the subject, he exclaimed, "In that extraordinary campaign, thrice, in less than a week, I saw the certain triumph of France slip through my fingers. Had it not been for a traitor, I should have annihilated the enemy at the outset of the campaign. I should have destroyed him at Ligny if my left wing had only done its duty. I should have destroyed him again at Waterloo if my right had seconded me. Singular defeat, by which, notwithstanding the most fatal catastrophe, the glory of the conquered has not suffered." We shall here give Napoleon's own opinion of the Battle of Waterloo. The plan of the battle, said he, will not in the eyes of the historian reflect any credit on Lord Wellington as a general. In the first place, he ought not to have given battle with the armies divided. They ought to have been united and encamped before the 15th. In the next, the choice of ground was bad, because if he had been beaten, he could not have retreated, as there was only one road leading through the forest in his rear. He also committed a fault which might have proved the destruction of all his army, without its ever having commenced the campaign or being drawn out in battle. he allowed himself to be surprised. On the 15th, I was at Charleroi and had beaten the Prussians without his knowing anything about it. I had gained 48 hours of maneuvers upon him, which was a great object, and if some of my generals had shown that vigor and genius which they had displayed on other occasions, I should have taken his army in cantonments without ever fighting a battle. But they were discouraged, and fancied that they saw an army of 100,000 men everywhere opposed to them. I had not time enough myself to attend to the minutiae of the army. I counted upon surprising and cutting Wellington up in detail. I knew of Bülow's arrival at 11 o'clock, but I did not regard it. I had still 80 chances out of 100 in my favor. Notwithstanding the great superiority of force against me, I was convinced that I should obtain the victory. I had about 70,000 men, of whom 15,000 were cavalry. I had also 260 pieces of cannon, but my troops were so good that I esteemed them sufficient to beat 120,000. Of all those troops, however, I only reckoned the English as being able to cope with my own. The others I thought little of. I believe that of English there were from 35,000 to 40,000. These I esteemed to be as brave and as good as my own troops. The English army was well known latterly on the continent, and besides, your nation possesses courage and energy. As to the Prussians, Belgians, and others, half the number of my troops were sufficient to beat them. I only left 34,000 men to take care of the Prussians. The chief causes of the loss of that battle were, first of all, Grouchy's great tardiness and neglect in executing his orders. Next, the grenadiers à cheval and the cavalry under General Guyot, which I had in reserve, and which were never to leave me, engaged without orders and without my knowledge. So that after the last charge, when the troops were beaten and the English cavalry advanced, I had not a single corps of cavalry in reserve to resist them, instead of one which I esteemed to be equal to double their own number. In consequence of this, the English attacked, succeeded, and all was lost. There was no means of rallying. The youngest general would not have committed the fault of leaving an army entirely without reserve, which, however, occurred here, whether in consequence of treason or not I cannot say. These were the two principal causes of the loss of the Battle of Waterloo. If Lord Wellington had entrenched himself, continued Napoleon, I would not have attacked him. As a general, his plan did not show talent. He certainly displayed great courage and obstinacy, but a little must be taken away even from that when you consider that he had no means of retreat, and that had he made the attempt, not a man of his army would have escaped. First, to the firmness and bravery of his troops, for the English fought with the greatest courage and obstinacy, he is principally indebted for the victory, and not to his own conduct as a general. And next, to the arrival of Blücher, to whom the victory is more to be attributed than to Wellington, and more credit is due as a general. Because he, although beaten the day before, assembled his troops and brought them into action in the evening. I believe, however, continued Napoleon, that Wellington is a man of great firmness. The glory of such a victory is a great thing, but in the eye of the historian, his military reputation will gain nothing by it. I always had a high opinion of your seamen, said Napoleon one day to O'Meara, in a conversation arising out of the expedition to Algiers. When I was returning from Holland, along with the Empress Maria Louisa, we stopped to rest at Givet. During the night, a violent storm of wind and rain came on, which swelled the Meuse so much that the bridge of boats over it was carried away. I was very anxious to depart, and ordered all the boatmen in the place to be assembled that I might be enabled to cross the river. They said that the waters were so high that it would be impossible to pass before 2 or 3 days. I questioned some of them, and soon discovered that they were freshwater seamen. I then recollected that there were English prisoners in the barracks, and ordered that some of the oldest and best seamen among them should be brought before me to the banks of the river. The waters were very high, and the current rapid and dangerous. I asked them if they could join a number of boats together so that I might pass over. They answered that it was possible, but hazardous. I desired them to set about it instantly. In the course of a few hours, they succeeded in effecting what the others had pronounced to be impossible, and I crossed before the evening was over. I ordered those who had worked at it to receive a sum of money each, a suit of clothes, and their liberty. Marchand was with me at the time. In December 1816, Las Cases was compelled to leave St. Helena. He had written a letter to Lucien Bonaparte, and entrusted it to a mulatto servant to be forwarded to Europe. He was detected, and as he was thus endeavoring to carry on, contrary to the regulations of the island, a clandestine correspondence with Europe, Las Cases and his son were sent off, first to the Cape and then to England, where they were only allowed to land to be sent to Dover and shipped off to Ostend. Not long after their arrival at St. Helena, Madame Bertrand gave birth to a son, and when Napoleon went to visit her, she said, "I have the honor of presenting to your Majesty the first French subject who has entered Longwood without the permission of Lord Bathurst." It has been generally supposed that Napoleon was a believer in the doctrine of predestination. The following conversation with Las Cases clearly decides that point. "Pray," said he, "am I not thought to be given to a belief in predestination?" "Yes, sire, at least by many people." "Well, well, let them say what they please. One may sometimes be tempted to set apart, and it may occasionally be useful. But what are men? How much easier is it to occupy their attention and to strike their imaginations by absurdities than by rational ideas? But can a man of sound sense listen for one moment to such a doctrine? Either predestination admits the existence of free will, or it rejects it. If it admits it, what kind of predetermined result can that be which a simple resolution, a step, a word, may alter or modify ad infinitum? If predestination, on the contrary, rejects the existence of free will, it is quite another question. In that case, a child need only be thrown into its cradle as soon as it is born. There is no necessity for bestowing the least care upon it, for if it be irrevocably decreed that it is to live, it will grow though no food should be given to it. You see that such a doctrine cannot be maintained. Predestination is but a word without meaning. The Turks themselves, the professors of predestination, are not convinced of the doctrine, for in that case medicine would not exist in Turkey, and a man residing in a third floor would not take the trouble of going downstairs, but would immediately throw himself out of the window. You see to what a string of absurdities that will lead. The following traits are characteristic of the man. In the common intercourse of life and his familiar conversation, Napoleon mutilated the names most familiar to him, even French names, yet this would not have occurred on any public occasion. He has been heard many times during his walks to repeat the celebrated speech of Augustus in Corneille's tragedy, and he has never missed saying, "Take a seat, Sylla," instead of Cinna. He would frequently create names according to his fancy, and when he had once adopted them, they remained fixed in his mind, although they were pronounced properly 100 times a day in his hearing. But he would have been struck if others had used them as he had altered them. It was the same thing with respect to orthography. In general, he did not attend to it, yet if the copies which were made contained any faults of spelling, he would have complained of it. One day Napoleon said to Las Cases, "Your orthography is not correct, is it?" This question gave occasion to a sarcastic smile from a person who stood near, who thought it was meant to convey a reproach. The emperor, who saw this, continued, "At least I suppose it is not, for a man occupied with important public business, a minister, for instance, cannot and need not attend to orthography. His ideas must flow faster than his hand can trace them. He has only time to dwell upon essentials. He must put words in letters and phrases in words, and let the scribes make it out afterwards." Napoleon indeed left a great deal for the copyists to do. He was their torment. His handwriting actually resembled hieroglyphics. He often could not decipher it himself. Las Cases' son was one day reading to him a chapter of the campaign of Italy. On a sudden he stopped short, unable to make out the writing. "The little blockhead," said Napoleon, "cannot read his own handwriting." "It is not mine, sire." "And whose then?" "Your Majesty's." "How so, you little rogue? Do you mean to insult me?" The emperor took the manuscript, tried a long while to read it, and at last threw it down, saying, "He is right. I cannot tell myself what is written." He has often sent the copyists to Las Cases to read what he had himself been unable to decipher. We are now approaching the last melancholy epoch of Napoleon's life, when he first felt the ravages of that malady, which finally put a period to his existence. Occasional manifestations of its presence had been exhibited for some years, but his usual health always returned after every attack, and its fatal nature was not suspected, although Napoleon himself had several times said that he should die of a scirrhus in the pylorus, the disease which killed his father, and which the physicians of Montpellier declared would be hereditary in his family. About the middle of the year 1818, it was observed that his health grew gradually worse, and it was thought proper by O'Meara to report to the governor the state in which he was. Even on these occasions, Napoleon seized the opportunity for renewing his claim to the title of emperor. He insisted that the physician should not send any bulletin whatever unless he named him in it by his imperial designation. O'Meara explained that the instructions of his government and the orders of Sir Hudson Lowe prohibited him from using the term, but it was in vain. After some difficulty, it was agreed upon that the word patient should be used instead of the title of general, which caused so much offense, and this substitution got rid of the difficulty. O'Meara afterwards proposed to call in the assistance of Dr. Baxter, the principal medical officer of the island, but this offer Napoleon refused at once, alleging that, although it was true he looked like an honest man, he was too much attached to that hangman, Lowe's. He also persisted in rejecting the aid of medicine and determined to take no exercise out of doors as long as he should be subjected to the challenge of sentinels. To a representation that his determination might convert a curable to a fatal malady, he replied, "I shall at least have the consolation that my death will be an eternal dishonor to the English nation who sent me to this climate to die under the hands of." An important incident in Napoleon's monotonous life was the removal of O'Meara, who had attended him as his physician from the time of his arrival on the island. The removal of this gentleman was occasioned by the suspicion of similar conduct to that which brought about the dismissal of Law's cases 20 months previously, namely, the carrying on secret correspondence with persons out of the island. Napoleon complained bitterly of the loss of his medical attendant, though he had most assuredly very seldom attended to his advice, and repelled as an insult the proffered assistance of Dr. Baxter, insinuating that the governor wished to have his life in his power. Some time after Dr. Stokes, a naval surgeon, was called in, but withdrawn and eventually tried by court-martial for furnishing information to the French at Longwood. After this, Napoleon expressed his determination to admit no more visits from any English physician whatever, and Cardinal Fesch was requested by the British ministry to select some physician of reputation in Italy who should be sent to St. Helena to attend on Napoleon. The choice fell on Dr. Antoine, a young surgeon, who was accordingly sent to St. Helena in company with 2 Catholic priests, the abbes Buenavida and Vignal, and 2 domestics, in compliance with the wish of Napoleon to that effect. The party reached the island on 10th September 1819. On his first visit, the emperor overwhelmed Antoine with questions concerning his mother and family, the Princess Julie, wife of Joseph, and Law's cases, whom Antoine had seen in passing through Frankfurt, expatiated with satisfaction on the retreat which he had at one time meditated in Corsica, entered into some discussions with the doctor on his profession, and then directed his attention to the details of his disorder. While he examined the symptoms, the emperor continued his remarks. They were sometimes serious, sometimes lively. Kindness, indignation, gaiety were expressed by turns in his words and in his countenance. "Well, doctor," he exclaimed, "what is your opinion? Am I to trouble much longer the digestion of kings? You will survive them, sire." I believe you. They will not be able to subject to the ban of Europe the fame of our victories. It will traverse ages, it will proclaim the conquerors and the conquered, those who were generous and those who were not so. Posterity will judge. I do not dread its decision. This afterlife belongs to you of right. Your name will never be repeated with admiration without recalling those inglorious warriors so basely leagued against a single man. But you are not near your end. You have yet a long career to run. No, doctor, I cannot hold out long under this frightful climate. Your excellent constitution is proof against its pernicious effects. It once did not yield to the strength of mind with which nature has endowed me, but the transition from a life of action to a complete seclusion has ruined all. I have grown fat, my energy is gone, the bow is unstrung. Antoine did not try to combat an opinion but too well-founded, but diverted the conversation to another subject. "I resign myself," said Napoleon, "to your direction. Let medicine give the order, I submit to its decisions, I entrust my health to your care. I owe you the detail of the habits I have acquired, of the affections to which I am subject. The hours at which I obey the injunctions of nature are in general extremely irregular. I sleep, I eat according to circumstances or the situation in which I am placed. My sleep is ordinarily sound and tranquil. If pain or any accident interrupt it, I jump out of bed, call for a light, walk, set to work, and fix my attention on some subject. Sometimes I remain in the dark, change my apartment, lie down in another bed, or stretch myself on the sofa. I rise at 2, 3, or 4 in the morning. I call for someone to keep me company, amuse myself with recollections or business, and wait for the return of day. I go out as soon as dawn appears, take a stroll, and when the sun shows itself I re-enter and go to bed again, where I remain a longer or shorter time, according as the day promises to turn out. If it is bad, and I feel irritation and uneasiness, I have recourse to the method I have just mentioned. I change my posture, pass from my bed to the sofa, from the sofa to the bed, seek and find a degree of freshness. I do not describe to you my morning costume. It has nothing to do with the sufferings I endure, and besides, I do not wish to deprive you of the pleasure of your surprise when you see it. These ingenious contrivances carry me on to 9 or 10 o'clock, sometimes later. I then order the breakfast to be brought, which I take from time to time in my bath, but most frequently in the garden. Either Bertrand or Montholin keep me company, often both of them. Physicians have the right of regulating the table. It is proper that I should give you an account of mine. Well then, a basin of soup, 2 plates of meat, 1 of vegetables, a salad when I can take it, compose the whole service. Half a bottle of claret, which I dilute with a good deal of water, serves me for drink. I drink a little of it pure towards the end of the repast. Sometimes, when I feel fatigued, I substitute champagne for claret. It is a certain means of giving a fillip to the stomach. The doctor having expressed his surprise at Napoleon's temperance, he replied, "In my marches with the army of Italy I never failed to put into the bow of my saddle a bottle of wine, some bread, and a cold fowl. This provision sufficed for the wants of the day. I may even say that I often shared it with others. I thus gain time. I eat fast, masticate little, my meals do not consume my hours. This is not what you will approve the most, but in my present situation what signifies it? I am attacked with a liver complaint, a malady which is general in this horrible climate." Antomarchi, having gained his confidence, now became companion as well as physician to the emperor, and sometimes read with him. He eagerly turned over the newspapers when they arrived, and commented freely on their contents. "It is amusing," he would say, "to see the sage measures resorted to by the Allies to make people forget my tyranny." On one occasion he felt more languid than ordinary, and lighting on the Andromache of Racine, he took up the book, began to read, but soon let it drop from his hands. He had come to the famous passage where the mother describes her being allowed to see her son once a day. He was moved, covered his face with his hands, and, saying that he was too much affected, desired to be left alone. He grew calmer, fell asleep, and when he awoke, desired Antomarchi to be called again. He was getting ready to shave, and the doctor was curious to witness the operation. He was in his shirt, his head uncovered, with 2 valets at his side, one holding the glass and a towel, the other the rest of the apparatus. The emperor spread the soap over one side of his face, put down the brush, wiped his hands and mouth, took a razor dipped in hot water and shaved the right side with singular dexterity. "Is it done, Novarez?" "Yes, sire." "Well then, face about. Come, villain, quick, stand still." The light fell on the left side, which after applying the lather he shaved in the same manner and with the same dexterity. He drew his hand over his chin. "Raise the glass. Am I quite right?" "Quite so." "Not a hair has escaped me. What say you?" "No, sire," replied the valet de chamber. "No, I think I perceive one. Lift up the glass, place it in a better light. How rascal! Flattery! You deceive me at St. Helena. On this rock, you too are an accomplice." With this he gave them both a box on the ear, laughed, and joked in the most pleasant manner possible. An almost incredible instance of the determination of the exiles to make as many enemies as they possibly could was exhibited to Antomarchi on his arrival at Longwood. He states that, before he was permitted to enter on his functions, as surgeon he was required to take an oath that he would not communicate with the English, and that he would more especially avoid giving them the least information respecting the progress of Napoleon's disorder. He was not allowed to see his illustrious patient until the oath was taken. After exacting such an oath from his physician, the attendants of Bonaparte had little right to complain, as they did, that the real state of his disorder was purposely concealed from the world by the English government. It is more than probable that the constant attempts observed to throw mystery and secrecy around them must have tended to create the suspicion of escape, and to increase the consequent rigor of the regulations maintained by the governor. Soon after the arrival of the priests, Napoleon determined, we may suppose partly in jest, to elevate one of them to the dignity of bishop, and he chose for a diocese the Jumna. The last box brought from Europe had been broken open, says Antoine. It contained the vases and church ornaments. "Stop," said Napoleon, "this is the property of St. Peter, have a care who touches it. Send for the abbs." But talking of the abbs, do you know that the cardinal is a poor creature? He sends me missionaries and propagandists as if I were a penitent, and as if a whole string of their eminences had not always attended at my chapel. I will do what he ought to have done. I possess the right of investiture, and I shall use it. Abbe Bunavita was just entering the room. "I give you the episcopal mitre. Sire, I restore it to you. You shall wear it in spite of the heretics. They will not again take it from you." "But, sire, I cannot add to it so rich a benefice as that of Valentia, which such it had given you, but at any rate your see shall be secure from the chances of battles. I appoint you bishop of let me see of the Jumna." The vast countries through which that river flows were on the point of entering into alliance with me. All was in readiness, all were going to march. We were about to give the finishing blow to England. The speech concluded with an order to Count Montholon to procure the necessary dress for the abbe in order to strike with all the heretics. The upshot of the whole was that the scarlet and violet-colored clothes necessary to furnish the new bishop with the only valuable portion of his temporalities, his dress, could not be procured in the island, and the abbe remained an abbe in spite of the investiture, and the whole farce was forgotten. We occasionally see the exile in better moods, when he listened to the voice of reason, and thought less of the annoyances inseparable from the state to which his ambition, or as he himself always averred, his destiny, had reduced him. He had for a long time debarred himself from all exercise, having, as he expressed it, determined not to expose himself to the insult of being accompanied on his ride by a British officer, or the possibility of being challenged by a sentinel. One day, when he complained of his inactive life, his medical attendant recommended the exercise of digging the ground. The idea was instantly seized upon by Napoleon with his characteristic ardor. Noverraz, his chasseur, who had been formerly accustomed to rural occupations, was honored with the title of head gardener, and under his directions Napoleon proceeded to work with great vigor. He sent for Antoine to witness his newly acquired dexterity in the use of the spade. "Well, doctor," said he to him, "are you satisfied with your patient? Is he obedient enough? This is better than your pills, Oraxio. You shall not physic me any more." At first he soon got fatigued, and complained much of the weakness of his body and delicacy of his hands. "But never mind," said he, "I have always accustomed my body to bend to my will, and I shall bring it to do so now, and inure it to the exercise." He soon grew fond of his new employment, and pressed all the inhabitants of Longwood into the service. Even the ladies had great difficulty to avoid being set to work. He laughed at them, urged them, entreated them, and used all his arts of persuasion, particularly with Madame Bertrand. He assured her that the exercise of gardening was much better than all the doctor's prescriptions, that it was in fact one of his prescriptions. But in this instance, his eloquence failed in its effect, and he was obliged, though with much reluctance, to desist from his attempts to make lady gardeners. But in recompense he had willing laborers on the part of the gentlemen, Antoine says. The emperor urged us, excited us, and everything around us soon assumed a different aspect. Here was an excavation, there a basin or a road. We made alleys, grottos, cascades. The appearance of the ground had now some life and diversity. We planted willows, oaks, peach trees to give a little shade round the house. Having completed the ornamental part of our labors, we turned to the useful. We divided the ground, we manured it, and sowed it with abundance of beans, peas, and every vegetable that grows in the island. In the course of their labors, they found that a tank would be of great use to hold water, which might be brought by pipes from a spring at a distance of 3,000 feet. For this laborious attempt, it was absolutely necessary to procure additional forces, and a party of Chinese, of whom there are many on the island, was engaged to help them. These people were much amused at Napoleon's working dress, which was a jacket and large trousers, with an enormous straw hat to shield him from the sun, and sandals. He pitied those poor fellows who suffered from the heat of the sun, and made each of them a present of a large hat like his own. After much exertion, the basin was finished, the pipes laid, and the water began to flow into it. Napoleon stocked his pond with goldfish, which he placed in it with his own hands. He would remain by the pond for hours together, at a time when he was so weak that he could hardly support himself. He would amuse himself by following the motion of the fishes, throwing bread to them, studying their ways, taking an interest in their loves and their quarrels, and endeavoring with anxiety to find out points of resemblance between their motives and those of mankind. He often sent for his attendants to communicate his remarks to them, and directed their observations to any peculiarities he had observed. His favorites at last sickened, they struggled, floated on the water, and died one after another. He was deeply affected by this and remarked to Antoine, "You see very well that there is a fatality attached to me. Everything I love, everything that belongs to me, is immediately struck. Heaven and mankind unite to persecute me." From this time, he visited them daily in spite of sickness or bad weather, nor did his anxiety diminish until it was discovered that a coppery cement, with which the bottom of the basin was plastered, had poisoned the water. The fish which were not yet dead were then taken out and put into a tub. Napoleon appears to have taken peculiar interest in observing the instincts of animals and comparing their practices and propensities with those of men. A rainy day, during which the digging of the tank could not be proceeded with, gave occasion for some observations on the actions of a number of ants, which had made a way into his bedroom, climbed upon a table on which some sugar usually stood, and taken possession of the sugar basin. He would not allow the industrious little insects to be disturbed in their plans, but he now and then moved the sugar, followed their maneuvers, and admired the activity and industry they displayed until they found it again. This they had been sometimes even 2 or 3 days in effecting, though they always succeeded at last. He then surrounded the basin with water, but the ants still reached it. He finally employed vinegar, and the insects were unable to get through the new obstacle. But the slight activity of mind that now remained to him was soon to be exchanged for the languor and gloom of sickness, with but few intervals between positive suffering and the most distressing lowness of spirits. Towards the end of the year 1820, he walked with difficulty, and required assistance even to reach a chair in his garden. He became nearly incapable of the slightest action, his legs swelled, the pains in his side and back were increased. He was troubled with nausea, profuse sweats, loss of appetite, and was subject to frequent faintings. "Here I am, doctor," said he one day, "at my last cast. No more energy and strength left. I bend under the load. I am going. I feel that my hour is come." Some days after, as he lay on his couch, he feelingly expressed to Antoine the vast change which had taken place within him. He recalled for a few moments the vivid recollection of past times and compared his former energy with the weakness which he was then sinking under. The news of the death of his sister Elissa also affected him deeply. After a struggle with his feelings, which had nearly overpowered him, he rose, supported himself on Antoine's arm, and regarding him steadfastly, said, "Well, doctor, you see Elissa has just shown me the way. Death, which seemed to have forgotten my family, has begun to strike it. My turn cannot be far off. What think you? Your Majesty is in no danger. You are still reserved for some glorious enterprise." "Ah, doctor, I have neither strength nor activity nor energy. I am no longer Napoleon. You strive in vain to give me hopes, to recall life ready to expire. Your care can do nothing in spite of fate. It is immovable. There is no appeal from its decisions. The next person of our family who will follow Elissa to the tomb is that great Napoleon who hardly exists, who bends under the yoke, and who still, nevertheless, keeps Europe in alarm. Behold, my good friend, how I look on my situation. As for me, all is over. I repeat it to you, my days will soon close on this miserable rock." We returned, says Antoine, into his chamber. Napoleon lay down in bed. "Close my windows," he said, "leave me to myself. I will send for you by and by. What a delightful thing rest is. I would not exchange it for all the thrones in the world. What an alteration. How I am fallen. I, whose activity was boundless, whose mind never slumbered, am now plunged into a lethargic stupor, so that it requires an effort even to raise my eyelids. I sometimes dictated to 4 or 5 secretaries, who wrote as fast as words could be uttered, but then I was Napoleon now, I am no longer anything. My strength, my faculties forsake me. I do not live, I merely exist." From this period, the existence of Napoleon was evidently drawing to a close. his days were counted. Whole hours, and even days, were either passed in gloomy silence or spent in pain, accompanied by distressing coughs and all the melancholy signs of the approach of death. He made a last effort to ride a few miles round Longwood on the 22d of January 1821, but it exhausted his strength, and from that time his only exercise was in the calash. Even that slight motion soon became too fatiguing. He now kept his room and no longer stirred out. His disorder and his weakness increased upon him. He still was able to eat something, but very little and with a worse appetite than ever. "Ah, doctor," he exclaimed, "how I suffer! Why did the cannonballs spare me only to die in this deplorable manner? I that was so active, so alert, can now scarcely raise my eyelids." His last airing was on the 17th of March. The disease increased, and Antomarchi, who was much alarmed, obtained with some difficulty permission to see an English physician. He held a consultation on the 26th of March with Dr. Arnott of the 20th Regiment, but Napoleon still refused to take medicine and often repeated his favorite saying, "Everything that must happen is written down, our hour is marked, and it is not in our power to take from time a portion which nature refuses us." He continued to grow worse, and at last consented to see Dr. Arnott, whose first visit was on the 1st of April. He was introduced into the chamber of the patient, which was darkened, and into which Napoleon did not suffer any light to be brought, examined his pulse and the other symptoms, and was requested to repeat his visit the next day. Napoleon was now within a month of his death, and although he occasionally spoke with the eloquence and vehemence he had so often exhibited, his mind was evidently giving way. The reported appearance of a comet was taken as a token of his death. He was excited and exclaimed with emotion, "A comet! That was the precursor of the death of Caesar." On the 3d of April, the symptoms of the disorder had become so alarming that Antomarchi informed Bertrand and Montholon he thought Napoleon's danger imminent, and that Napoleon ought to take steps to put his affairs in order. He was now attacked by fever and by violent thirst, which often interrupted his sleep in the night. On the 14th, Napoleon found himself in better spirits, and talked with Dr. Arnott on the merits of Marlborough, whose campaigns he desired him to present to the 20th Regiment, learning that they did not possess a copy in their library. On the 15th of April, Napoleon's doors were closed to all but Montholon and Marchand, and it appeared that he had been making his will. On the 19th he was better, was free from pain, sat up and ate a little. He was in good spirits and wished them to read to him. As General Montholon with the others expressed his satisfaction at this improvement, he smiled gently and said, "You deceive yourselves, my friends. I am, it is true, somewhat better, but I feel no less that my end draws near. When I am dead you will have the agreeable consolation of returning to Europe. One will meet his relations, another his friends, and as for me, I shall behold my brave companions-in-arms in the Elysian fields. Yes," he went on, raising his voice, "Kleber, Desaix, Bessières, Duroc, Ney, Murat, Massena, Berthier, all will come to greet me. They will talk to me of what we have done together. I will recount to them the latest events of my life. On seeing me, they will become once more intoxicated with enthusiasm and glory. We will discourse of our wars with the Scipios, Hannibal, Caesar, and Frederick. There will be a satisfaction in that. Unless," he added, laughing bitterly, "they should be alarmed below to see so many warriors assembled together." He addressed Dr. Arnott, who came in while he was speaking, on the treatment he had received from England, said that she had violated every sacred right in making him prisoner, that he should have been much better treated in Russia, Austria, or even Prussia, that he was sent to the horrible rock of St. Helena on purpose to die, that he had been purposely placed on the most uninhabitable spot of that inhospitable island, and kept 6 years a close prisoner, and that Sir Hudson Lowe was his executioner. He concluded with these words, "You will end like the proud Republic of Venice, and I, dying upon this dreary rock, away from those I hold dear, and deprived of everything, bequeath the opprobrium and horror of my death to the reigning family of England." On the 21st, Napoleon gave directions to the priest who was in attendance as to the manner in which he would be placed to lie in state after his death. And finding his religious attendant had never officiated in such a solemnity, he gave the most minute instructions for the mode of conducting it. He afterwards declared that he would die, as he was born a Catholic, and desired that Mass should be said by his body, and the customary ceremonies should be performed every day until his burial. The expression of his face was earnest and convulsive. He saw Antomarchi watching the contractions which he underwent, when his eye caught some indication that displeased him. "You are above these weaknesses, but what would you have? I am neither philosopher nor physician. I believe in God. I am of the religion of my fathers. Every one cannot be an atheist who pleases." Then turning to the priest, "I was born in the Catholic religion. I wish to fulfill the duties which it imposes and to receive the succor which it administers. You will say Mass every day in the adjoining chapel, and you will expose the Holy Sacrament for 40 hours. After I am dead, you will place your altar at my head in the funeral chamber. You will continue to celebrate Mass and perform all the customary ceremonies. You will not cease till I am laid in the ground." The Abbé Vignal withdrew. Napoleon reproved his fellow countryman for his supposed incredulity. "Can you carry it to this point? Can you disbelieve in God? Everything proclaims his existence, and besides, the greatest minds have thought so. But, sire, I have never called it in question. I was attending to the progress of the fever. Your Majesty fancied you saw in my features an expression which they had not." "You are a physician, doctor," he replied laughingly. "These folks," he added, half to himself, "are conversant only with matter. They will believe in nothing beyond." In the afternoon of the 25th he was better, but being left alone, a sudden fancy possessed him to eat. He called for fruits, wine, tried a biscuit, then swallowed some champagne, seized a bunch of grapes, and burst into a fit of laughter as soon as he saw Antomarchi return. The physician ordered away the dessert and found fault with the maître d'hôtel. But the mischief was done, the fever returned and became violent. The emperor was now on his deathbed, but he testified concern for everyone. He asked Antomarchi if 500 guineas would satisfy the English physician, and if he himself would like to serve Maria Luisa in quality of a physician. "She is my wife, the first princess in Europe, and after me you should serve no one else." Antomarchi expressed his acknowledgments. The fever continued unabated, with violent thirst and cold in the feet. On the 27th he determined to remove from the small chamber into the salon. They were preparing to carry him. "No," he said, "not until I am dead. For the present it will be sufficient if you support me." Between the 27th and 28th the emperor passed a very bad night. The fever increased, coldness spread over his limbs, his strength was quite gone. He spoke a few words of encouragement to Antomarchi. Then in a tone of perfect calmness and composure, he delivered to him the following instructions. "After my death, which cannot be far off, I wish you to open my body. I wish also, nay, I require, that you will not suffer any English physician to touch me. If, however, you find it indispensable to have someone to assist you, Dr. Arnott is the only one I am willing you should employ. I am desirous, further, that you should take out my heart, that you put it in spirits of wine, and that you carry it to Parma to my dear Maria Luisa. You will tell her how tenderly I have loved her, that I have never ceased to love her, and you will report to her all that you have witnessed, all that relates to my situation and my death. I recommend you, above all, carefully to examine my stomach, to make an exact detailed report of it, which you will convey to my son. The vomitings which succeed each other without intermission lead me to suppose that the stomach is the one of my organs which is the most deranged, and I am inclined to believe that it is affected with the disease which conducted my father to the grave. I mean a cancer in the lower stomach. What think you?" His physician hesitating, he continued, "I have not doubted this since I found the sickness become frequent and obstinate. It is nevertheless well worthy of remark that I have always had a stomach of iron, that I have felt no inconvenience from this organ till latterly, and that whereas my father was fond of high-seasoned dishes and spirituous liquors, I have never been able to make use of them. Be it as it may, I entreat, I charge you to neglect nothing in such an examination, in order that when you see my son you may communicate the result of your observations to him and point out the most suitable remedies. When I am no more you will repair to Rome, you will find out my mother and my family. You will give them an account of all you have observed relative to my situation, my disorder, and my death on this remote and miserable rock. You will tell them that the great Napoleon expired in the most deplorable state, wanting everything, abandoned to himself and his glory. It was 10 in the forenoon. After this the fever abated, and he fell into a sort of doze. The emperor passed a very bad night and could not sleep. He grew lightheaded and talked incoherently. Still the fever had abated in its violence. Towards morning the hiccup began to torment him, the fever increased, and he became quite delirious. He spoke of his complaint and called upon Baxter, the governor's physician, to appear, to come and see the truth of his reports. Then all at once fancying O'Meara present, he imagined a dialogue between them, throwing a weight of odium on the English policy. The fever having subsided, his hearing became distinct, he grew calm, and entered into some further conversation on what was to be done after his death. He felt thirsty and drank a large quantity of cold water. If fate should determine that I shall recover, I would raise a monument on the spot where this water gushes out. I would crown the fountain in memory of the comfort which it has afforded me. If I die, and they should not proscribe my remains as they have proscribed my person, I should desire to be buried with my ancestors in the Cathedral of Ajaccio, in Corsica. But if I am not allowed to repose where I was born, why then, let them bury me at the spot where this fine and refreshing water flows. This request was afterwards complied with. He remained nearly in the same state for some days. On the 1st of May, he was delirious nearly all day and suffered dreadful vomitings. He took 2 small biscuits and a few drops of red wine. On the 2d, he was rather quieter, and the alarming symptoms diminished a little. At 2 p.m., however, he had a paroxysm of fever and became again delirious. He talked to himself of France, of his dear son, of some of his old companions in arms. At times he was evidently in imagination on the field of battle. "Stengel," he cried, "Desaix, Mycena, ah, victory is declaring itself, run rush forward press the charge, they are ours." I was listening, says Dr. Antomarchi, and following the progress of that painful agony in the deepest distress, when Napoleon, suddenly collecting his strength, jumped on the floor and would absolutely go down into the garden to take a walk. I ran to receive him in my arms, but his legs bent under the weight of his body. He fell backwards, and I had the mortification of being unable to prevent his falling. We raised him up and entreated him to get into bed again, but he did not recognize anybody and began to storm and fall into a violent passion. He was unconscious and anxiously desired to walk in the garden. In the course of the day, however, he became more collected and again spoke of his disease and the precise anatomical examination he wished to be made of his body after death. He had a fancy that this might be useful to his son. "The physicians of Montpellier," he said to Antomarchi, "announced that the cirrhosis in the pylorus would be hereditary in my family. Their report is, I believe, in the hands of my brother Louis. Ask for it and compare it with your own observations on my case, in order that my son may be saved from this cruel disease. You will see him, doctor, and you will point out to him what is best to do, and will save him from the cruel sufferings I now experience. This is the last service I ask of you." Later in the day he said, "Doctor, I am very ill. I feel that I am going to die." The last time Napoleon spoke, except to utter a few short unconnected words, was on the 3d of May. It was in the afternoon, and he had requested his attendants, in case of his losing consciousness, not to allow any English physician to approach him except Dr. Arnott. "I am going to die," said he, "and you to return to Europe. I must give you some advice as to the line of conduct you are to pursue. You have shared my exile, you will be faithful to my memory, and will not do anything that may injure it. I have sanctioned all proper principles and infused them into my laws and acts. I have not omitted a single one. Unfortunately, however, the circumstances in which I was placed were arduous, and I was obliged to act with severity and to postpone the execution of my plans. Our reverses occurred. I could not unbend the bow, and France has been deprived of the liberal institutions I intended to give her. She judges me with indulgence. She feels grateful for my intentions. She cherishes my name and my victories. Imitate her example, be faithful to the opinions we have defended and to the glory we have acquired. Any other course can only lead to shame and confusion." From this moment, it does not appear that Napoleon showed any signs of understanding what was going forward around him. His weakness increased every moment, and a harassing hiccup continued until death took place. The day before that event, a fearful tempest threatened to destroy everything about Longwood. The plantations were torn up by the roots, and it was particularly remarked that a willow, under which Napoleon usually sat to enjoy the fresh air, had fallen. "It seemed," says Antomarchi, "as if none of the things the emperor valued were to survive him. On the day of his death, Madame Bertrand, who had not left his bedside, sent for her children to take a last farewell of Napoleon. The scene which ensued was affecting. The children ran to the bed, kissed the hands of Napoleon, and covered them with tears. One of the children fainted, and all had to be carried from the spot. We all, says Antoine, mixed our lamentations with theirs. We all felt the same anguish, the same cruel foreboding of the approach of the fatal instant, which every minute accelerated. The favorite valet, Noverraz, who had been for some time very ill when he heard of the state in which Napoleon was, caused himself to be carried downstairs and entered the apartment in tears. He was with great difficulty prevailed upon to leave the room. He was in a delirious state, and he fancied his master was threatened with danger and was calling upon him for assistance. He said he would not leave him but would fight and die for him. But Napoleon was now insensible to the tears of his servants. He had scarcely spoken for 2 days. Early in the morning he articulated a few broken sentences, among which the only words distinguishable were, "Teat d'army," the last that ever left his lips, and which indicated the tenor of his fancies. The day passed in convulsive movements and low moanings, with occasionally a loud shriek, and the dismal scene closed just before 6 in the evening. A slight froth covered his lips, and he was no more. After he had been dead about 6 hours, Antoine had the body carefully washed and laid out on another bed. The executors then proceeded to examine 2 codicils, which were directed to be opened immediately after the emperor's decease. The one related to the gratuities, which he intended out of his private purse for the different individuals of his household, and to the alms which he wished to be distributed among the poor of St. Helena. The other contained his last wish that his ashes should repose on the banks of the Seine, in the midst of the French people whom he had loved so well. The executors notified this request to the governor, who stated that his orders were that the body was to remain on the island. On the next day, after taking a plaster cast of the face of Napoleon, Antoine proceeded to open the body in the presence of Sir Thomas Reed, some staff officers, and 8 medical men. The emperor had intended his hair, which was of a chestnut color, for presents to the different members of his family, and it was cut off and kept for this purpose. He had grown considerably thinner in person during the last few months. After his death, his face and body were pale, but without alteration or anything of a cadaverous appearance. His physiognomy was fine, the eyes fast closed, and you would have said that the emperor was not dead, but in a profound sleep. His mouth retained its expression of sweetness, though one side was contracted into a bitter smile. Several scars were seen on his body. On opening it, it was found that the liver was not affected, but that there was that cancer of the stomach which he had himself suspected, and of which his father and 2 of his sisters died. This painful examination having been completed, Antoine took out the heart and placed it in a silver vase filled with spirits of wine. He then directed the valet de chambre to dress the body as he had been accustomed in the emperor's lifetime, with the grand cordon of the Legion of Honor across the breast, in the green uniform of a colonel of the chasseurs of the guard, decorated with the orders of the Legion of Honor and of the Iron Crown, long boots with little spurs. Finally, his 3-cornered hat. Thus habited, Napoleon was removed in the afternoon of the 6th out of the hall, into which the crowd rushed immediately. The linen which had been employed in the dissection of the body, though stained with blood, was eagerly seized, torn in pieces, and distributed among the bystanders. Napoleon lay in state in his little bedroom, which had been converted into a funeral chamber. It was hung with black cloth brought from the town. This circumstance first apprised the inhabitants of his death. The corpse, which had not been embalmed, and which was of an extraordinary whiteness, was placed on one of the campets, surrounded with little white curtains, which served for a sarcophagus. The blue cloak which Napoleon had worn at the Battle of Marengo covered it. The feet and the hands were free, the sword on the left side, and a crucifix on the breast. At some distance was the silver vase containing the heart and stomach, which were not allowed to be removed. At the back of the head was an altar, where the priest in his stole and surplice recited the customary prayers. All the individuals of Napoleon's suite, officers and domestics, dressed in mourning, remained standing on the left. Dr. Arnott had been charged to see that no attempt was made to convey away the body. For some hours the crowd had besieged the doors. They were admitted and beheld the inanimate remains of Napoleon in respectful silence. The officers of the 20th and 66th regiments were admitted first, then the others. The following day, the 7th, the throng was greater. Antomarchi was not allowed to take the heart of Napoleon to Europe with him. He deposited that, and the stomach in 2 vases, filled with alcohol and hermetically sealed, in the corners of the coffin in which the corpse was laid. This was a shell of zinc lined with white satin, in which was a mattress furnished with a pillow. There not being room for the hat to remain on his head, it was placed at his feet with some eagles, pieces of French money coined during his reign, a plate engraved with his arms, etc. The coffin was closed, carefully soldered up, and then fixed in another case of mahogany, which was enclosed in a third made of lead, which last was fastened in a fourth of mahogany, which was sealed up and fastened with screws. The coffin was exhibited in the same place as the body had been, and was also covered with the cloak that Napoleon had worn at the Battle of Marengo. The funeral was ordered for the morrow 8th May, and the troops were to attend in the morning by break of day. This took place accordingly. The governor arrived first, the rear admiral soon after, and shortly all the authorities, civil and military, were assembled at Longwood. The day was fine, the people crowded the roads, music resounded from the heights. Never had spectacle so sad and solemn been witnessed in these remote regions. At 12:30, the grenadiers took hold of the coffin, lifted it with difficulty, and succeeded in removing it into the great walk in the garden, where the hearse awaited them. It was placed in the carriage, covered with a pall of violet-colored velvet, and with the cloak which the hero wore at Marengo. The emperor's household were in mourning. The cavalcade was arranged by order of the governor in the following manner. The Abbé Vignal in his sacerdotal robes, with young Henry Bertrand at his side, bearing an aspersorium. Doctors Arnott and Antomarchi, the persons entrusted with the superintendence of the hearse, drawn by 4 horses, led by grooms, and escorted by 12 grenadiers without arms on each side. These last were to carry the coffin on their shoulders as soon as the ruggedness of the road prevented the hearse from advancing. Young Napoleon Bertrand and Marchand both on foot and by the side of the hearse, Counts Bertrand and Montholon on horseback close behind the hearse, a part of the household of the emperor. Countess Bertrand with her daughter Hortense in a calash drawn by 2 horses led by hand by her domestics, who walked by the side of the precipice. The emperor's horse led by his piqueur Archambaud, the officers of marine on horseback and on foot, the officers of the staff on horseback. The members of the council of the island in like manner, General Coffin and the Marquis Montchenu on horseback, the rear admiral and the governor on horseback, the inhabitants of the island. The train set out in this order from Longwood, passed by the barracks, and was met by the garrison, about 2,500 in number, drawn up on the left of the road as far as Hut's Gate. Military bands placed at different distances added still more, by the mournful airs which they played, to the striking solemnity of the occasion. When the train had passed, the troops followed and accompanied it to the burying place. The dragoons marched first. Then came the 20th Regiment of Infantry, the Marines, the 66th, the Volunteers of St. Helena, and lastly, the company of Royal Artillery with 15 pieces of cannon. Lady Lowe and her daughter were at the roadside at Hut's Gate, in an open carriage drawn by 2 horses. They were attended by some domestics in mourning, and followed the procession at a distance. The 15 pieces of artillery were ranged along the road, and the gunners were at their posts ready to fire. Having advanced about a quarter of a mile beyond Hut's Gate, the hearse stopped. The troops halted and drew up in line of battle by the roadside. The grenadiers then raised the coffin on their shoulders and bore it thus to the place of interment, by the new route which had been made on purpose on the declivity of the mountain. All the attendants alighted, the ladies descended from their carriages, and the procession followed the corpse without observing any regular order. Counts Bertrand and Montholon, Marchand and young Napoleon Bertrand carried the 4 corners of the pall. The coffin was laid down at the side of the tomb, which was hung with black. Near were seen the cords and pulleys which were to lower it into the earth. The coffin was then uncovered, the Abbé Vignal repeated the usual prayers, and the body was let down into the grave with the feet to the east. The artillery then fired 3 salutes in succession of 15 discharges each. The admiral's vessel had fired during the procession 25-minute guns from time to time. A huge stone, which was to have been employed in the building of the new house of the emperor, was now used to close his grave, and was lowered till it rested on a strong stone wall so as not to touch the coffin. While the grave was closed, the crowd seized upon the willows, which the former presence of Napoleon had already rendered objects of veneration. Everyone was ambitious to possess a branch or some leaves of these trees, which were henceforth to shadow the tomb of this great man, and to preserve them as a precious relic of so memorable a scene. The governor and admiral endeavored to prevent this outrage, but in vain. The governor, however, surrounded the spot afterwards with a barricade, where he placed a guard to keep off all intruders. The tomb of the emperor was about a league from Longwood. It was of a quadrangular shape, wider at top than at bottom, the depth about 12 feet. The coffin was placed on 2 strong pieces of wood and was detached in its whole circumference. The companions of Napoleon returned to France, and the island gradually resumed its former quiet state, while the willows weeping over the grave guarded the ashes of the man for whom Europe had been all too small. Edexed editor's bookmarks. A sect cannot be destroyed by Cannonball's ability, in making it be supposed that he really possessed talent absurdity of interfering with trifles, admired him more for what he had the fortitude not to do, always proposing what he knew could not be honorably acceded to an old man's, blessing never yet harmed anyone animated by an unlucky zeal, buried for the purpose of being dug up calumny, such powerful charms cause of war between the United States and England conquest, can only be regarded as the genius of destruction demand everything, that you may obtain nothing die young, and I shall have some consolatory reflection every time we go to war with them. We teach them how to beat us. Every one cannot be an atheist who pleases go to England. The English, like wrangling politicians, God in his mercy, has chosen Napoleon to be his representative on earth, grew more angry, as his anger was less regarded, had neither learned nor forgotten anything I have made sovereigns. But have not wished to be one myself, I do not live, I merely exist. Ideologues' immortality is the recollection one leaves kings feel they are born general. Whatever else they cannot do, kiss the feet of popes provided their hands are tied. Let women mind their knitting malice delights to blacken the characters of prominent men, manufacturers of phrases, more glorious to merit a scepter than to possess one. Most celebrated people lose on a close view necessary to let men and things take their course. Nothing is changed in France. There is only one Frenchman more. Put some gold lace on the coats of my virtuous republicans. Religion is useful to the government. Rights of misfortune are always sacred. Something so seductive in popular enthusiasm strike their imaginations by absurdities than by rational ideas submit to events. That he might appear to command them tendency to sell the skin of the bear before killing him, that consolation which is always left to the discontented. The boudoir was often stronger than the cabinet. The wish and the reality were to him one and the same thing. Those who are free from common prejudices acquire others to leave behind him no traces of his existence. Treaties of peace, no less disastrous than the war's treaty, according to custom, was called perpetual. Trifles honored with too much attention were made friends of, lest they should become enemies. When a man has so much money he cannot have got it honestly, would enact the more in proportion, as we yield to illusion when the truth was not satisfactory. End of the project. Gutenberg ebook of Memoirs of Napoleon Bonaparte, complete by Louis Antoine Fauvelet de Bourrienne.